When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and
Hey everyone, I'm Megan Padal, the Director of Event Marketing for VentureBeat, and I'm excited to welcome you to Transform 2021, the AI and Data Event of the Year for Enterprise Executives. This tutorial will help you get started with Transform's online experience. Now, if you're watching the live stream on YouTube or a social channel, definitely go to VentureBeat.com and follow the links to join us in our custom event portal. Now, live streaming on all main stage sessions is 100% free of charge, and the main stage sessions will all be available on demand after the event. For those who have registered for the event, are speakers, or otherwise have VIP passes, check your email for important information, links, and invites to private sessions and roundtables. Now, I'm going to start by showing you our event portal, which is where you will find the full event. This is our main stage, our polls, and during sessions that have enough time, our Q&A. Now, we're also here for you online if you have any difficulties accessing this, but first off, check your email, and then if you still can't figure it out, we're always available at eventsupport@venturebeat.com. Now, this portal has a few different pages, and the main ones are what you'll see here, including our stage, how to participate, network, some of our Transform World partner events, our sponsors, and again, this how-to video just in case you get lost. We will also have the agenda. This one's pretty straightforward. It is going to be the full agenda for the entire 5 days. And since it is 5 days long, there are multiple ways to sort through the tracks, the specific, welcome remarks or executive forums that you're looking for, and really just find what's relevant to you. And then on demand, this is where all of the videos will live along with our full editorial coverage after the event. So going back to the lounge, if you are a VIP pass holder or otherwise have been invited, you should be able to log in up here at the top and then be able to participate directly in all of our wave sessions, our breakout sessions, and our roundtables. For everyone who is looking to network and make connections, you can come over here, click over, and this will bring you to our matchmaking app, which again, if you've checked your email, you should have received your login information. This is also the best way to access our exhibitor hall, which includes all of our sponsors and our partners so that you can connect with them one-on-one and learn more about their products and services. Here at the bottom, we have Transform World, which includes all of our partner events from Data Natives, the AI and Data Analytics Mini Summit, and the Data Science Salon. Now, if you have questions for our speakers, you can actually do that right here on the portal by entering your Q&A during the right time and just going ahead and adding your name and hitting send. You don't necessarily have to log in or anything to ask questions, and you are allowed to remain anonymous. If you do add your name, that'll just help us know who you are and call that out. During the event, we'll also have polls. So we encourage you to take part, get active, and start answering those questions. Now, if you click over from Make Connections, what you're going to land on is our networking app. This is the best place to come to connect with other people. So there's a few things. Speed networking, which are happening during dedicated times where you'll be able to have 3-minute rapid fire meetings with other attendees recommended for you, which is a curated list of people that we think you should connect with, people who are interested in you, so people who would like to connect with you. And again, sort of those basic event details from your agenda, your specific schedule that you'd like to make. You can go through all of our attendees, all of our speakers, and then check out the featured sponsors, along with going in and actually, being able to meet with them or just learn more by visiting their booths. So once again, if you are here on the lounge, you can head over to Make Connections, and that will bring you straight to our one-on-one networking app. So if you have any questions, again, we are always available at event support at VentureBeat.com. And if you haven't registered, which is probably why you're not seeing all of these fun roundtables, go ahead, register in here on VentureBeat.com, log in, and check your email for more information.
Welcome to day 3 of VB Transform, and this is our Conversational AI and Intelligent AI Assistant Summit, presented by Five9. Thank you so much to Five9 for helping us bring this to you today. And it's amazing to see all of you. Well, I say see all of you. Of course, this is virtual. I can't actually see you. As ever with conferences, we've had to learn to do things differently. It's a little bit strange, but I've gotten used to it. In fact, I've had to do a lot of things differently thanks to quarantine. It's even changed my sense of humor. I mostly do inside jokes now. So first of all, special thank you to Five9 for sponsoring today's summit and all of our Transform sponsors. We could not do this without them. Let's remind you who all of our wonderful sponsors are. Ape.ai, Accenture, Appen, Beyond Minds, Capgemini, Capital One, DataStax, Five9, Intel, Kazisto, Labelbox, Skillsoft, Snowflake, Soul Machines, Tamer, Telium, and Unity. Thank you to all of those amazing sponsors. And of course, don't forget to visit the virtual expo area today. You'll find it down below. You can also check out our VB Boss pages. Now, what's that, I hear you cry? The VB Boss pages on the event portal, that has a list of all the top tech companies in each category. Go check it out. It's super useful and helpful. Of course, we also couldn't do this without our amazing event partners. Our event partners are 3PC, AnyClip, Data Natives, Data Science Salon Virtual, Evergreen Creative, Unite.ai, Women in Big Data, Women in Data Science, and Women in Voice. Thank you so much to all of those amazing partners for helping us to bring this to you. Of course, we have an official conference hashtag. Of course, we kept it nice and simple for you. It is hashtag VBTransform. We want you to join the conversation. If you tweet using that hashtag, you could end up on the Twitter wall. So therefore, we'll make you slightly famous. You can use it anywhere that a hashtag can be used. And we're still running the competition. The person that creates the most engagement across all social platforms that support that hashtag, by Friday, we'll get a $100 Amazon gift card. We'll be measuring everything that has hashtag VBTransform on it. You create the most engagement, you can take $100 away with you and spend it on lots and lots of wonderful Amazon goodies. So use it on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram stories, Instagram posts. You can even use it on TikTok. I'm still waiting for somebody to use it on TikTok. Please make my day. Of course, if you're interested in becoming a VentureBeat insider or a VIP, well, you can learn more by logging into VentureBeat up in the top right, for online access pass and VIP pass holders. We welcome you to submit your questions for our speakers using the Slido app on the event portal. You'll see it over there. Also, our VIPs can connect with other event attendees in our one-to-one networking platform. Doing lots of pointing today. It's down here. We've also sent you a link by email if you have a VIP access. And you can also access that by clicking the link on our event platform, logged in as a VIP. Just to make networking even more fun, we're running another contest for you. When you check out our one-to-one networking platform, you'll have a chance to win our daily networking contest. Every day, we're going to take 3 people. We're going to choose them at random. Anyone who's used for networking can win this. 3 of you will get a $100 Amazon gift card. So stick around until the end of the day, because I'll be announcing the names of the winners. We'll remind you of that through the day too. Of course, if you go to the expo area, and if you want to get access to, leverage, use the amazing VentureBeat community to support your product, your service, your cause in life, visit the VB lab in the expo area. Learn about how you can be one of the first to secure exclusive custom event sponsorship for upcoming VentureBeat events. So that's all the housekeeping. Let's get straight into the content. We're going to kick off today's summit, and we're going to do it in style. I am very pleased to introduce to you Callan Shabella, EVP of Product at Five9 for today's summit opening remarks. Take it away, Callan.
Hello, everybody. My name's Callan Shabella. I'm the EVP of Product at Five9, and welcome to day 3. So firstly, let me say how happy we are to sponsor VentureBeat Transform for the 3rd year in a row, this year as the anchor sponsor for Conversational AI. Over the years, this venue has been great for me personally as a way to network and to share ideas. And in fact, it was 2 years ago, pretty much today, that I met and shared a panel with Jonathan Rosenberg, the CTO and head of AI at Five9. And then fast forward 18 months from there, and my former company, Inference Solutions, has now been acquired by Five9, which has also resulted me in running product for the company. So it's pretty funny kind of how these things turn out. This conference has also been a great venue for launching and showcasing new products. And to that end, we're announcing today the release of Five9 Inference Studio 7. And I'll give you all a brief demonstration of that in the next session. Throughout the course of the day, you'll hear from a number of leading brands representing different verticals. In finance, we have Bank of America, Capital One, BNP Paribas. In retail, we'll hear from Pizza Hut Australia and Coles. And in technology, Google, Comcast, Salesforce, and quite a few others as well. In each case, they're going to be telling us how they've used conversational AI and intelligent assistant technologies to generate value for their respective businesses. So at Five9, we continue to be amazed by the enormous market demand for conversational AI out there today. At Five9, we're specifically interested in the areas of intelligent virtual agents to provide self-service, and for AI-powered agent assistants, being a contact center provider. In fact, these technologies have become the foundational building block of many customer strategies as they seek to augment their live agents with virtual agents in what we refer to as the new digital workforce. I'm going to talk a lot more about this in the keynote session, which is the role of IVAs in the new digital workforce. So I hope you join us where we'll hear from Pizza Hut Australia and Allevi Healthcare, where they will share their stories. For later on today, don't miss a session on how voice biometrics is helping companies reduce fraud. We'll hear about that at 10 minutes past 12. At 12:40, I would encourage you to attend the Big Trends in Conversational AI session, where you'll hear our CTO, Jonathan Rosenberg, participating. And we'll wrap up the day at 1:55 to focus specifically on how AI is offering agents assist to contact center agents. So just before I go, thanks again to Matt and the rest of the VentureBeat team for bringing this event together, and I hope you enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Callan. Really looking forward to that program today. First up, please welcome Patrick Branley, Director of Technology at Pizza Hut Australia, and Henry Hernandez, NEMT Operations Professional at Allevi, in conversation with Callan Shabella, the SVP and GM at Five9, to discuss the role of intelligent virtual agents in the new digital workforce. Please welcome them all.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's Fireside Chat. My name is Callan Shabella. I'm the EVP of Product at Five9. And in today's chat, I'm joined with Harry Hernandez at Levy and Patrick Branley at Pizza Hut Australia. And I think I'd like to start this presentation by just having this interesting image here on the screen of a woman waking up in the morning, turning to her sort of bedside table and talking to sort of her smart speaker device. And what I want to show, with this image is that we can't ignore the fact that the world has changed and that consumers are expecting a new type of service experience when they engage with brands, when they engage with retailers, or really businesses that they rely on a day-to-day basis. When this lady is engaging with this smart speaker device, she's going to be engaging in some sort of conversational manner. So she's going to be asking about her day, she's going to be asking about maybe her commute, weather, appointments, things like that, and she's expecting it to sort of respond in a conversational manner, and that's really what we're going to be talking about today. Having said that, when we at Five9 are talking to prospective customers, we often face the challenge that many people don't believe that their customers are ready for this type of experience. But the data, as shown on this screen, suggests that we have indeed now passed that tipping point, and self-service is now the preferred form of self-service, regardless of demographic. So here's a couple of stats here from Gartner suggesting that 85% of customer interactions will start by self-service in 2022, so that's only 6 months away. But most importantly, of those interactions, 70% will start with speech interfaces by 2023, which is also not too far away. So having said that, why is it that when we ring up the brands and the companies that we deal with on a day-to-day basis, we're often presented with this sort of 90s style experience? You can see the little screenshot there on the right-hand side, 1990 called. They're looking for you to press 6 for more options, the sort of dreaded touch tone IVR that pretty much everybody hates. This is still the experience that most brands give to their customers even today. It results in longer hold times, the dreaded touch tone, misdirected calls, low automation rates, and ultimately frustrated consumers, frustrated customers, as well as frustrated agents who ultimately work in these contact centers as well. So if we then overlay what we've seen over the last 12 months, with obviously COVID having a massive impact across every industry sector around the globe, in a recent survey by ICMI, we saw that 55% of businesses reported an increased volume in customer interaction over the last 12 months. And importantly, the complexity of those sorts of interactions had increased as well. And this has led to 42% planning to enhance digital self-service functionality. So if you look at that little screen grab on the right-hand side, people feel they're doing their bit, but maybe their competition is just zipping past them like that skier on the slope there. That's exactly the type of experience we get when we talk to prospective customers and they feel that they're getting left behind. So why is this challenge, the way it is? Well, I think it comes down to really how these sort of interfaces have been developed in the past. So we're starting to move now into talking about intelligent virtual agents themselves. So I started my career, back in the research side of things, building these types of interfaces for customers for many, many years. And it was not uncommon at all that we would be spending millions of dollars on the physical infrastructure, but also millions of dollars on the actual licensing requirements in order to make these things work, whether it be speech recognition technology, natural language processing technology, text-to-speech. All of these things came at a very high price point. They also came with a very long development cycle and a large dependent on people like myself doing professional services over many, many months. And the result of that was essentially like a black box if you're the buyer of the system. You've got something that was essentially code that if you wanted it to be changed, you'd get someone like me back again and we'd change it for you. So it wasn't very transparent, and the result being it took months and years to deploy, and really was out of reach of all but the largest types of enterprises out there. Okay, so the solution that we're talking about today, and that will provide some examples for both Levy and for Pizza Hut Australia, is in using now virtual agents to deliver a conversational experience. So what is a virtual agent? Well, essentially, the way we encourage you to think about it is as if it's an extension of your own human workforce. But rather than using, for example, a BPO or maybe offshoring your customer care, you instead reaching out to the cloud and consuming software agents that perform interactions on your behalf. So just like a human agent inside your contact center, these software agents have skills. They speak in a variety of languages. They know how to use a variety of different systems, and you can engage with them over pretty much any type of conversational channel that you can think of, whether it be phone interaction, web chat, SMS, mobile, and so on. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Harry Hernandez at Alivi, and Alivi will he'll talk about how Alivi has used this sort of technology in their business. Thanks, Harry. Henry.
Thanks, Callan. Appreciate that. One of the challenges that we have is working directly with our health plan partners and really providing them with benefit management solutions. And the members that we work with are a variety of age groups that are used to the traditional press 1 for this option or press 2 for a different option. So the ability or the challenge in introducing an IVA with that membership is how they would react to being able to do so. So Callan, if you don't mind moving on to the next slide. What we found to be very interesting is that our challenge is growing and being able to scale quickly and efficiently, but also being able to put the power of the NEMT experience that the members are trying to coordinate with us. How do we make it convenient for them to service their transportation needs at their time? So with the IVA, we've been able to not only implement the solution, but we've given it a personality and we've named her Ava. So Ava is now speaking to our members, letting them know that she's not only ready to assist with return ride activations, which is one of the biggest requests that our members have, but in multiple channels as well. We've been using her name and the brand throughout the experience. And it's been very interesting to listen to the exchanges between the members and what they're hearing on the phones. Some get very excited. Some you can hear speaking to their spouses and saying, honey, I think I just spoke to some kind of a robot, but it was a really great experience. So it's been a lot of fun to not only do that, and the response from our health plan partners has also been as surprising as well, where they're creating branding with Ava included, and they're sending it to us. So in just the last few weeks since we've been piloting, we've been able to activate a little over 3,500 return ride activations, which is really helping us to transition those individuals that would help with those phone calls to other services that are much more important and much more needed. And we're looking to really start to focus on additional implementations of AVA, where we're looking at appointment confirmations, cancellations, and even new requests for transportation. These are events that would typically take a lot of time for our contact center staff to support and would also increase wait times. So just by being able to implement this small component, so far we've been able to reduce member wait times, expedite services, and really reduce the amount of time that our members are waiting for return rides, which are all some of the biggest complaints that health plan members have. So for us, it's really been a great experience working with the team at Five9. We're really excited about our next steps. We're looking at launching in Spanish. Everything that we've done so far has been in English, and the team has been really great and supportive in helping us do that. So I'm looking forward to next steps and some additional results. Thanks, Colin.
Thank you. Thanks, Henry. All right, and then over to you, Patrick, to talk about how Pizza Hut Australia's experience has been with IVA technology.
Thanks, Callum. So yeah, in Australia, Pizza Hut's an iconic brand. It's an iconic brand globally, I guess. We've been around for 50 years in Australia, and over that time, there's been a number of advertising campaigns that have, before the internet, advertised the phone number, and there was a very catchy jingle. So at the time, so everybody, it's become part of the subculture to remember the jingle and remember the phone number. So it was an asset that we couldn't get rid of. We still get over 3,000 phone calls a day, and that single national number needs to divert you to the nearest restaurant. If you could go to the next slide. So the challenges, we took over the business in 2016. We're owned by a private equity company, and we've been working on a multi-year digital transformation project to revitalize the business. And our platforms were expensive and very difficult to maintain. I had the old green screen mainframe systems being used by our call center when I started. So that's sort of the legacy that we were left with. So we had to overhaul all of that. And part of that was our phone platform and the way that it interacted with our stores and with our call center. So if you go to the next slide, basically one of the challenges we have with our phone number, as I said, it's a single national number, but your local Pizza Hut may be, you may live on the same street as somebody else and be serviced by two different Pizza Huts, because our trade areas, like you can see on the diagram there, are serviced by how far is it to drive from your local store to your house. Now, if two people live on the same road, but it's a busy road and there's an intersection, that may take a couple of minutes, and it may be quicker for another Pizza Hut to service them. So we can't just use zip code or postcode as a way of steering the calls. We need to sometimes get all the way down to the house number to get the customer to their nearest store. So that was an interesting problem, which we used the speech recognition features of the Five9 platform to do. And that then, using the Google APIs as well, we recognize the customer's location, their nearest store, and divert the call. We then also have a functionality that if the store are unable to answer the call, it overflows to a contact center. So the benefits were that we don't have to have a massive contact center. That creates a cost efficiency. Most of our phone calls are answered by the store. The contact center is there just as an overflow, which significantly reduces the costs. What we're also able to do is streamline subsequent interactions with the IVR. So once you've interacted and we know what store, and you've gone through the friction, I'll call it, of getting to your nearest store through the speech recognition, you don't have to do that again, because now we know from your caller ID who you are and what store you interacted with. So we just transfer you through. It allows us to also interact with our API layer that we've built for our whole digital ecosystem. So we can do some pretty advanced functions now, such as if you order on the website and then you ring up to inquire about your order, before you even say anything, the IVR can play back to you the status of your order. So it can say, hey, Callum, your pizza's in the oven and the ETA is 6:35. No interaction with the person. We've serviced that request before you've even asked for it. And we're sort of pushing the boundaries of that now, working on even placing an order from scratch directly through the system. So that's kind of the future of where we're going with this. And that's all possible because the platform is very flexible. I can have my in-house team work on this with my developers and connect it to our enterprise APIs to do these type of things.
Thanks, Patrick. So that was a great segue. How did both of these organizations do it? Well, they were using something known as the Five9 Studio platform. Essentially, it's a no-code visual development environment. So drag and drop, very much like using like Visio in a browser or something like that. And really the idea with it is that it's an abstraction layer that allows you to kind of reach out to technologies in the cloud and consume them. So, Patrick mentioned about talking to Google APIs. You could talk to APIs from other vendors and so on, but you can also consume sort of streaming services like transcription services, text-to-speech services, biometric services, and others. And so I thought we would finish this session today by just showing a very short video of the Studio 7, which is launching here at VentureBeat. And it's going to show essentially our new interface and what you can expect from this area of technology, coming soon or coming now. So thank you. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the new Studio 7 interface. So here I am at the login page. I'm just going to log in here. One of the first things you'll notice if you've come from Studio 6 is that the UI is very different. We now have like a dashboard view. So when I first log in, I'll be able to see my virtual agent utilization. I'll be able to see my increase or decrease in like call volumes or chat volumes or whatever it is that you're interested in. Think of this very much like a contact center wallboard. In a contact center, you often are monitoring your human agents in real time, and you'll be able to do the same thing here in Studio 7 with your virtual agents. You'll also have a complete audit log underneath there where you'll be able to see what has happened in the account, who's logged in, where have they logged in from, and what sort of changes have they made. The concept of tasks is the same here in Studio. So if I go over to Build and I click on the little Task tab, you'll see here that we have tasks split into voice, messaging, workflow, chatbot, and WhatsApp. Chatbot covers anything to do with web chat as well as in-app chat within a mobile application, for example. The tasks are graphical now, so you can assign your own icons and things like that, and you can assign your own favorites and all of those sorts of things that you would expect, particularly if you're managing many hundreds of tasks, which a lot of our customers now do that. If I actually go into a particular task, I'm going to pick this appointment scheduler. You'll see that the Canvas editor is all completely revised as well. Still obviously drag and drop. The little boxes here are called nodes. You just link the nodes together to create the flow. In this case, it's going to be the flow for a voice call because we're picking a voice task. But just keep in mind as you're creating content, as you go through the task builder, you can actually create content for multiple channels. So if you create a database, you can share that across multiple channels. If you create an integration hook, for example, you can share that across multiple channels and so on. All right, if I wanted to edit this particular task, you can see here it's playing a prompt called welcome, and then it's doing a node called retrieve user, which is an integration, then some variable manipulation, and then calling out to a third-party service. In this case, it's IBM Tone Analyzer. Just like in Studio 6, if I wanted to change any of this, I just double-click on this, and then you can see here that we can actually use text-to-speech here, or we could use recorded audio. We have full speech synthesis markup support here because it is obviously an audio channel, so we can make it louder and softer and higher and lower pitch and so on. We can preview through the browser just like we did before. So you click here, I can preview.
Welcome to Studio 7. This is the latest release from Five9.
And so on. The palette on the left-hand side is also being completely overhauled. It's been consolidated to some extent, but all of the forms that pop up when you edit these things have been enhanced. So if we look at something like an integration node, for example, and I drag that in, you can see here it's pretty feature rich here. I can support all of the RESTful API methods that you might want to use. I can support header authentication and header manipulation and all of those sorts of advanced things for talking to modern API frameworks, whether that be with Salesforce or Zendesk or ServiceNow or any of those types of vendors. Okay, just talking about how you get something live onto the network. I can assign a number right here from inside the canvas. If I look at mapped numbers here, you can see I have one that is free. I can map that, and now I'm live on the network. If I want to unmap that, I can actually go in here and I can unmap that as well. It's simple as that. And finally, just to show you some of the newer concepts inside of Studio 7, if I go here under Build, and I look at sort of the content library, as I said earlier, as we are going through this interface and using the tasks and creating tasks, we're actually building content behind the scenes. So you can see here are the prompts, variables, databases, files, and so forth. If I wanted to go in here and, for example, click on this one, you can see this is an alternative welcome prompt. You can see this defined here in the default voice, but also there's a variation for this voice. This is Australian English here. Again, I can preview that through the browser. And I can
Welcome to Five9.
And if I wanted to add another voice, I could just pick from the library over 160 different voice variants that we have now. And again, all part of the standard Studio 7 access. Now, there's a lot more that has changed in Studio 7. So to help you kind of get used to that, there's a whole range of web materials that are available out on the internet. So please look at those if you're looking to use Studio 7, or reach out to us for a demonstration or an access account. Thanks. All right, so here we are with live Q&A. So I've got Henry here with us, of course. Unfortunately, Patrick had to drop, so we don't have Patrick, but I can actually answer questions on behalf of Patrick if any come in for the most part, if it relates to the technology. And so we'll just go from. We actually have a lot of questions coming in on the app, so this is great. I'm just going to read the first question out. I'll have a little go at it myself, and then I'll throw it over to Henry as well. So let's take it from the top, the one with the most votes here. We've got, you mentioned 75% of customer interactions in 2023 will start with voice. It is seen that voice AI generally struggles with accents. How are you solving this? So I might comment here a little bit on kind of like how the core technologies actually work, right? There's sort of two parts to it as we talk about conversational AI. The first part is the actual speech recognition piece itself, and that's generally where, almost entirely where we're concerned with accents. And the second part is once we have that, essentially that audio converted into text, so transcribed, how we then have that processed by an NLP engine. And you can actually, pick which speech recognition technology you want to use and which NLP engine you want to use, and you use them together to produce the overall outcome that you're expecting. So as it relates to accents, one of the things that's really important to note is that this is where you do see variation between the various sort of downstream or upstream, however you think about it, vendors that supply these technologies, right? So if you look at sort of the big engines out there from people like Google, from people like Microsoft, from people like IBM, people like Amazon, as well as players like Nuance and Lumenvox and others, they all have different language coverage. And it's not just that the language is what we care about in terms of the words being spoken, but also the acoustic model that dictates what the calling population is likely to be speaking in. So, for example, in my case, I'm going to probably be best recognized with an Australian English acoustic model. If I was in the US, I would expect a US English acoustic model, a UK English acoustic model in the UK, and a New Zealand acoustic model or a South African acoustic model in those sort of regions as well. So it's not just about having the language as in English coverage, you also need the acoustic model coverage to cover the accents. Now, the other thing people often think about too, as it relates to this, is the accent being some sort of stereotypical accent, like a strong Australian accent or a strong South African accent or something like that. But really the way these acoustic models are generated is they go out and the vendor literally collects millions and millions of utterances of people speaking to those systems from the calling population in which this is used. So in some of these parts of the world, it's incredibly multicultural. And so it's not an acoustic model that is sort of like the cliche accent for that area. It's literally spanning that population. And vendors need to keep that current because with immigration and things like that, these speaking populations, the way they speak actually does change over time. Not quickly, but over 10 years it can change, substantially. So that's really how that works, and we rely on those third-party vendors to keep producing and reproducing those acoustic models for us to use. Henry, have you had any sort of early, feedback around how your system is handling various accents?
It's a very interesting question, Callan, because we started with English, which was the easiest for us, simply because the recognition and the acceptance of those calls were almost at 100% when we started. Our challenge with Spanish is being primarily based in Florida. We're a melting pot for a lot of Spanish population from South America, from the Caribbean. So the different accents, if you will, the different tones, it has been a challenge, but we finally launched in Spanish and we've been making some tweaks. So all the points that you made are very relevant. So it's been something that we've seen some challenges from the standpoint of the acceptance from the actual the AI being able to acknowledge what the folks are saying, but we have seen improvement over the course of the last couple of weeks.
And also just to put that in perspective, in the case of Levy, we are using here the Google acoustic model for North American English, as well as the Google acoustic model for North American Spanish. So those things will essentially be tuned, in this case by Google, automatically, and we can just benefit from their improvements.
Absolutely.
All right. The next question we have is, and I think this was probably a question for Patrick, so I'll take this one. It says, how does natural language processing work in terms of routing the call? The caller ID verifying where they are located. Okay, so this is a really interesting one in the telephony environment. So for many, many years, decades, in fact, we largely relied on sort of intelligent networks, or IN networks as they're called in telco, to essentially look at what telephone exchange your call was coming in on. And it would then basically say, well, if it's coming in on this exchange, you must be in this area, and therefore we will route you based on that geography. So those sort of 800 services, 1.3 services in other parts of the world, they all work basically using an intelligent network. In the case of Pizza Hut, as we saw with their sort of mapping of their service zones for the various Pizza Hut franchise owners, it was not based on that at all. It wasn't based on what exchange they were calling in. And in fact, in many parts of the world, if you're ringing in on a cell phone, which is obviously incredibly common these days, you may even be going in on an entirely different network as well. So you're going in on a mobile network as opposed to the fixed line network. So what they do there in that case is they basically just use your phone number. They look you up in real time in a CRM. They look to know whether they know, this is how Pizza Hut is doing it, know of you, and look at your preferences of where you have been routed to previously and whether that was a successful outcome. And if you have that information, it just uses that. If you don't have that information, it literally asks you, your address or where you want to go. And then it uses that, and it looks up that geographic boundary based on their own franchise network. So that's how it works in that case. Next question is, this is a really good one. Do AI assistants risk you losing the human element, i.e. true conversation, maybe asking about how your day is going, how hot it is today, etc.? I'll have a little bit go at this, and then I'll pass it over to Henry. I think this is really one of the key challenges, and I guess there's a debate, in the industry around: do you want to get to the point where a person feels like they're speaking to another person, and they think it's another person, but it's a machine? Or would you rather get to the point where people understand that they're talking to a machine and are quite happy with that? Most of the evidence tends to be that it's the latter one that we're aiming for. We're not pretending to essentially fake being a person. Quite often when people are talking to these systems like Siri, Android Assistant, all of these sorts of things, they're not coming into it with the expectation that they're talking to a person here. And so they actually start tailoring the way that they speak because they know that. Now, it's interesting, though, you do get, because we get to see call recordings as we're tuning these systems, you do get to hear people talking to these systems occasionally like they are talking to a person, like they thank them for their help, or they say, you have a good day, and things like that, which really it's a machine. So that's kind of humorous. But I think for the most part, we're not pretending to be an actual person, and it's pretty clear that we are not an actual person. Now, how that will change over the coming years, it's going to be interesting to see. We've seen, demonstrations from, people like Google with their duplex voices, where it's essentially you cannot tell the difference between that and an actual person. And then it's all about the NLP and how it responds. Henry, what was your approach with the Levy in terms of how much you wanted to mimic a person versus being clear that it is a software service that they're talking to?
Kellen, that's a great question, because for us, our biggest challenge was our population. The demographics are a much older clientele. So the concern was, how are they going to react to speaking to something that's automated? And one of the comments you made, I laughed, because we are listening to a lot of the phone calls and the interactions, and you hear our members speaking to their significant others and family members and saying, hey, I think I'm speaking to a robot, or this is a computer. And they're actually having fun with it. And we tried to tailor it by first introducing the fact that it is a virtual agent, but then trying to make the conversation as personal as possible so that it seems like they are speaking to a person. And by the end of the call, it's exactly what you said. We're getting a lot of thank yous. We're getting a lot of have a great days. And we also have a post-call survey so that the caller can rate their experience. And some of the comments that are coming back is, I really like speaking to Ava. Ava could give a lot of training to some of the other folks. So it's really been interesting to hear that. And some of the response has been great.
Okay, great. The next question is, as you make these investments, how do you measure success? For example, customer service metrics, sales, and costs. This is perhaps one of the most important questions in this whole process of rolling out AI and conversational AI technology within your organization. Before you start a project, you really need to understand what you as the buyer, what are your success metrics? And you need to make sure that those success metrics are shared with your stakeholders, of course, but also the people that are, if there is people helping you develop this application or applications for your business, that they also are on board with these success metrics. Occasionally, we see projects where the expectation for success is such a high level that we need to provide advice to the party that you're unlikely to achieve those things. Like I need to remove or I need to move entirely to virtual agents, and I don't need human agents at all as a success. That is unrealistic for the vast majority of use cases. Sometimes you get use cases from customers that are just bad ideas. I remember a use case which was essentially looking to put an intelligent virtual agent on an emergency service, for example, and that would be a bad idea. Where you have areas of high stress, high empathy requirements, and all this sorts of stuff, you want to make sure that you're using people because people do that the best. So getting agreement on those success metrics is super important, but those success metrics can be wildly different depending on what you're trying to solve for. Henry, how did you decide on what the success metrics at Allevi were going to be as you were implementing Ava?
Well, for us, we're looking to scale quickly and easily, and our hope was that the AI would be able to help us do that, so that we could take the current employees that we have and hopefully dedicate them to more challenging tasks. So the integration team with Five9 was great, helping us to point out the comments that you were making just now and really saying where we would be able to take advantage of the AI more efficiently and more quickly. So that's why we started with the appointment confirmations. These are transactional interactions that the AI can help us with very quickly. And we're implementing some of the new instances with appointment confirmations and cancellations, which again are quick and transactional, and then reallocating those resources that would typically service those calls to other more complicated initiatives within the organization. So the ability to scale, the ability to require less FTEs to service the calls we're taking today, those were some of the things that we looked at the beginning.
Awesome. All right, this next one is specifically about the Five9 platform. It says, how do IVAs interact with live agents using Five9? So I'll take this one. Essentially, you can think of a virtual agent, if it's a telephony agent, so on the phone, as just another extension within Five9. So in the same way that you can transfer a call from one agent to another, using their extension, for example, you can also transfer a call into a virtual agent and vice versa. Now, one of the big things that you have to make sure that you handle when you do that is context preservation. Everyone's had that sort of experience where they talk to an IVR and then they fill in a whole bunch of things, press a bunch of buttons, and then they get to the agent asks them to do all that again using their voice. That loss of context is, we're trying to make sure we preserve that at all costs in terms of that context. So as you pass calls around inside the Five9 switch, essentially within the ACD, you're actually passing attached data with that call.
Mm-hmm.
So if I provide a piece of information in the IVA, such as my customer number or what I'm calling about or a transcript of what I've said or whatever, it all goes with that call. So that when it goes to, if it needs to go to a VCC, Five9 agent and on their desktop, you'll see all that information, and it'll be appeared textually in the panel on the screen there. And so you can use that information anywhere that you like. You can write it to a CRM system, you can send it back to the IVA, and so on. And in some cases, you do need to go the other direction, right? So you imagine talking to a human agent in a contact center, but you get to a particular point in the dialogue, which is perhaps PCI compliant, like you need to do a credit card payment. It's very common to conference in a virtual agent at that point that is listening to the caller and taking that interaction, and the human agent cannot actually hear the interaction. They can't hear, the credit card being spoken or keyed in or whatever. So you do need to support that two-way passing, and that is obviously a key part of a modern ACD like Five9. Okay, we've only got a minute left, so let's just see if we've got some more questions here. A lot of comments that are not questions. That's great. I think we have most of them done. There's one here. There are some privacy concerns with voice assistants listening in all the time, picking up wake words and so on. Explain how you're ensuring customer privacy. Okay, great question, and a big question for the industry in general. So it's important to know that what we're talking about here is not, in this particular example that we've used today, are not smart speaker devices. So devices that are not necessarily kind of always on, like you'd see with an Amazon Echo or a Google Home Hub or something like that. And as a result, there are no kind of wake words. Essentially, the recognizer is only invoked at the point at which we're expecting you to utter some dialogue, and then it's basically out of the call again. We still have issues, though, or considerations, really is the best word, where we need to make sure that data residency is taken care of, compliance is taken care of, redaction is taken care of, and so on. So, for example, if I am in the EU, then I'm subject to GDPR. If I am in Canada and we have calls or audio being trunked to the US, that comes under the Patriot Act, and that's not necessarily what specific customers in Canada would like, maybe like the Canadian government. So we have to basically look at all of these things as they present themselves. But it is a very big part and a very big consideration of the design in terms of what technologies you're going to use under the hood, where you're going to reside that data, and so on. But as far as wake words and things like that, that's not really applicable to essentially what we've showcased today, but definitely is as you get into the sort of smart speaker space. So with that, we are out of time. Thank you very much, Henry, for coming along and presenting and answering questions. And to Patrick, who unfortunately wasn't able to stay for the Q&A. Thank you for attending our session. There's a range of sessions later today. I hope you can go to all of those. And thanks. Have a great day, and see you soon. Bye.
Take care.
Excellent. Yeah, thanks so much to Patrick, Henry, and Callan. And thank you, audience, for all those amazing questions. Please keep them coming. Every session, you can go over to the right, use Slido, and make sure you put in even more amazing and intelligent questions. Our next session is brought to you by Capital One. Thank you to Capital One. We're going to hear from Capital One's Ken Dodlin, Vice President of Mobile, Web, Conversational AI, and Messaging Product Experience, about how the company is scaling their technologies in the cloud to deliver real-time intelligent customer experiences. And Ken will be interviewed by our very own Sage Lazaro. So please welcome to the stage Ken and Sage. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us at Transform 2021. My name is Sage Lazaro, and I'm excited to be here with Ken Dodlin, the Vice President of Mobile, Web, Conversational AI, and Messaging Products at Capital One. We're going to be talking about the company's use of AI and data for customer service and the challenges and decisions there, particularly with its Eno Intelligent Assistant. Welcome, Ken. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thanks for having me.
I understand you're now at a 99% success rate when it comes to understanding some of your customer utterances. What can you tell us about that and how you did it?
Sure. So that statistic specifically maps to our SMS fraud alert. So when we notice some sort of anomaly in your transactions, Eno will reach out over SMS and present the transaction details to you as a customer and say, hey, was this yours? Is this something that you did or not, as a way to get customer confirmation of whether there might be fraud on the account. And before we had natural language understanding as part of that experience, we understood about 85% of responses, because what we asked the customer to do was to do some sort of translation on their own for our machines. Type 1 for yes, or 2 for no, or type confirm, or type deny. And we ended up getting a lot of, yeah, that was me. Yes, that was me shopping in Philadelphia with my sister, getting a purse last weekend. Lots of information that's interesting and natural for the customer to express, but not natural for a machine to understand. And so by adding NLU, we were able to understand now 99% of those responses, which is great for customers because they don't get an error response. They get a response that's reflective of being understood. And it's great for us too, because we don't have to have a lot of, customers who are just misunderstood calling us with, elevated stress.
Yeah, that's quite a lift due to the natural language understanding. 99% is, almost perfect. So that's awesome. And let's just back it up a little now. When did Capital One start thinking about the possibilities of AI for customer service? And then when did you really start prioritizing it? And what were the factors at play that led you to do so?
Sure. Well, Sage, we started this back in 2016 when we were one of the early recipients of some Amazon Echo devices. And Amazon was looking for partners, tech-forward partners in various industries to look at how they might create a conversational experience for, in each of those industries. And in our case, we looked at it and thought, well, this is great. Customers can express themselves in any way that they want. They can get their balance. They can, they can pay their bill. How can we create an experience that allows them to do all these simple, repeatable use cases through voice? And that was pretty exciting for us. And so we were the first bank to develop a skill that enabled customers to do those things on the Alexa platform. And then we turned our attention the following year towards chat. And that's when we got to the example we just talked about how can we leverage natural language understanding in the SMS channel. And then the following year, so 2018, 2019, we moved it into our website and our mobile app where, is prevalent for our customers, and they can ask lots and lots of different questions and get helpful answers.
Let's dive a little deeper into Eno now. How has the initial vision for the product evolved over time, and how are you continuing to develop it?
So the initial vision has evolved quite a bit, in fact. So initially, like I said, we were just trying to figure out how we could better understand what are essentially yes/no responses from customers in a very controlled environment like SMS. We've evolved it in two ways. One way is just the number of places it's is available to chat with customers. So we added the mobile app and the website, and there we invited conversations about anything. And so customers can come in and whether they're a bank customer, card customer, what have you, auto customer, they can come in and ask any question about their account, which puts tremendous stress on us to make intelligent in all those different contexts and try to provide helpful answers to customers. The other way it's evolved is we haven't restricted ourselves to conversations initiated by the customer. Actually knows a lot about the customer context and leverages our advanced data infrastructure to anticipate customer needs and then reach out either through push notifications or email or what have you, so that will actually be initiating a conversation and bringing forth important information and actions to the customer, just like you would want a human assistant to do.
What were the unique challenges for creating Eno compared to other customer experience and AI-enabled products?
Yeah, for decades, we've gotten very good at developing graphical user interfaces or GUIs, and now we're expanding to a conversational interface where, unlike the GUI, where the company dictates the inputs that the customer can have, there's only so many buttons that you can click on the screen, and they are put there by the company anticipating what you're going to ask. But what gets lost in the data even of an analyzing usage of those is all the things that the customer wanted to express that weren't served by the things you put on the screen. And in a conversational interface where you just have a waiting microphone or a blinking cursor, a customer can express anything. It's a limitless, infinite number of things that can come in. And now we have to not just design experiences for the things we expected to get, but continuously learn about all the other things that are coming in and the different ways they're coming in, so that can either succeed for the customer or, as we like to say, fail gracefully as we continue to build out the capabilities.
And when you were creating Eno, was build versus buy a tough call here? Walk us through that decision-making process and what you've taken away from it.
Yeah, so we started with a partner option where we partnered with a company to provide us with the NLU capabilities we needed just to get off the ground and start to get something in the market and to quickly learn about how customers were going to interact with this experience and what we were going to need to build on our side for the infrastructure and so forth. While we did that, we started staffing up. Frankly, we had to bring in some new talent into the company that understood how this worked. And then somebody else one of the tech companies made their own buy, build, partner decision and actually bought the company we had partnered with. And so that made the partnership we had in place something that wasn't going to last as long as we had hoped. And it kind of forced a decision that we were gravitating towards anyway, which was to build our own NLU, because what we learned after bringing in some folks and working with it for a while was that we could train our AI to be more knowledgeable about and have a better vocabulary for banking conversations relatively quickly than the general NLU that had been developed by our partner. And that's to say that general NLU was and remains much better at talking about all sorts of things, from sports to activities to education, whatever it is. And Eno is still terrible about all those things, but intentionally so. We focus on banking-related topics, and we were able to exceed that based on our ability to leverage our hundreds of thousands of live chat logs between customers and our agents to train the AI to understand how customers talk about money and what answers they're looking for.
And you mentioned needing to account for anything a customer might say in these scenarios, but what are the top considerations you found are important when applying data and AI technologies to these customer service experiences?
Well, first of all, context matters a ton. And so, we are scripting answers in many cases that are relatively consistent regardless of the particular customer's context. And we've gotten a little bit more advanced with that of late, but we always have to remember when we're creating an experience all the different customer contexts that might be applicable when someone delivers this, hits this intent, as we call it. So a customer might be in a moment of levity, or they might be in a moment of extreme stress, and financial stress is nothing to make jokes about. And so we need to make sure that, has an appropriate tone and modifies how that conversation is going to go, much as a call center agent, human would. We also look at where Eno is going to show up. And so we have a dedicated place where customers can go chat with Eno. More and more, we're looking for ways that we can proactively anticipate where a customer might need help in one of our digital experiences, and then foreground Eno's presence either for enabling the customer to ask the question or just to have a suggested answer or question brought forth to the customer in their moment of need. So lots of evolution continues here, but we're excited about the path that Eno's on.
And aside from those top considerations, those really big things to account for, are there any small details you found are really important along the way? Maybe you didn't anticipate at the beginning, or things people might not think of?
We probably didn't anticipate the breadth of questions customers would have. There's the thing that's probably underappreciated about chatbots and the conversational interface is the data that it captures. And as I was hitting on earlier, when a customer comes and visits a GUI page and then they close it and leave, you don't know what happened, especially if they didn't do anything. Sometimes customers just come in for information, and that's great. But a lot of times, they'll encounter frustration and close it. And if they don't have an outlet to express that other than picking up the phone, that's a void in your data. And think about all that we are able to do when we know, okay, people going through this flow frequently ask these types of questions. Not only does it inform the types of adjustments we'll make to our natural language understanding model and the answers that can provide, but it also helps direct what should be on the GUI screen to begin with, and how we can address customer needs before they even encounter them. And so that was the data side of it, to inform the GUI is probably something that we didn't anticipate going in, but I think that's going to prove to be increasingly valuable over time.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And beyond that, what's the lesson you learned throughout this journey of overall applying AI to customer experience? Is there anything you wish you knew earlier on that could have saved you some trouble along the way, going through the process, building this out and deploying it?
I think there's probably a bit of education for customers of like, hey, here's what this is for, and here's how it can be successful. That some expectation settings probably when we were first coming out, as we were still learning about what customers were going to ask. Certainly, it's a frustrating experience. We've all had it on various sites when you ask a question and you're not understood. And one of the things we got right, I think, was slow rolling the rollout, so that as we learned, and got better and better, we expanded the audience that it was available to. We didn't initially make available to all of our customers. We started with a segment of customers in just one line of business, the credit card business. And over time, we've expanded to the bank and auto businesses that we run as well. Probably just setting those expectations of, hey, this is hard. This isn't designing a screen and then releasing it. This is designing an infinite number of conversations and figuring out how you're going to maximize the success that customers have through using this tool, and setting their expectations for what kinds of things it can be helpful for.
Easier said than done, right?
It is.
Well,
it's hard. The bots don't always behave the way you want them to. So it's a lot of fascinating work by some very talented people here at Capital One to try to make successful in all these different circumstances.
Well, congrats on what you guys have been working on so far. It's been great talking to you, Ken. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing some lessons from your journey.
Thanks so much for having me, Sage.
All right, well, let's get into some questions. First, we have one here asking, how has Capital One's move to the cloud powered and other digital experiences?
Yeah, so our move to the cloud has enabled us to scale resources based on consumption and business needs. We didn't have to do anything different to support last year's stimulus check events, which saw record-breaking customers wanting to check their account balances and chat with online. And so that's really powerful. Another one is that it enables our teams to work with the best-in-class tools and resources. So AWS means we can experiment and lower that barrier of entry to the latest cloud offerings. Finally, it's a great story for recruiting. Folks know they're not going to have to be working in a data center, and they'll be up and running quickly with familiar tools. So it's been a great win for us.
Great. Another of our viewers wants to know, as NLU advances, what other opportunities can it provide for organizations?
So as NLU advances, well, the basic Q&A use cases today can expand, and you can get into multi-turn conversations more frequently. So we have some of those today with payments, a good example, where you need to extract in that conversation for someone to make a payment, 3 or 4 pieces of information. What's your payment account from? What's your payment account to? How much and when? And so the ability to do that all in a conversation takes some programming, because people don't always converse in a linear direction. You can imagine that flow having a break in the middle of it where someone says, well, wait a minute, what's my balance in that account? And being able to shift context and address that customer need while keeping them in the conversation. And then when you return, being able to understand when someone says yes, that it's to the earlier question, is really powerful. So that dialogue management is sort of the companion to natural language understanding that allows us to have more human-like conversations and accomplish more complex tasks.
All right, let's see what else we got here. Do the learnings and data from conversations help you develop other tools or aspects of customer service? How do you think about the potential feedback loop there?
I mean, the feedback loop is incredibly valuable. We've only scratched the surface of it so far, and it's one of the things I'm most excited about moving forward. The ability to provide a natural language interface in seamlessly in a graphical user interface allows you to capture data that you're otherwise blind to. And so you understand customer needs, and you think about how hard it is in most organizations to say, okay, show me all the questions that customers asked after they went on this page of our site and then called in and actually reached an agent and got to the point of the conversation where they were talking about that. It's really hard to do in a scalable way. And so the ability to just look at all the intents that were surfaced by our natural language processing solution at a point in time that we can clearly identify is really helpful, both for refining Eno's capabilities in the conversation, but more importantly, in the actual experience the customer was in, so that we don't have to guess why people are falling out of a flow. We can just look and see, oh, everyone seems to be asking this question. We missed it, and we can make a fix.
Yeah, great questions. Let's keep them coming. Okay, what else do we have here? You talked about the breadth of questions customers have. Are there any customer needs Eno and NLU have given you insight to that maybe weren't apparent before?
Any questions that we've gotten that have given us insights to things we didn't have before? Boy, I'll start with edge cases and customer situations, right? You try to game plan out all the different ways conversations can go and all the different customer contexts for someone coming in. And then you see the transcripts and you realize you may have missed things. And so even something as simple as someone asking a question about a term or condition on their card and realizing that, oh, if they didn't specify a certain thing, we may not get the precise answer they're looking for. And certainly, we never want to give bad information. We want to be as trusted and reliable as anything else. So probably the questions that are maybe for the not 80% use cases are the ones where we've learned the most. And it's been enlightening both for our front end experience and also our data on the back end, and how we need to make sure we're managing that so it can surface in all different places with the correct information.
All right. Another viewer asks, outside of SMS, what other channels can Eno interact with?
So we started with Eno and SMS, and then we moved to our mobile app and our website. Eno also proactively delivers insights about your money and your credit card and your bank account and auto finance loans through push notifications. And we also have a browser plugin that will provide you with a virtual card number when you're shopping online. So for example, if you're at a website and they're asking you for your credit card number, wouldn't it be great, especially with all of the breaches we hear about all the time, to be able to give them a number that wasn't your actual credit card number, so that if for some reason a bad actor got a hold of it, they couldn't compromise your account in a way that you would lose control of. And so Eno will recognize when you're on a checkout screen and pop up with a, hey, do you want a virtual card number? And that's just a different number that on our side ties to your real number. But on the front end, if someone ever got a hold of it, they would never be able to use it except at that merchant. And oh, by the way, you can turn it off, just that number, and the rest, your card still works everywhere else. So it's a browser plugins aren't the most common thing in the world, but the passion around folks who are using that has been fantastic, because not only does it solve the problem of security, but it also is a nice use case where you don't have to enter your card number in all these places. You just click a button, and in many cases, just populates the field, or you can just drag it over there.
Yeah, it's a great point. Speaking of someone asked, is there a meaning behind the name?
Yeah, there's a. So first of all, it's one spelled backwards from capital One, which I know is not the most imaginative thing, but we put a ton of thought into the name of it. And so, back when we were starting this, we had our team came together and thought, well, look, we don't want to give our assistant a female name. We feel like there's a lot of female names out there for assistants, and we don't want to reinforce any gender stereotypes about, oh, why does an assistant have to be female? And then as we were doing it, we thought, okay, well, we'll go against the grain and come up with a male name. And then we thought, well, wait a minute, what are we reinforcing there? This is a financial assistant, so it has to be a male. And so we felt like that's not right either. And so ultimately, we landed on a gender neutral name, like Eno, and it has played out that way. So Eno can be whatever people conjure up in their minds when they use Eno. The visual for it, it's just a chat bubble with a smiley face. We don't get into any anthropomorphism beyond that, and we see it in the feedback we get from customers. Some will refer to Eno as a he, some as a she, some as an it. But yeah, we've been real pleased with the response to the name, and it's also a wine bar down in Georgetown, which gives us a nice place for a lunch party.
Great. Ken, thank you so much for being here. This has been great.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, it really was great. Thank you so much to Ken and Sage. And thanks very much to Capital One for that great session. So here now, we're going to keep things moving along with Comcast's journey in implementing conversational AI for content delivery and enabling better user experiences. Please welcome Matthew Zalesko, Chief Technology Officer at Comcast. And Matthew will be in conversation with the person that I gave the Most Dapper Dresser Award yesterday. It's our very own Harry Siverman. Take it away, Matthew and Harry.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our audience, wherever you're joining us from around the world. Today, we're going to be talking about something which I'm sure will resonate with everybody in the audience. It is this little black rectangular object that we call the TV remote, and all the technology that goes inside it. Now, this particular one belongs to Comcast, and Comcast, as we all know, is the #1 cable provider in the United States. And what that means is that they have literally an ocean of content out there. And a lot of times, as we find ourselves trying to figure out what show to watch next, what movie to watch, or what game to watch, we're kind of lost in that ocean. And this TV remote is kind of like a compass, if you will. And there's new innovation that we're going to be talking about today, which is a little blue button out here, which is the voice assistant, the Xfinity voice assistant. Now, what we're going to talk about is the incredible amount of data and AI technology that goes into it. And to talk about that, we have with us none other than the Chief Technology Officer of Comcast, Matt Zalesko. Matt, welcome to Transform.
Thank you so much. That was a great introduction to the voice remote.
Cool, great. So we'll get to that just in a minute, Matt, but I want you to start off by just introducing yourself, the role that you play at Comcast, especially as it relates to data and AI.
Yeah, and again, thank you for having me. I lead a combined product and technology organization, and those teams create our entertainment and our connectivity products. Now, these products matter to customers probably now more than ever, and we create great experiences built on global platforms. Now, my team also includes a brilliant and growing applied AI team, and that team develops AI and machine learning technologies that are used by our team, but is also used throughout the company. And our voice remote, which we're going to talk about today, was really our first AI-powered product, and it certainly remains one of our most important. But the team has been able to export the learnings from that to really address so many other domains, including customer experience, network reliability, and even connected home. It's in everything we do now.
Cool, great. So talk to me about what was the genesis of this idea, this voice assistant? What was the problem statement, and how did you go about defining the business problem first? And then we'll talk about how you went about making the product.
Yeah, and I think you highlighted this. Over time, the content landscape has grown dramatically, and we realized that it was much harder for customers to determine even simple questions like what to watch and where to watch it. And so there we really recognized that helping them do that meant having a really deep understanding of content and making it easy for them. A given TV series, for example, might be available on a live airing. It might be available on video on demand, maybe on your DVR. It's probably available to rent or buy. And really allowing the customer, number one, to understand that those are all the same piece of content, just delivered in different ways. Understanding what you're entitled to, and then the best way for you to watch it is a real killer. And so, navigating to the content you want is really so important. And we felt voice was just the most natural way to do that.
And how have you measured? Obviously, this system is in place now for a couple of years. What are the wow results that you've achieved, and how do you measure your success?
Yeah, a great question. And I think one of our cultural principles overall is continuous learning and continuous improvement. And that is so well suited to the work that we do in AI. The voice remote has been around for a while, but it has changed dramatically during that time. We've been able to develop a great sense of what works, what doesn't, and how customers like to interact with that technology. I mean, the voice remote has been delivering these wow sorts of moments for us since we first launched it in 2015. It really started as an app. It was just, so that we could start exploring with voice interfaces. And then when we created a hardware remote, we really initially planned on a limited release. We were going to put out a few thousands of these and see how customers use them. But almost instantly, customers responded so positively that we shipped millions of these voice remotes in the first year alone. And so when you come to measurement, there's a number of ways, but I think the biggest thing that we measure and what matters the most to us is engagement. We are, committed to building products that customers love, and we know we've achieved that goal when we see customers coming back and using these experiences again and again. And more than 70% of our customers with a voice remote use voice commands at least once a week. And those who use the remote consistently spend more time watching more content than those who don't. So when we make it easy to discover what they want, customers use more of our services and they use them longer. They also, that's the end of the day. They use it more, and we love that as a hero metric.
Cool. Sounds good. So let's talk about how you did it, right? And let's start with the most obvious place in AI, which is the data. How did you go about collecting the data? How did you go about structuring it? In your case, metadata, as we have discussed in the past as well. How did you go about making sure that you have the right data in place? And how did you make sure that you massage the data properly?
Yeah, as I had just mentioned, really having a keen understanding of metadata around entertainment content. When I say metadata, I mean, description of the show, genre of the show, obviously show title, actors, etc. That metadata is so critical to the performance of our voice remote experience and really all of our content discovery experiences. Because without that great organized metadata about all of the hundreds of thousands of pieces of content we've got, no amount of AI or machine learning is going to get customers to what they want. And so in this case, we really put the horse before the cart. And even before we built the voice platform, we put a lot of work into our metadata platform through a program called Compass, believe it or not. I love that you use the compass analogy, because that's exactly what we called our metadata platform. And again, we knew that with this increased availability of content, simple questions were going to get harder. And we knew that our understanding and indexing of the metadata about shows needed to be as clean and usable as it could be. Now, we've made a more recent addition to the platform, which we call deep metadata. And there, we're not just looking at that data about the show, the descriptive content I talked about before, like title and actors, but really using computer vision to understand what's happening in a specific scene. And so just one example of how this deepens the experience for customers, we've created a feature that allows customers to jump directly to the most important moments in a football game that they've recorded on their DVR. So you can sort of jump from highlight to highlight. And to do this, we use state-of-the-art multimodal analysis of audio, the soundtrack of the show, the closed captioning of the show. We do computer vision on the video. And we use all those techniques to pinpoint specific on-screen moments. And to the second part of your question, accuracy is so important here. We need to get it right. And so one common way we test the accuracy of the labeling and of our metadata classifications is to really incorporate overlapping annotations into our process. So we'll take a small percentage of the images that we use for the computer vision algorithms, and we'll annotate them by at least two of our human annotators separately. And we'll do it in a way where each annotator can't see what the other one did. And then we can look for discrepancies in the annotations and address them. And, that's could be as simple as providing additional clarification or additional training of the models, but it's a really powerful concept.
Sounds good. So talk to me, Matt, how did you make this decision? You talked about Compass. How did you make this decision of building versus buying? And where do you store the data? Is it stored in the cloud? If so, then what kind of technology do you use? How did you make that decision of cloud versus on-prem?
Yeah. So, and I would say historically, our industry has been very heavily skewed towards buy versus build. But for really the last decade, we've been on a journey to invert that ratio. We want to be as much of a technology exporter as we are a technology importer. So we still buy where it makes sense and where there's a great solution that meets our needs in the market. But given our scale and also really the unique nature of the problems that we're solving, we find that we get the best results when we build to meet our customers' needs. And that approach has really paid off for us, because we now license so much of the technology that we build, including the voice remote, to other providers in the US, in Canada, and even in Europe. And so when we started to experiment with the voice control, we absolutely looked at what commercial products were available. We have a great partner on the voice remote, Nuance, that provides the ASR technology. It essentially takes what the customer says and turns it into text. But when it came to the NLP, or the natural language processing platform, the thing that takes that text and really determines what a customer meant, there wasn't anything on the market that came close to meeting our requirements for accuracy and ease of use. And so we knew nobody else was indexing the quantity and complexity of metadata, and so no off-the-shelf platform was going to work. And I think it's important to note that build buy is a point-in-time decision, and it can and should be revisited over time. I think our partners have validated, our decision to build by choosing our platform, which winds up giving us tremendous scale and additional means for investment. But it means, our system's getting better all the time. In terms of compute and storage, I would say historically, it's been very much an on-prem solution, but increasingly over the last few years, we recognize the momentum in the public cloud. We recognize the value of writing to higher level services rather than just infrastructure as a service, really leveraging higher level services in the public clouds. And so increasingly more and more of both our data and our workloads are in the public cloud. and in no small part because we can be elastic with our infrastructure, right? So you look at you look at usage patterns for entertainment in particular. Guess what? We have giant spikes during prime time from the East Coast to the West Coast. The rest of the day is much lower. So for us to be elastic and build to those spikes is incredibly powerful for us and very efficient.
Great. Sounds like an interesting journey. Might you be able to share some of the sort of your top tips, lessons learned, mistakes to avoid, so that your peers watching can potentially take that away home and implement it in their business?
Yeah, there were a lot of moments of learning. I think as we built this voice remote, the first one was, just simply having that aha moment that we built this voice remote, customers loved it, and being able to capture that and then ship millions. And so being able to recognize when your customers are telling you that and then shipping a whole bunch. I think our platform has evolved so much since we lost the voice remote. And, we've now gone to different countries, different partners, and, we've expanded our set of performance metrics and success metrics well beyond just the engagement one I talked about before. So, those performance metrics, those additional ones, allow us to make the tweaks to our models that we need to. We're really leaning into active learning to help continue this virtuous cycle where we can help our systems learn faster from the data and the behavior. I think one great example of the power of machine learning is, we see a lot of customers, probably not surprisingly, asking to tune to channels. And you think it would be simple to ask to watch CNN. But our customers actually ask to watch CNN in more than 20,000 different ways. And so thanks to machine learning, we can really understand in all those 20,000 different ways that what the customer wants to do is tune to CNN. The other thing we really learned here is we learned that customers ask for much more than just entertainment when they use the voice remote. Even though we might want to think that this is a special purpose remote for entertainment, they ask us all kinds of things all the time. So we had to create a model that could return things from many different domains. Essentially, we give each request to many domain expert systems, and each system returns a result and a confidence in that result. So if I asked for the score of last night's Sixers game, our sports domain would return a result with really high confidence. And what we found is when you go even outside of entertainment, I mentioned the 20,000 different ways to ask to tune to CNN. The number of ways to ask goes up even more when you go into other domains. A great example is we see more than 100,000 different ways that customers ask to see their bill. Again, a very simple request, but using that active learning and a feedback loop on what customers are doing so that we can really determine what they want and what they're asking for.
Great. So you talked about customers asking the same thing in multiple ways. How do you measure the accuracy of your system? How do you know that the model that you've put in place, the AI model, is returning the right results, the right level of accuracy, the right level of confidence? How do you measure that? Because it's one thing measuring in-house, but how do you measure it outside with the customers in the real world, if you will?
Great question. And we have, we're really lucky to have a lot of data about the behavior of our systems and how our customers are reacting to the results that we put out there. And so, we're strong believers, first of all, in just reviewing our data and in having human in the loop review processes around our data annotations so that we're getting really good machine learning. Now, we know that these machine metrics can help us understand where a customer might be having a problem finding the content that they wanted to watch. So we look for patterns like repeated voice commands. Is the customer saying the same thing or saying similar things in different ways? Or maybe the customer just, gives up and goes back to the traditional remote to find what they want. And all of that helps us understand both what a customer was asking for and what they ultimately wanted. And so once we find those, we can look for linguistic patterns that we might need to modify our pipeline to better handle, whether it's accented speech or how we determine a customer's intention through NLP, or even if there's a nickname for a TV show that we need to know to train our models better. So really observing that behavior, watching kind of the broader loop, and then understanding what to do about it.
Great. I have 20 more questions actually, Matt, but unfortunately we're out of time. So thank you so much. That was a very enlightening talk, and I hope the audience took a lot of things away from that they can use in their businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a real pleasure to be here, and delighted to share with you, our journey to the voice remote and rich metadata and just creating the best personalized experience for our customers.
Thank you. All right, Matt. So let's take some questions from the audience. I see a few that have come in here. The first one really, Matt, relates to the ROI discussion that we had. How do you measure your success? Somewhat along the same lines. The question says, this sounds expensive. Where do you do your processing and how do you monetize that?
So, with all of our infrastructure, and particularly at the scale that we run, these things are expensive. And so we need to make sure that the investments we're making are paying off for us and especially for the customer. And again, a lot of this comes down to simplifying our customers' lives. It's still hard to answer simple questions like, what should I watch and where should I watch them? And so if we can even reduce even a small amount of that friction and have our customers find what they want and spend more time on our platform, that is often worth it just in that moment. We want to be the interface of choice, whether that's X1 for our premium video customers or Flex for our streaming customers. We want to be the platform they choose because we make it the simplest. And we really believe that in that world, this tight integration of metadata and metadata across all of the content combined with voice search, where you can ask really rich questions about the thing that you want to watch next, really differentiates us. And so, at some level, it's as simple as that we want to be able to be differentiated. The company, placed a huge bet by essentially giving every single customer a voice remote. So when we originally launched it, we made a decision pretty quickly that we were just going to send them to all our customers, regardless of what remote they had now. And that was a big bet, but it has paid off. More than 90% of our customers with those remotes use them on a regular basis. They're doing over 1 billion voice commands a month. It's really, we've seen the usage be incredibly strong because it just is a good thing for them and it makes things more easy.
Okay, let's take the next question. It says, what was your biggest challenge in labeling the data? Did you do this manually or did you use any automation tool? If yes, then what kind of tools did you use?
Yeah, so there's for sure a lot of manual effort in there, again, to make sure that we have the right associations so that TV show that's on TV, that's also available on demand, that's also available on a streaming app like Netflix, that we have those all in one place so you can choose the best way to watch. So we do use some internal automated matching that tries to do the best job it can in terms of associating those different pieces of content together. But then we also have a really great and talented set of annotators that go in and make sure, if we can't do an automated match, to do those matches for us. So it's a combination of, homegrown algorithms and tools combined with people that get involved and help us go that final step.
Awesome. So next question is an interesting one. It says, how does Comcast approach responsible AI? For example, making sure the remote responds free of bias.
Yeah, and this has been a big focus area for us. And there's bias in many different forms. And the first thing we've done is to make sure that we're very inclusive from a language perspective, right? So we now support English, French Canadian, we've got UK English, Italian, German, and we make sure we've got native speakers in each one of the, I'm sorry, I forgot Spanish. We've got native speakers in each one of those languages that's helping us continually improve and evolve the algorithm so that we're not putting in biases against particular accents. So that's the first step. I think the other one is, and I mentioned this before as we were talking, that we really use both what customers say and then the behavior they perform afterwards to help us evaluate how well we're doing. And so if we find that we're missing the mark on something, we flag that, we have ways to identify it, and then we can go in and adjust. So we are really placing an emphasis there as well on, are we returning the right results? And I think that's something we'll continue to work on, but it is a top focus for us to make sure that we are building these products for everyone and that the voice experience is as inclusive as possible.
Okay, we have 30 seconds left. One more question, but I'll need a quick response from you. What is the level of granularity that your voice assistant has achieved? Can it pick up exact events, for instance? Can it say, show me that Ronaldo goal in yesterday's game?
We get very close in TV series when we have been able to evaluate them. So we're getting better and better. You can be very detailed in the questions you ask. We're not down to individual goals yet, but we're pretty close.
All right, great. And that is a wrap. So I'm going to hand it over back to Stuart. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Hari. It's a pleasure as always.
Yeah, thank you to you both. Thanks very much for another great session, Matthew and Hari. Next, we're going to go right to Mariana Tessel, Chief Technology Officer at Intuit. She chats with VentureBeat's very own CEO, Matt Marshall, about how Intuit combined expert AI assistants with virtual human experts and grew its TurboTax live customer base by 70%, and what you can learn from that. So please, take it away, Mariana and Matt.
Hello, everybody. Intuit is a well-known company for its tax filing software, TurboTax, and it's seen some pretty dynamic growth over the last 5 years. It's at about 128 billion value. That's almost fourfold what it was 5 years ago. And I'm speaking with the Chief Technology Officer of Intuit, Mariana Tessel. Welcome, Mariana.
Hi there.
Thanks for joining us. So the title of this talk is How Intuit Combined Expert AI Assistants with Human Experts and Grew TurboTax User Base by 70%. And what our audience can learn from that. So jumping right in, you grew the TurboTax user base 70% last year. Customer use, or the time of customer service was taken down 15%, you say. And AI is playing a surprising role. Can you talk a little bit about how, Mariana, and in what ways?
Yeah, sure. That's, as you know, just to take you back, we have a service, it's called TT Live, that actually allows customers and experts to connect. And, we think about several ways that you can prepare your taxes. You can do it yourself and you can just use the software. Then you can, a lot of people understand when somebody else does their taxes, so like do it for me. But what we found in the last several years that there's really a room for this idea of do it with me. And this idea that, hey, you can have confidence in doing your taxes, but you need some help and you want some guidance or your taxes might be very complex. And by the way, this applies to taxes, but this idea of expertise applies to other things. So that started a journey where we started to offer a help of experts with, this idea of like you use the product and you use an expert to help you. And, as we started doing that, we at the first thought about this is pretty simple. It's about taking in an expert and at the right time, connecting them to a customer and just kind of, voila, just take it from there. And what we noticed over time is that we actually needed, with the help of technology, we can actually improve both the experience of the expert as well as the experience of the customer. And with that, we actually saw that some of these improvements are harder and harder for like regular technology path, and we started applying more and more AI into the mix. And the more we applied it, the better results we've seen. So this has been something where we actually got deeper into AI. And let me just give you one simple example. We talk about this idea of like, hey, I want to connect with an expert. So on the surface, it looks like a scheduling problem. You would say, I just need to know who is available now, and I just want to, or who's available with the time I want to connect. And it's about matching calendars. But actually what we saw, it's about matching hundreds and hundreds of attributes and requirements that the customer have, or requirements that the expert have, or expertise that expert have, and making sure that these connect. Now it's actually a really complex problem. And the way to solve it is to apply AI. Some of these matches we do as quickly, we make the phone available as quickly as 5 minutes. So it really needs to be dynamic and real time. And again, like with regular technologies, this is a too complex problem to solve. But when you apply AI, actually, we can solve it really quickly for our customers. So this is just an example of how we started to use AI more and more, and how actually surprisingly it became something that powered our expert platform across the board in a much more meaningful way than we actually even originally imagined when we started going down this path. And we already had the idea that we want to use AI there.
Mariana, congratulations for the traction. Now, you had 70% growth last year, and I understand you have some estimates for this year. Can you talk a little bit about that growth, and how much do you think is coming from AI, and how much of it is coming from other things like that pandemic and the forcing of people to go to remote forms of tax filing?
So Matt, this is really exciting news. And while we don't have, and I can't share exact numbers now, last year we grew 70%, but this year we anticipating growing another 90%, which is an unbelievable growth just with this TT Live offering alone. And again, we have other expertise offerings that we have with our QuickBooks product. We think this is a very generic need of like matching experts. Now, in terms of how much of that is AI versus, the boost from everybody kind of working virtually, there's no question that we got a boost of like people going, kind of into their homes. But actually, we think most of the growth has happened because of this is just a good service. We had this idea of do it for me and working virtually way before the pandemic, and it was several years before, and we actually saw the need and this idea of I'm doing my taxes, I want to do it in the comfort of my home, in the comfort of my timeline, and it's just like a good problem to solve this way, unrelated of whether you're really spending your life in a virtual world like we all did in the last year or not. So actually, if I had to estimate, I think most of it is really because this is just a good product market fit. It's a need in the market. People want to help or do it with me, and we're providing this help. And our product is obviously, I'm very proud of what we're working on. Our product is good. It's been improving over time. And AI is just kind of this cherry on top that makes it so much more powerful, so much more real time, so much kind of improve the quality of how our experts work together with our customers, and the quality of the outcome and the confidence in taxes. So much of it is it's a need in the market, Matt, and we're meeting this need, and AI helps us to make it just so much better. That's the way to think about it versus just kind of a seasonal thing with pandemic that came upon us. Sure, it helped, but that's not kind of why we see most of the growth.
And Mariana, thanks for that. And I wanted to go into the how, right? So you've obviously got some great results here. And for our audience, and for the sake of our listeners here, I'd like to go into some of the lessons. So first of all, maybe to establish, what is the AI specifically? It sounds like there's the matching, and then the agent matching with the user. And then you have what happens after that matching takes place. It sounds like a lot of rules-based AI, right? Where if someone answers no to a particular question, then the software platform takes you on to the next appropriate question, and it helps the agents. But is there any deep that Intuit is also using, and more sophisticated AI?
Yeah, we actually several years because AI is just this term everybody uses. In several years, we decided to be very, very focused and define, go out with a way to define AI for ourselves. And we actually define it in 3 ways. It's machine learning, it's knowledge engineering, and it is natural language processing. And this actually represents the 3 areas where we massively invest in AI across the board. So you'll see it across the product, but definitely in this offering that we just talked about. So again, these are the areas. And let me maybe give you example for each, just to kind of make it real in the context of this product. In the context of knowledge engineering, this really helps codify rules into code and simplify it so you can let the power of the machine and computers to really help you with problems such as compliance. And just to make it real, we actually translate into code and into rules over 80,000 compliance pages that we have around tax. So just to give you an example, you take all of this complexity and you put it into rules and into code, and then you have a knowledge engine that helps you understand what information is still needed, what is the next step. And this is really what powers much of our tax product on the back end. So that's kind of one example of knowledge engineering.
What's the modeling algorithms you use there in terms of the knowledge engine?
The model is just called.
Sorry, is it NLP based? Is that the AI that you're using there? Or is it a mix of various approaches, including rules based?
We mix multiple things with knowledge engineering, but actually knowledge engineering is a discipline that basically says you turn rules into code, and you put some algorithms around them to then understand what is the next step. So an example of rules could be, as you know, compliance has a lot of rules. And if you look at them standalone, it just gets really complicated tree of decisions. But if you put it into kind of more of a knowledge engineering type approach, then you can basically quickly understand what is the next rule that you need to apply, what is still missing information, what is the next computation you need to make, and then then you go and do the right action. But knowledge engineering is an AI field that really helps you simplify this idea of lots of rules and lots of compliance in our case into just something you can translate into code.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry to throw you off. Were you going to go into other elements after the knowledge engine, or
yeah?
Did you cover
So that's like knowledge engineering, machine learning. We use very extensively in many ways that people use today. But like for example, when we talked about this matchmaking between an expert and a customer, we use machine learning in there, and we learn. We also use machine learning to personalize a product. And based on data that the customer has. So machine learning, again, just as many companies, we use it extensively. I think it's probably one of the most understood AI fields, and we use it in our product. And last is the natural language processing and understanding, or NLP. And we use that, for example, to understand what customers are saying, being able to transcribe some of the conversations with permissions, of course. And then being able to, take take and understand a written word or a spoken word, being able to interact with, like a bot in some cases, and augment an expert with kind of an automated language processing. Understanding documents is a big deal for us. A lot of the complexity around tax is documents and documents that you have to produce. And we have this magic where you can either we will connect directly to your bank and financial institutions, and we'll bring the documents in, or you'll just show us the document, you'll point your phone to it, and we'll suck the information from it, and we'll be able to understand it. So this is the kind of magic that NLP can help provide into our platform. And what's more importantly, we use these in combination. So I just talked about this idea of like you get the document in. Well, just to understand the words is one thing, but now I can use machine learning to maybe categorize things the right way, classify the documents the right way, understanding that I'm looking at a W-2 versus some other document. Those are, again, things that as humans, it's very simple for us to do. And as machines, we need to teach machines to do that. And this is where we use combinations of machine learning, natural language processing, and knowledge engineering all combined to really simplify the process for our customers and really help the experts.
Thanks for walking through that. One of the things we talked about in prep for this conversation in terms of the lessons and some of the bigger points you had around the how you did it was engineering hygiene, and then the surprising boost that you had from the cloud. Can you talk about those two things more specifically?
Yes, we learned so many lessons from this journey, and we continue to learn and improve. But, it starts with, as almost any engineering leader will tell you, it starts with a really great engineering hygiene. And it's such important to start with the basic availability, quality, performance, really look at the numbers. And we obsess over these numbers. We'll look at them on a daily and weekly basis. And we ask ourselves a question when the numbers are not great. And we actually conduct RCAs or root cause analysis. When the numbers are not great, we incorporate the learnings into this process. And as a result, what the customers see, what the experts see is a product that is available. And actually, we had, perfect availability for our season and for our tax season. And, what our customers see is perfect availability. They see great quality of the product. We see performance. We challenge our performance all the way to TP99. That means we don't even want to leave the 1 percentile that works on the slowest platforms or have the slowest setup, because we want to make sure that even they experience a great performance. So this is the kind of obsessing over these engineering details. It's such an important practice, I believe, in any engineering organization. It just sets the bar high, and that is so important. Then you're right, the cloud has been a big boost for us. We moved fully to the cloud last year, and we obviously appeared in reInvent, and we're like great partners with AWS, and we just got such a big boost from this endeavor, because instead of like worrying about managing infrastructure, managing network and storage, that's not the forte of what we want to do. That's not the problems our customers have. Our customers, they want to, worry about their financial lives. They want to make sure they have accuracy of taxes. Our small business customers, they want to sell flowers or have a services practice that they have. That's what we want to help them do. We don't even want to manage infrastructure. We don't want to manage storage. So we really leaned on the cloud here, and we've been seeing great results. The migration has been tough. A lot of companies going through kind of this on-prem to cloud. But once we completed that, we've seen such a big boost. There's a lot of things we don't need to worry about. And, we continue to enjoy different services we can find in the cloud. So this has been really a great boost for us. And then I would say another interesting, since you asked about lessons learned, another interesting lessons is what we talked about at the beginning, how much AI actually played a role and how much we actually saw benefit in a real way from AI in our products. And, there's a lot of dialogue today. Is AI evil? Is AI good? And I can tell you, we have used AI across many places, and it's been good for us. We use it in a good purpose. We continuously seeing benefit. We focus on the 3 areas I mentioned, knowledge engineering, machine learning, and natural language processing. And those we've seen great results. The other thing that is surprising in our practices, we have experts, and we talked about AI and the way they enrich each other, the way our AI helps our experts, but also how experts help tune our AI is another thing that we learned over time, that it's more of a machine and human collaboration, a lot more than we expected, early on. So just to have a few lessons there, and of course, many others.
Thank you. Hi, welcome back, Mariana. We're here live to take Q&A, so I'm looking at the questions here. The first one that's at the top, how difficult was it to combine AI with humans? What challenges are there in determining when to pass the assistant to a person for further action?
That is a great question. And, in that lies a little bit how we combine AI with experts. And I just kind of have to explain that a little bit. The way we work with AI and experts, while we use AI as many companies do in giving some automated answers at the beginning of a conversation, like often you get help, then you would start from like interacting with like a bot if you want, and then you go to a human. We use AI and experts slightly differently. It's not like you're interacting with a machine and then you move to interact with a human. We're actually using AI to help the experts to have better interaction with people. So we use AI in the back end to service like information to experts that could be helpful, to help them navigate through data that is relevant. So that's the way we use AI, as well as help like in things like scheduling, conducting the meetings, etc. We view AI as powering our experts and basically helping them become super expert you want, as opposed to replacing them and just kind of contacting experts when AI cannot help. So it's a really interesting use of AI, and maybe it's slightly different than the typical thinking of how AI is used in combination with help.
Great, thank you. Next question is, what happens if your AI makes a mistake? How do you prevent or mitigate such situations if they happen? And that, that's related to, I think, a more meta question that's been a big theme here, Mariana, over the last couple of days, which is responsible AI and how Intuit approaches that. Maybe you could start with a more specific one in terms of what happens when AI makes a mistake.
Yeah, we believe that technology should be designed to use in a responsible way to help people. And with that, we've been very careful about the use of AI. We're not kind of sending this random, bots or processes where we kind of lose control of what happens. And to be frank, it's also not the state of AI right now in the industry. So, we use AI in a way that really helps us, improve operations. But, we check the work that AI does. So, for example, let me just give you a simple use of AI and how we combine it with understanding where mistakes are made. So we use AI to categorize transactions or making sure books are accurate, etc. So in a case like that, we have ways to then go back to the person and say, hey, is this correct? Or help us kind of understand where we made a mistake, or maybe AI made a wrong, categorization. So that would be an example where we use AI, and there might be a mistake, and then we have humans check the work of AI if you want to make sure that is accurate. And then because we use machine learning in those cases, we learn from those mistakes and we improve the AI models. So again, it's not like the bots are randomly there doing things that we kind of lose control over, but it's all within a context of an app and an interaction of a process and checking within that process. Another thing that I want to say is that we're a big believer in explainable AI, and just touching on the point you made of how important it is to make sure that, again, we use AI to our benefit, we design it responsibly. It starts from the data set. So the data sets, we want to use our data sets that don't have bias. The data we rely on, we want to make sure is the data that does not have bias. And then how we use AI and is like applying techniques like explainable AI. So if you will notice in kind of where we use like for taxes and other things, we have something we call knowledge engineering and an knowledge engine, and that helps us understand like the compliance, what other information you use, etc. What's important about this technology is highly explainable, meaning we can explain and trace back every decision we made, and we actually can provide this explanation to the user. Those kind of techniques are really important to us. And in my eyes, they are a form of responsible AI. So we do the actions, we can show them to the user, we can explain it back. You don't get this mysterious random answers you cannot explain.
Mariano, thanks. So we've got about 50 seconds left, so maybe we could keep this one brief, but we've got 5 more questions, but probably time for one. There's a question about how you leverage data from some of your various properties, right? You have TurboTax, you have QuickBooks, Credit Karma is mentioned here. Can you leverage this data to enhance your Intuit and other offerings? Maybe this is a time to talk briefly about the great lakehouse warehouse debate and how you approach that.
Yes, I just, again, just to emphasize, we always use data with consent from the user. We're always clear on how we use data. What we what we saw in our work is the data is really power. For example, we use data to grant loans to customers that were not able to get them before. In fact, 60% of our QuickBooks customers that get loans, QuickBooks Capital customers, will not grant them elsewhere. And this is because we have more nuanced data that gives us confidence that we can give them loans. These are examples that we use to data for that. What I will say, Matt, just really quickly, I know we're trying to wrap up, is actually what we see is user ask us to get more and more data from them so we can offer them better services through our products, through TurboTax, through Mint, through Credit Karma, through QuickBooks. So what we see is actually users ask us to get more data and to connect the data because they know we can provide them better service this way when we have a full view of what they have.
Mariana, great conversation. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, Matt. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed that too. Thanks, Mariana and Matt. Well, we are going into a short break. Of course, we're encouraging you to go to our expo area and also to our one-to-one network platforms. You'll find them right below. Don't forget, if you go into our network platform, we'll enter you into that draw. 3 of you will win a $100 Amazon gift card for doing nothing more than going and connecting with your peers. And of course, doing that might bring you some opportunities. So it's a win-win. We'll be right back here in 15 minutes. That's at 10:45 Pacific. If you want to know what that is in your local time, just look at your agenda. We've already adjusted it for you. Thanks, everyone. See you soon.
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently, and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Self-service is awesome when it works. But when it doesn't work, customers often have to start over with a live agent, which wastes valuable time. But there's good news for businesses today. Artificial intelligence has significantly advanced the synthesizing and understanding of human speech. Using modern compute availability, artificial intelligence algorithms examine call data and generate models that have massively improved the ability to understand human speech and generate realistic voices. These technologies have made it considerably easier to deploy high-quality voice-based self-service applications. By using AI, Five9 Intelligent Virtual Agent can resolve a broad set of customer tasks. If self-service fails to resolve an issue, the customer's information and context is passed directly to an agent with an action plan. So the agent and customer can pick up where they left off with the virtual agent without wasting time. Virtual Agent improves the customer experience and lets agents spend more time helping customers with challenging issues. Talk to us today to learn how Five9 Intelligent Virtual Agent, part of Five9 Genius AI, can improve operational costs while delivering a more human experience.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack. Seize the opportunity. Go farther and faster with data stacks.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects
Hi, I'm Famita Rashid, Executive Editor of VentureBeat. We're going to be talking about AI assistants and how we protect the confidential data while delivering a great user experience. Joining me for this conversation is Jamie Tomasello, Head of Security Programs and GRC at Gusto. Jamie, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And can you start us off talking a little bit about Gusto and what you do there?
Absolutely. Gusto's mission is to create a world where work empowers a better life. By making the most complicated business tasks simple and personal, Gusto is reimagining payroll, benefits, and human resources for modern companies. We're the people platform. Gusto is the one place modern employers can go to onboard, pay, insure, and support their hardworking teams and stay compliant. I recently joined Gusto as head of security programs in GRC, and I have over 20 years of experience in the cybersecurity, trust and safety, and privacy and compliance space.
Thank you, and welcome. I know we got the right person for this conversation. Before we start, let me just throw some stats out there, and then we can dig in a bit. But when we're talking about voice technology, Gartner predicting that by 2025, 40% of all inbound communication to call centers is going to use some form of voice technology. Companies are, in a recent survey, said 68% of them have some kind of voice talk, and those who do not are saying that this is 60% of them said it's something they're going to consider in 5 years. So we know there's a lot of interest. There's clearly an appetite. But when the amount of data these voice technology AI assistants use, my first thought is, oh my goodness, what happens if someone hacks it and get that information? So if we take a step back and we say AI assistants are essentially applications that access data, then this becomes a data security conversation, and that's a lot easier to wrap my brain around. So let's start off with that. There are data being collected, stored, and used. What are the questions that organizations should be thinking about at this point?
Sure. To quote Marcel Fafchon, the fact that AI integrates ethical principles does not mean that it integrates with your preferred ethical principles. And the same holds true for security and privacy principles. Security, compliance, and IT professionals often depend on vendor security questionnaires like the SIG or the Cloud Security Alliance's CAIQ, and third-party audits, assessments, and certifications, such as the SOC 2 or the ISO 27000 series. However, challenges arise when working with AI startups who don't have the security maturity or business prioritization to complete these questionnaires or assessments. Also, sometimes these questionnaires are not completed thoroughly or completed by people who are not closest to the technology. With the exception of the SOC 2 Type 2, these questionnaires and assessments represent a snapshot, a point-in-time representation of the controls within an organization. For these less mature organizations, you need to have a strong understanding of what systems and data their software will have access to, what is their security roadmap for controls in their organization and security features in their product. Ultimately, what is their plan for security maturity from a staffing and development perspective? In your conversation with AI companies, you need to find out what their philosophy is around data governance. What policies and practices do they have in place, not only to protect the confidentiality of the data and the data subject, but also the integrity of the data? People should be asking about what data the product is trained on. Is it representative of your data or the people this AI product will be interacting with? How will your data or your company's or users' interactions be leveraged to train or inform their data models? And then you need to determine whether this product or service fits within your organization's risk tolerance.
So I'm going to actually throw something out at you there. These are great questions to ask, but when we're talking about user data, this isn't the organization data. It's not your data. It belongs to the user. The user is ultimately the steward of it. So what should organizations keep in mind when they're designing, deploying applications that uses data that they don't own?
So often in the software development lifecycle, security teams or privacy counsel are brought in at the last minute after a feature or a product is built. And in order to eliminate any last minute surprises or delays in release, incorporating security and privacy earlier in the design and development process is key. Product managers should include security and privacy during the specification development. And one of the ways you can do that is utilizing a tool called threat modeling. And using it as early as possible in the software development process is really important. There's many different methodologies to choose from: Stride, Pasta, Square, the hybrid threat modeling method to determine security requirements. But simply put, from the EFF, what do I want to protect? Who do I want to protect it from? How bad are the consequences if I fail? How likely is it that I will need to protect it? And how much trouble am I willing to go through to try to prevent potential consequences? When we think about who we want to protect in particular, we need to think about not only our company or our data as the target. As you were saying, we need to also be thinking about our customers or our users as the target. For example, think about how an AI bot could reveal information about a domestic violence or stalking victim to an attacker and what the impact could be. When we think about who we want to protect it from, we need to think broader than a hacker in a hoodie. We see that visualization all the time, but we really need to think about how the AI or product or our implementation of an AI service into our products could be abused. Think about the abusability. For example, think about how a political actor could leverage your AI customer support or trust and safety implementations against nonprofit organizations or activists to disrupt a social movement or stop dissemination of information. Also, in addition to thinking about attackers and abusability, think about how the product could be misused by your customers. You may not collect social security numbers or highly sensitive information, but what prevents your customers or users from providing it to a chatbot where it makes its way into your logs or into other plain text storage? And if you have a data breach situation, now you have social security numbers that may give you a requirement to report this breach out. Also, think about what other false or offensive information, which is then fed into your data set for data training. These are all things to consider.
And that makes sense. Sometimes we fall in the trap of security thinking about like the adversarial relationship, that we don't think about the mistake. You know, the person who is talking to the chatbot is not thinking about the best practices or anything. They're just trying to get help. And if they think giving this information is going to help, they're not thinking about the potential repercussions. So that's a really good point. I want to go back a little bit to what you were saying about security built in earlier on. You know, that's definitely true, but let's be honest, we don't always do a good job of that. It's a challenge, it's hard to do. So we're still backtracking, we're still trying to do that. What is Gusto doing in terms of addressing that security challenge? Like, how do they approach those situations where you're kind of working it back later in the software development lifecycle?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that we think about as it relates to our software development lifecycle is, how are we approaching this from an engineering perspective? And we revisited our data classification policy and our data handling guidelines to make it more accessible to engineers. We need our policy and our guidance to not only meet legal and regulatory requirements, but they need to empower those designing and developing and supporting our products to make decisions that respect our customers and keep them secure. The other thing that we've initiated is that Gusto's created a security partners program within our product security team. And they provide timely, trustworthy, and actionable security advice to engineers at all stages of the software development lifecycle. They mitigate overall risk to support product development and provide a consistent point of contact for all security concerns. They provide threat modeling. They do code and spec review. They do security consultations to help build secure products at earlier stages. And the security partners will also bring in legal and compliance into the early conversations when needed.
Right. Yeah, I think we sometimes forget that legal played a very significant role in these kind of data discussions. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit. We've been focusing very exclusively on data security, but let's focus on the fact that AI assistants are also accessibility tools. And anything with AI, I mean, there's potential for bias, right? In how it's trained, or even just the way the algorithms are designed. So how do you recommend that we manage potential bias when we're thinking about the kind of data these technologies are using?
So in the recently published Pew Research Center report on ethical AI, this question was raised. Are AI systems less biased than the current human systems and their known biases? And I believe the answer is no. We code our own values, and our teams should be representative of the people that we serve. We need to have representative user personas. And if we know that AI assistants are being used as an accessibility tool, then we need to ensure that we continue to include a user persona that has accessibility challenges, even as our product evolves for a more general audience. When there is more general uptake on an accessibility tool or a product that is used for folks who do have accessibility challenges, it does make the cost of that accessibility tool to them go down. So it's important that we still have them part of the conversation as this tool gets wider acceptance. But we also need to be willing to accept feedback on our products and team composition and examine the inherent bias within and take action. Good intentions are not enough, especially considering how much impact AI solutions could have in a person's life, whether they're using the AI solution for an accessibility issue or just for general use.
So I'm going to kind of bring up the thing that I know everyone is thinking about. Whenever we're talking about data, we're now in a time where there's all kinds of laws, all kinds of regulation. There's just so much scrutiny on how data is being used. How would you even recommend organizations sort of think about their regulatory and compliance requirements right now?
Right. So as we're thinking about an AI product, for example, there may be a startup that's trying to launch a new product or a new service, and they say, well, you know what? I don't have to think about GDPR right now. It doesn't apply to me because we are a US-based company. We're serving US customers. We're not selling in the EU. But how do they know that they don't have any EU data subjects in their data set that they've trained their algorithms on, in any part of their service or in their product? And a lot of times they can't answer that question because they haven't gone through the data mapping process, and they can't produce data flows, and they don't have robust data classification and data governance programs. And that's one of the things that's really critical with having an AI product or having a product that is highly dependent on data, is the responsibility, is the duty of care to the end user, to the data subject. Ultimately, they do have this responsibility, and they should be creating these robust data governance programs to be able to address it. But let's say, they're still not thinking about GDPR. Even with all of that being said, there are new US laws that they do need to consider. They need to consider the California Privacy Rights Act, CPRA, which amended the California Consumer Privacy Act, CCPA. There's the new Virginia Consumer Data Protection Act, and just recently, the Colorado Privacy Act. And that's just privacy law. That's not talking about any other laws or regulations on other types of data, like protected health information, and whether or not you would be required to be HIPAA compliant, whether or not you have certain financial information or providing financial services, and you have non-public information that needs to meet other financial services regulation requirements.
I think that's actually another thing I was going to ask, that even when we're talking about new technologies or new ways, new applications, these older regulations, whether we're talking for payment card, healthcare, all of these still apply, even though the actual form the application takes is different, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they still apply. If you are collecting that data, if, for example, as you said, payment card, right? If you are collecting full credit card numbers, full PANs, then the PCI DSS, the payment card industry data security standard, still applies. These things don't stop applying because we are using new technologies. Now, what we can look at is, how do we establish more relevant security controls that address the spirit of the requirement and keep the data and security secure, compared to more prescriptive frameworks. And I think that's a discussion that could still be had. But at the end of the day, you are still securing that data. You're still responsible for that data. And it all comes down to what are you doing to protect the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of this information and of your entire organization.
I love that we're ending on that note because that's always been sort of like the triad for security. And, we talked about data governance, we talked about threat modeling, and these are things that going forward, regardless of what we're working on, we need to be thinking about. So, Jamie, thank you so much for this conversation today. It was very illuminating for me, and I hope our audience is going to find a lot of valuable insights, especially on the threat modeling side. So again, thank you so much today.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Hello, and we're going to get to the favorite part. We had Jamie talk all this time, and now we get to ask questions. So go ahead and enter your questions, and we already have a couple that's come in, so we're going to get started. Jamie, so what are some questions that every developer should be asking of themselves?
Yeah, I think a couple of questions that every developer should be asking themselves are, do you really need access to this data in this context? Is a redacted value sufficient, or is the full value needed? If there's a way to prompt developers with these questions where they're working, it can be more effective. So for example, Ian McGinnis, a software security engineer here at Gusto, developed Happy, the hardened PII store. Happy is essentially a specialized type of encrypted key value store, which operates in an environment that is comprehensively isolated from our existing infrastructure. And Happy's goal is to securely store and handle data structures we simply refer to as objects. Combined with increased observability of when data is retrieved from Happy, we've been able to monitor where data is retrieved. So through simple inspection of these data usages, we've asked more direct questions of our engineering teams to reinforce the importance of intent and to underscore the need to keep processes and patterns secure, avoiding data retrieval, favoring redacted forms over full forms, and isolating usage to as small of a section of code as possible. With improved observability of data retrieval and usage, a data-driven case can be made for change and concretely expressing the reduction in risk as a result. It also enables us to learn and even more about what data usage patterns provide the best balance between security and usability for our product teams. And we're leveraging this experience to write a playbook that can better guide our teams on data handling practices here at Gusto.
That makes sense. And, if we would all take that few seconds to be like, just because we can, should we be doing it? I think the current landscape would be so different. So kind of connecting from there, what keeps you up at night when it relates to AI? What's your nightmares here?
That's a great question to ask. So one of the things that keeps me up at night are essentially companies that are rushing to implement AI and machine learning technologies without understanding the impact of that interconnected data. Should this data be connected? What if the logic or the algorithm is flawed? What if there's an integrity issue with the data? What would happen if the AI assistant gets hacked and the customer's information is compromised or a transaction was happened? Other things to think about is, besides integrity issues with the data, how would you even know that this occurred? And ultimately, what would be that appeal process and remedy for the customer or the user? Where are these data conclusions or decisions flowing into outside of your intended purpose or even outside of your company? These questions aren't being thoroughly explored within companies before some of these AI and machine learning technologies are implemented within their organizations.
Now, I hear you. I mean, that's kind of the main reason I turn all kinds of AI assistants in my personal use, because I have no idea what my appeal process is. So we talked about inclusion earlier, and that's something you and I have talked about several times in the past. What do you think are some of the challenges we face when we consider the lack of inclusion in AI?
Sure. So to quote Kim Creighton, a lack of inclusion is a risk and crisis management issue. We need to be supporting researchers like Timnit Gebru and Margaret Mitchell, who provide critical research on the potential downsides and bias of AI. And we need to be able to do this to protect the most vulnerable. And we have to prioritize the most vulnerable in our customer base, in the world. Essentially, we need to just make sure that we're thinking about the most vulnerable user and respect those researchers who are bringing those challenges to our companies.
We had actually Margaret Mitchell speak earlier today, and she echoed, or maybe you echoed since you're following, but she echoed sort of the same thing, that we need to be thinking about the vulnerable populations. If we don't speak for them, who will? So, well, I think that pretty much kind of gets us up to the end of our time. So, Jamie, thank you again so much for joining us. And I think this has been a very educational and intriguing conversation for all of us. So thanks again.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much to Jamie and Famida. We're going to keep things moving on. Next up, please welcome Paul Gaffney, Chief Technology and Supply Chain Officer at Coles. And Paul will be in conversation with our very own Sage Lazaro, Senior Reporter at VentureBeat. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here at Transform 2021. My name is Sage Lazaro, and I'm thrilled to be joined by Paul Gaffney, the Chief Technology Officer at Coles. He's overseeing the company's use of AI and data in its supply chain and logistics, particularly the creation of its digital sourcing optimizer tool. We're going to be talking about the decision-making process behind that deployment, the company's larger efforts with AI and data, and some lessons learned. So, Paul, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Sage, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So, Paul, what's the wow result your team has achieved using data and AI that you're most proud of? How are you measuring success?
Well, we're measuring success. One way that we always start with is, are we doing a great job for our customers? And then the second measure is, are we figuring out how to do a great job for our customers and actually make a little bit more money while doing that? So taking care of our customers and then taking care of our investors. That's our measure of success.
So let's dig a little deeper into the results. How are people and teams in the organization benefiting from this? Where do you feel the efforts are most coming through?
This is such an interesting topic because for a company like us, and I think a lot of folks at a similar scale, a little smaller, a little bigger, there are a lot of moving parts, and people want to be successful. And to be successful, they tend to measure their piece of the larger puzzle. That inevitably leads, though, to some local optimization, which sometimes sub-optimizes the whole system. And what we've been trying to do is figure out, okay, how do we satisfy customers, help people feel successful, but make sure that the whole system is working. And in many cases, in a business that involves simultaneously taking orders for delivery to customers and having 1,000+ stores open for walk-in customers, there's some complexity there. And it's sometimes difficult for the people to get their head around, how do I add up all the parts to make sure that the system is in fact delivering the best results? And that's what led us to AI-based interventions on that decision-making.
Yeah, so when did Coles first recognize the need for AI and machine learning solutions in its supply chain? What were the internal challenges, market changes, perceived opportunities, whatever factors led you to focus on it?
I think that the complexity of the interplay between those two streams of demand that we just talked about became an obvious challenge many years ago. I'd say 3+ years ago. And that leads to two very specific versions of that problem. So if you have product in a store and you have customers showing up and you want them to be able to take the product from that store and ring it up at the register, but you're also selling from that same inventory to people who are ordering online, how do you actually decide how much of that inventory you make available to sell online? If you make all of it available to sell online, you take a risk that while you're making it available online, someone's actually simultaneously buying it in the store. So that was kind of problem number one. And problem number two is when you get an order for delivery to a customer, and at Kohl's we have a hybrid supply chain where we fulfill customer orders from inventory in our stores and also from inventory that's in specialized warehouses. How do you decide where to pick the order? And historically, we were making that decision almost exclusively based on how much would it cost us to ship the product. But we realized that perhaps we were leaving some money on the table and maybe not doing the best job to satisfy our customers because there's actually interplay among those two things. So it was about just about 3 years ago where we started to play around with some AI-based decision-making tools that optimize the interplay of those choices.
Yeah, there's definitely some complexities there. And I know that even creating the digital sourcing optimizer was in some ways a difficult decision where you were weighing those potential benefits with some real uncertainty. So walk us through the top considerations. Well, you just gave some, but what led you to really take the leap and integrate the tool? Was there like that one factor, one decision that put it over the top?
The big promise, this promise tends to be present in most supply chains. Most supply chains focus on the costs that are right in front of us, not necessarily potential future value. And interestingly, humans are wired this way, right? Humans are wired to deal with what's clear and present right now, not what might be in the future. But it became increasingly clear to us that we might be selling inventory from one place and therefore leaving the same inventory in another place, but that inventory wasn't going to sell until later. And in retail, when inventory sells later, it usually means you have to mark it down. So we felt that we were very regularly making this decision to focus on freight costs, but we had this nagging suspicion that we were incurring more markdowns than we needed to. And could we, in fact, be smarter and say, hey, how about if we sell the merchandise that we might have placed, months ago in a spot where we now know it's probably not going to sell in that store and we've got an order for it in hand. And so let's pick it from that store and avoid the future markdown. That was the theory. That was like the nagging worry. But then the complexity was, okay, how do you actually do that? And how do you convince yourself to take the risk of spending a little bit more on freight for this future markdown avoidance?
I see. And when it came to actually creating the digital sourcing optimizer, how did you think about building versus buying at the time? And now that you've been through it, how might you approach it in the future for the next tool?
I'd say 3 years ago when we were looking at these two problems, how much inventory do you say is available to sell? And then how do you manage these trade-offs? And I've talked about just one trade-off, the freight for markdowns. There are some other trade-offs. 3 years ago, we were just getting started on machine learning and big data. So we actually turned to partners for both of those solutions. And we felt at the time that was a great way for us to kind of leverage mistakes that others had already made, get our feet wet, get experienced with actually operating this. And we're now at the point, so we've now been doing this for 3 years, and we've been seriously exercising the trade-offs in our optimization space for close to a year now. We're now stepping back and saying, hey, there are some decisions inside of these engines that are really kind of black box to us. And we'd like to be able to influence them a little bit more. And we've climbed the maturity curve on our own data science. We've climbed the learning curve on being able to implement our own machine learning. And so we're now on the cusp of, okay, We're still in very early days of making this work, but we're now at the point where we want a little bit more control and we have a little bit more capability. We're going to start building our own pieces of this puzzle.
Sounds like a good strategy. And speaking of learning from others' mistakes, what are some lessons or best practices that you've taken away from this journey into AI and machine learning over the past 3 years?
I think one thing I've heard from just about everyone, and we have definitely encountered it, is when you start allowing machine learning algorithms to make decisions, they sometimes make decisions that aren't intuitive. They aren't what the people would make. And it's for a lot of reasons. One of those reasons is something we talked about. We're wired as people to put more of an emphasis on stuff immediately in front of us versus stuff in the future. We crave detailed explanations about how is this actually going to work. And sometimes you can't actually get the explanation of how it worked until you let it work. And when you make trade-offs that involve spending a little bit of money now for a return later, that's a little bit of risk. The machine doesn't know any of those things. The machine doesn't have emotions, and it makes its own mistakes, but it kind of learns dispassionately. And I think what opened a bunch of doors for us was the willingness to say, okay, we're actually willing to risk a certain amount of money in the belief in the algorithm. And even if it doesn't work, that investment in learning was good enough. And it turned out, though, that it paid off. And that gave us the conviction that this kind of approach gives us a great economic trade.
And besides supply chain, you're saying this has paid off. Do you see a lot of opportunity in AI and machine learning for retails with the results you've seen and the trajectory of the industry at large? Just, where does it go from here?
No, it's we see we are so early in this that we see almost endless opportunities. If you think about any company, and we think about Kohl's, we've identified a couple of dozen critical decisions that we make on a regular basis. And those critical decisions they're informed by data. They're informed by people analyzing data. But it's very difficult for people to operate at the level of granularity that matches what's actually going on in the world. We have 1,100 stores and dozens of categories of products, and just the multiplication of, say it's you could divide our store up into 60 things. 60 times 1,100 is a big number, but the data show that customers are actually behaving a little bit differently around each of those stores. And we're really excited about some work that we're just embarking on. We've done our first big experiment on this to allow a machine algorithm to tell us, hey, this store has a very different complexion of customers than one that's just 10 miles away from it. And you should tweak the assortment that you're displaying and display two different assortments where to a human, those two stores look identical. And just making those tweaks is also showing enormous positive upside for us. So we're now on the cusp. We're embarking on how do we make that industrial strength that we could make, tens of millions of decisions, where we're now making, tens of dozens of decisions.
Well, that's exciting. And I've been hearing similar things from some other tech executives in retail about using data to understand the differences in the stores, that it's more granular than it might seem. And, would you currently at this point in retail consider the AI a competitive advantage or a necessity?
I'd say both. I think the competitive advantage is going to accrue to those who can push through this human need for understanding all of the decisions, and because that's going to get you to the point where you embrace understanding how to make best use of machines. I don't think anyone's going to survive at scale without embracing some level of AI. But I think the competitive advantage will come to the quick adopters.
Yeah. What about in 5 years? How do you think it will be playing out then? Will it be catching up by then?
Yeah, it's very risky to talk about predictions 5 years from now. What's that old Yogi Berra saying? Predictions are very difficult, especially about the future. The distant future is even more challenging. I don't know what crazy thing is going to happen over the next 5 years, but I guess in some ways, it is very likely that a well-built decision architecture that acts on lots of live signals, it's very likely that that decision architecture is going to be more robust to the kind of change we're likely to see over the next 5 years than an attempt to make human decision making better. So I think 5 years from now, whatever happens, the companies that get more sophisticated about machine-based decision making and using a lot more of the data that's available to feed those machine decision cycles, those companies are going to weather the downs better, and they're going to capitalize on the ups better.
Yeah, for sure. And do you have any other pieces of advice or parting thoughts from our audience that they could learn from what you've been working on over there?
I guess I'd underscore, because maybe I wasn't completely clear about sort of the human dynamic here. I would encourage people to educate themselves not only about what machine learning can do, and not only about what's going on in the world of third-party data signals, but also how does embracing these things disrupt people's work patterns, and what can you do to purposefully re-engage those intelligent people in activities that aren't conducive to machine learning. I think some it's tempting to treat the adoption of machine learning, AI, and big data as a technical problem, but it is much more so a human change management problem as well. So I guess I would say, yes, get excited about and get knowledgeable about the technical side of the problem, but learn a lot about the human side of the problem too.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Paul. This has been really great.
Sage, thanks so much for having me. It was great to be here with you.
All right, let's get into some questions. Okay, we have one asking, how else do you see digital transformation impacting supply chain? What about blockchain, for example?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure that blockchain is really a machine learning technology. It's more, in my mind, a distributed data store. I think there are some supply chains that are sensitive to kind of chain of custody type issues, and blockchain is a decent underlying algorithm for allowing chain of custody information to travel with goods. It's a super bloated implementation, though, so I'm not, and thankfully at Kohl's we don't have any cold chain where you need to keep track of what's everything at the right temperature all the time. We don't have a lot of needing to track things all the way back to their source, like prescription drugs. I do see that AI and machine learning in particular will continue to make inroads in how do humans do things. A lot of things in supply chains right now, as simple as deciding how to load goods into a truck. Almost everyone still has people doing that, kind of this giant game of human Tetris. Machines will help with that. They'll help both make the company more efficient by loading trucks more efficiently, and help people have those jobs be a little bit easier to execute.
All right. Are you using first or third-party data, or both? And what are the benefits and challenges of each for retailers?
That's a great question. Historically, like many retailers, we relied almost exclusively on first-party data. First-party data being data that we have collected about our own customers and our own transactions and the behavior of those things. like many other retailers and many other direct-to-consumer companies, we periodically enhanced that first-party data with some third-party data, but from a relatively small number of aggregation sites. And so we were in this continuous cycle of relying on first-party data, periodically enhancing it. And the real promise of this next phase of the journey for us, and I think for pretty much everyone, is to acknowledge that your first party view, even with traditional enrichment, is now a very, very narrow view of what's going on because there's all of this third party data. The third party data is actually quite stunning in what it is aware of and what you can subscribe to. And so we've been using third party data to talk about how to do that localized assortment manipulation. And we're doing that in a very rudimentary way. And our next phase is to make that industrial strength, is to make a live platform that integrates our first party and our third party data, not periodic enrichment, live connectivity. The big challenge there is there's a lot of potential noise in that third party data. There are somewhere over 5,000 completely different independent subscription data sets. Not all of that data applies to all of your problems. And so the way to figure out, hey, I've got problem X and I've got all of this data, what's actually signal and what's actually noise? That's an important piece of work for us, and we're happy to be embarking on that.
All right, great questions, great insights. Let's keep it going. This viewer wants to know, they say, seems like you're optimizing mainly for profit, freight versus markdowns, etc. There is a black box problem. What do you think about responsible and explainable AI?
That's a great question. I would step back and say we're optimizing for the combination of a great customer experience, so customer still gets their goods quickly, and Kohl's makes the most possible profit while making that customer happy. Thankfully, in the parts of the supply chain that we're working on right now, there really aren't a lot of these ethical issues in play. We're making trade-offs between our own resources. There are goods we've already purchased, so we're not deciding, like, do we buy this from someone differently? I do think that and we're probably, we've got several years of work where we can optimize within the ethical decision-making framework we already have. We won't be kind of pressing the boundaries on ethics and therefore bringing into question these issues of potential machine bias. We're very conscious of the issue, though, and I think given the luxury of having a whole collection of classes of problems to work on where we don't have to visit the ethical boundaries, that will give us time to, first of all, watch the evolution of ethics and AI and be very thoughtful about our own approach there.
All right. Next, we have a question. What advice do you have for strategizing an AI product roadmap?
Well, I probably could do several hours on that because I haven't spent enough time to be briefer. I would say that my headline advice would be, don't get fixated on the technology. I think it is easy to believe that adopting machine learning and adopting more robust uses of third-party data is a technical problem. It is only partly a technical problem. So certainly pay attention to your roadmap for developing your technical capabilities and your maturity with those capabilities. But right adjacent to that are all of these human challenges and all of these decision rights dislocation challenges. So make sure you spend as much time on the human adoption and the human change management side of your roadmap as you do on the technical side. And then I think the last piece of advice would be have a pretty clear idea in your mind of what economic results you're going after. As with all technology endeavors, it's easy to get caught up on, hey, we built the technology. Isn't that a great success? It's really only a great success if it delivers economic results. So I think summarizing all of that, have a good technology roadmap, but pay equal attention to human change management and value creation.
All right, we have time probably for just one more. Okay, here's a good one. You talked about build versus buy. How can organizations gain the knowledge and maturity to build if they're concerned about not having enough control?
That's a great question, and I think this is one of the biggest challenges that all companies face. It In the long run, if my earlier prediction was right that you have to be good at this, it's usually when there's something that you have to be good at, it's usually useful to not depend on someone else for that. That means you have to invest in skills development. And that's challenging because there's a tremendous battle for talent right now, particularly talent that is good in this space. But I think those two things actually work well together. I think the companies that do the best in the long run will not try to get good at this only by acquiring already experienced talent. They will build a good training program and on-ramp for non-traditional talent to get good at these kinds of things. The good news is Moore's Law and all of its attendant consequences are on our side. Though this stuff is all somewhat complicated, it actually gets easier quite quickly as time goes by because more abstractions are in place and there are more people who have learned how to do it. So my advice there, back to the original question, would be get started right now on what's your training and development program, and then how can you get more people into that training and development program so that eventually you are building your own talent base.
All right. Well, Paul, I think you really pulled back the curtain for us, and we appreciate all the insights you shared from your own journey with AI and machine learning. So thank you so much for being here. It's been a great discussion.
Sage, it's been my pleasure, and thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're talking with Margaret Mitchell, a research scientist in the area of ML and ethics. And Margaret was fired by Google on February 19th, not long after her colleague Tinmit Gebru, another leader in responsible AI, was fired. That caught some headlines, and Google has since apologized and said that it could have handled the matter with a little more empathy. But we're going to steer away, for the purposes of this conversation, from the details of the firing. It's obviously sensitive. But Margaret has agreed to talk about what others, the people here listening, can learn about AI and ethics. So welcome, Margaret. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Margaret, one of the things that struck me from our initial conversation in prepping was how you were devastated about the loss of your job initially, but then began to realize that there was a demand for your skill set. And so I was just wondering, what skills are in demand, and why didn't you realize it immediately?
Yeah, well, I would say that the devastation really came when Timnit was fired. She was my partner, my co-lead. So that, from the time she was fired until I was fired was general devastation. And then upon being fired, it was not better. But it became clear to me as more and more people covered who we were and what we were working on, that there was a very real interest in AI ethics. And, reporters and journalists would point out we're some of the most expert in this area in the world. So that was nice to hear and learn. And it made me realize, with time, as I sort of recovered, that there was regulators who really needed help with the technical details of AI that I could, for the first time, actually help and work with. That there were tons of companies that really wanted to start operationalizing details of AI ethics and bias and fairness and didn't really know how to do it. And I was uniquely positioned to help with all of the above. And it was actually really exciting to think I could help in all these ways that were so meaningful to me. So yeah, it became a bit of an eye opener that there's a lot of opportunities right now.
Margaret, there was a long article in Wired magazine about the inside story, or the behind the firing of the ethics team. What became clear was that ethics and bias in data are such costly things for companies like Google to confront. Tinmeet, your colleague, concluded that it may be impossible to work within to affect change. But you seem to have come to slightly different conclusions. Can you talk about your viewpoint about working within versus outside?
Yeah, I came into Google really wanting to work on hard problems. And this is definitely a hard problem, in part because it can push against the idea of making profit, for example. And so that creates a natural tension. At the same time, it's possible to do really meaningful research on AI ethics when you can be in there in the company, understanding the ins and outs of how products are created. If you ever want to create some sort of auditing procedure, then really understanding from end to end how machine learning systems are built is really important. And I came to a point in my career at Google where I realized that as we moved closer and closer to dealing with regulation externally, we were really well positioned to do self-regulation internally and really meet external regulation with nitty-gritty details of what it actually meant to do these sort of like higher level goals that regulation puts forward. And that's in the benefit of the company, right? Because you don't want regulation to be disconnected from technology in a way that they stymie innovation or they end up creating the opposite of what they're trying to get at. So it really seemed like a unique opportunity to work within the company, figuring out basics of what it meant to do something like self-regulation. And from that lens, I was able to work with a lot of really brilliant people, researchers, policy, program managers, everything, to put in place basic operationalization of ethical development. So associating it with things like launches, which are really important in tech companies, in documentation, which is really important in tech companies. Basically working within to understand the details of development and how this can be leveraged to really sort of meet regulation where it was going to be coming to tech companies in order to do it in a way that was also beneficial for the tech company. So I had a lot of success. I feel I had a lot of success both in research and in operationalization. And there's obviously a limit on what you can do, but if you can work within those limits, I had the direct experience of having a lot of success.
Right. And so, listening to you and, that reasoned approach, that there's recognizing that there's limits and you were working on the nuances that are required for that operational traction. And you have some examples that we were mentioned in the article and elsewhere, right? The smart reply feature that took into consideration more nuance and fairness in language. And there was the facial recognition example where you put limits on that when Google went to market with the facial recognition feature. It's somewhat ironic then that you were fired, and I'm just curious, what does that point to in terms of the operational challenges that remain?
I think it points to a lot about diversity and inclusion, actually. So I try and tell people that if you want to include, don't exclude. And here you have a very prime example of exclusion and a certain amount of immaturity, I would say, that speaks to a culture that really isn't embracing the ideas of people who are not as similar to everyone else. So that ended up being, I think it's always an issue that one is concerned about. If you have marginalized characteristics, if you experience the experiences of women in tech, but I think that it really it really came to bite me when I was fired, just how much of an outsider I was treated. And I don't think it would have been like that if I was part of the gang in the same way that a lot of my male colleagues were.
Can we talk a little bit more about some of the differences that are associated with being part of the gang or outside of the gang? You've mentioned the word foresight as something you could put your finger on as an example. Can you go into a little bit more detail about what you mean by foresight and how that maybe defines people who are on the inside versus outside in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, so a lot of tech companies have been built up with aspirations towards the future, but aspirations that are uh, sort of, I guess, ideals of what would be very, very cool. And that is usually devoid of the social context, how people use the technology, what potential misuses of the technology should be. And so the way that people are hired doesn't really reflect on these things. People aren't asked about, what would you think about what this would do in 5 years and 10 years? People aren't asked about what are potential misuses. It tends to be a very sort of pie in the sky positive view that runs into a kind of myopia about the realities of how things evolve over time, long term. And so when you have the ability to think through this broader social context, the way that different people use technology, the way that one domino effect will go to the next domino effect, and the sort of interaction of all these different variables, then you're able to see what 5 years and 10 years down the line would look like when these aren't taken into account, and how much we will not be able to achieve the kind of things that ideally tech companies want to achieve. But getting that through can be really hard, because if you're in groups of people who don't really prioritize foresight, don't really see it as much, then it just sort of seems like you're doing something nonsensical. There's probably something about diversity and inclusion in there. There's the stereotype where man and woman going out, and the woman has the purse and it has all the things that, like, later you need this and she has that and she has that. It's that kind of foresight that I think tends to be maybe more associated with women, where you like, oh, we need the diapers, we need the blah blah. Um, so that's a bit stereotypical, but there might be something to that too. I definitely found that people with marginalized characteristics, so people who had experienced discrimination, had a deeper understanding of the kinds of things that could happen to people negatively, and the way the world works in a way that was a bit less rosy. And that really helped to inform the longer term view of what would happen over time.
Margaret, are there any stark examples that you have around the lack of foresight? Perhaps I know it's hard for you to go into examples at Google because you're trying to stay away from the specifics of that case. But large language sets, for example, have you seen examples of, say, a backlash that have happened because of maybe some of the things you were warning about? Hey, let's have some foresight about some of the dangers of GPT-3 and some of these other large language sets approaches.
Yeah.
Are there examples of where you've seen some backlash yet that have kind of proven this idea of a lack of foresight?
Right. Well, I think what happened to me and Tim Neat is a bit of a case in point. So, if you were to ask me before they fired Tim Neat, how would this go? I would have said, this is going to be harmful to the brand. It's going to create tons of news articles and backlash, and it's going to be something that will be associated to other mistakes that you've made, and so sort of stay within the lore of the company. And then when they fired me, I think that even further shows their sort of idea of saying sort of mean things publicly didn't work for them. But that wasn't obvious, obviously, because they made the sort of decision to do what they did. And so it's sort of an unfortunate example of exactly what the problem is, where you're looking at this very single moment in time, not thinking about the social context, not thinking about these repercussions and domino effects long term, and then acting in ways that really can shoot yourself in the foot and make things worse for you. If people take away something from all of this, I do hope they can understand some of the difficulties of creating a culture of inclusion and foresight.
Margaret, another thing you've mentioned related to that operational challenge is two-way communication, where you sometimes have experts such as yourself wanting to show that foresight, wanting a place you can reveal that foresight to the other side, or the folks who are in the silos or the trenches of the business unit that are actually trying to push this product, understandably trying to push this product to market. You're saying, no, let's have some foresight. Can you talk about the challenges that you've seen of the two-way communication?
Yeah, so part of the challenge of doing ethical AI research is that you do have to have an understanding of the priorities of the company at a high level, the kinds of things they want to launch and don't want to launch. And as you work and further develop, you also need to be able to inform upwards about where you're going and why, or else, the company can't actually use any of the insights you're getting by having a more holistic view. But a lot of companies are very hierarchical, and tech is no exception, where communication can flow top down, but communicating bottom up to help, to even help the company understand if you release this, you're going to get, in trouble for that. If you can't even communicate that, then you're in an issue where you're in a tricky situation where it's really hard to create good change with the kind of things you're doing. So the lack of two-way communication, I think largely due to the hierarchical structure, can really hinder moving tech forward in a way that is well informed by foresight and social issues.
Yeah, and by definition, if the research that you're doing is considered bottom to the product, then that would probably represent a problem, right? In ordering. So, is there any body of work or thought that is going into reformulating how a research division that has the foresight that is trying to inform the product side should be regulated, treated, prioritized?
Yeah.
Any hope there?
Yeah, I mean, well, your point about being at sort of the bottom of development is exactly right, and it really should be integrated throughout. If you do believe in foresight, then it should become part of what you do before you make the product. So, I think right now AI ethics is in a stage where it's kind of seen as the last thing you do, like a policing force or something, or a block to launch. But if you're actually, taking it seriously, then it needs to be hand in hand with development as a tech positive kind of thing to say, or kind of thing to do. So, a lot of it is the cultural shift that needs to happen. I think a lot of it is the ability for both sides to have reasonable communication. So, I'm a very casual person and I make lots of jokes, and that doesn't look great when you're sitting with professional shareholders, things like this. And so, there is a bit of a barrier just in terms of communication styles and things like this. But yeah, if it's possible to have a better understanding and appreciation of the fact that AI ethics makes products better, makes technology better, then I think we would be in a good position to create those bridges of communication, to develop the processes that different product teams will embrace as being insightful. But we're not there yet.
Margaret, I wanted to talk a little bit about what our viewers can take away from this, and any advice you would give them, maybe to provoke you. And an example we talked about earlier was the image recognition technology, where you realized that there were more risks and downsides to using a technology than the benefits in many cases. But then but to your credit, in some cases, the benefits actually outweighed the risks, right? For example, human trafficking. How do you suggest organizations make these decisions, right? Does it have to come from the outside, or can people here listening, can they actually work from within to make these decisions properly?
Right. Yeah. So you said image recognition. I think you're specifically talking about face recognition. Yeah. Where, it obviously can be used for surveillance without consent, and that has a lot of potential negative effects. But it also can be used in consented settings, for example, to track representation in film. So with consented actors, to see how much they're actually appearing in the films and things like this. That's a use where the benefits foreseeably outweigh the risks, and similar to human trafficking, as you mentioned. So there are a few of these cases with face recognition where benefits do seem to outweigh the risks. And so it doesn't make as much sense to me to just sort of say facial recognition should not be used across the board. But I think that part of that is understanding what facial recognition is, that it's a biometric and should be handled with the same kind of sensitivity that other biometrics are handled with, like fingerprinting and things like that. Useful in some cases, but the ubiquity is much harder to deal with because facial recognition can be used without anyone knowing. And so in saying that, I think I forgot what your original question was.
It was an unfair question because I was loading the facial recognition with kind of what you can do. Let me ask it another way, right, in terms of a takeaway here. I think at one point you mentioned that Tinmeet, while you had differences, you credit her with having accomplished a lot of things, and that necessary character for being a loud person that was able to get the resources that was in many ways a very conventional way of behaving in companies from the quote, insiders. Can you talk a little bit about that and what your advice is to viewers on how to make decisions within companies?
Yeah. So it's hard to sort of get resources for headcount or for data sets or whatever it is. Just in general, in tech companies, you have to have some sort of skills in order to convince people to do it, to give you that kind of leeway. I am someone who tends to be a lot more insecure about these things. So one person says no, and then I go back into my corner or whatever. But Timnit was complimentary to me in a lot of ways because she would say, this isn't a game that other people are playing. They're talking through the management chain. They're motivating these things. They're writing, larger docs on why this is important. And so she was really able to grow the team and to expand our reach across the company in a way that I wasn't, because she was really able to keep pushing in a way that the company could really respond to. And so I think it's really important to recognize just how much of the work we were doing was able to flourish because of her continuing to push, because of her learning how to talk to upper management in a way that they do respond to, instead of just saying no. So yeah, it's a key issue that I think Timnit was very, very useful, very helpful, just really talented working on.
Thanks. All right, we're here for live questions. I'm taking a look at the top one. This says 4 upvotes. Is AI being held to a higher moral standard than the humans that are building it? Margaret, is this right?
Well, I guess right and wrong already depends on your morality, so that's a harder question to answer. I would say that it's true that AI is being held to a higher moral standard, in part because that's where the focus has been for companies. So businesses work on building AI, that's like their product. And so all of the sort of organizational processes are going to focus on perfecting that in various ways. And this does relate to the sort of diversity and inclusion issue. So, inclusion is a sort of ethical consideration. And so it is tied up with culture and individuals. But the focus is very much on AI as an output of a company. And I don't think, at least the tech industry, has gotten to a place of self-reflection and of tracing backwards to the construction of the AI to the actual people involved. I don't think that connection has been made as strongly as it could be.
Thanks. And presumably you don't want to make it lower than human ethical standards either, right? If product is front and center.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation in that, though. Whereas at an organizational level, you can have a set of standards that the organization has put together. Whereas at an individual level, everyone is going to have sort of different moralities. And arguably, some people are more moral than others, although, it depends what you prioritize.
Sure. Second question is, as we know, data-driven black box deep learning neural networks are not explainable. Should we just abandon them then? What's the solution?
I don't know. I don't quite understand why it would be a good idea to abandon them. It's true that in order to sort of get everyone on the same page about what AI is doing, it's very useful to have explainability methods in place. That said, AI without sort of explainability mechanisms works relatively well at a lot of tasks. And if we fundamentally change things about that, then it's not necessarily going to work as well. Although there's sort of like necessity is the mother of invention, where you might have an AI system that's working really well, black box. So now we have researchers working on explainability, given that a model has already been trained, right? So as more and more people are using AI in everyday life and really wanting to understand what it's doing and what the system is sort of thinking, there is corresponding research in how to make that clear, given that there's already a model there. So abandoning it, I would say, doesn't make a ton of sense, but improving and augmenting would be more generally, I think, the way to go.
Great. I think we touched on this question, the next question, but maybe not explicitly. Following up on your statements, Margaret, should organizations first focus internally on inclusion and culture rather than meeting or shaping regulations? It's a kind of another version of doing this from the inside first versus waiting for outside regulation.
Yeah, I don't know about focusing first. This seems to be something that would be done in parallel, in part because society isn't going to wait for tech companies to sort of internally reflect. There's still going to be, governments who really care about how things are being deployed, and that's not going to slow down to, allow a company to focus on culture. So this is very much something that needs to be done in parallel. And I think what could really help is a reflection on how things like diversity and inclusion can actually address the regulation. So this can actually be something that, I should say, regulation could be something that does incentivize diversity and inclusion internally, minimally because of the reason that everyone gives, that it's easier to find blind spots if you have a diverse group at the table. There's a lot more to be said about that, but it's definitely something that realistically should be done in parallel, and using one to inform the other.
Margaret, thank you so much for your time. We could go on. Obviously, there's a very interesting topic. I'll just read out one last remark. Thank you for sharing your experiences and being vulnerable with us, said one viewer. Thank you, Margaret.
Oh.
Thanks for joining us at Transform.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much to Margaret. Thank you, Matt. So now it is time for you to grab virtual networking and a break. The virtual networking is right below here. Hopefully you know where to find it by now. I've been pointing for 3 days. So go do that. Go do some networking. If you're in the networking, that means you've automatically entered our competition. 3 of you will win a $100 Amazon gift card. We'll choose those people randomly at the end of the day. You'll find partner events down there. You'll find the expo. You'll find the VB Boss page. You'll find all sorts of things on the portal. Please go and take full advantage of everything we've put on offer for you. But also do stand up, have a stretch, grab a tea, grab a coffee. I wish we could work out the technology to deliver coffee to you through your screen. That would be amazing. I would probably just sit in front of my screen all day. But unfortunately, you have to go get your own right now. Connect with attendees, connect with speakers. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. It's 12:10 p.m. Pacific. Remember, that's in your local time in the agenda. And we'll be right back with more amazing content. Thank you.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data.
Everyone. Once again, we'd like to thank Five9 for bringing us today's summit on conversational AI and intelligent AI assistants. So in our next session, you'll hear from 2 leading experts in the field of voice biometrics. First up, we have Paul McGee, CEO of Aurea, and also we have Daniel Thornhill, SVP pre and post sales at ValidSoft. In this chat, which is moderated by Richard Dumas, VP of Marketing, GTM Strategy and Programs at Five9, find out why the global voice biometrics market is projected to reach $2.64 billion by 2021, and how the average company implementing voice biometrics saves $15 million over a 3-year period due to reduced handle time and increased customer satisfaction. That all sounds like something everybody needs. So, please take it away. Looking forward to this one.
Welcome, everyone, to today's panel discussion on voice biometrics. My name is Richard Dumas. I'm a VP of Marketing here at Five9, and previously was the CMO with Inference Solutions. And we're very happy to sponsor today's Conversational AI Summit. So on the panel today, I have 2 presenters along with me. The first is Paul McGee. Paul is the president of Aurea Systems. Paul has over 20 years of experience in speech and biometric technologies. Paul has been responsible for many biometric verification projects, and these projects have led to improved customer experience and business efficiencies in some of the world's most complex environments. Welcome, Paul. And I also have Daniel Thornhill. Good to have you. Welcome, Daniel Thornhill. Daniel is the SVP of Global Pre-Sales with ValidSoft. And Daniel is a veteran technology innovator with more than 20 years experience in leading-edge technology companies. As an SVP at ValidSoft, Daniel helps customers achieve their goals using voice biometric technology. So welcome to the panel, Daniel. So just to get started, glad to have you. Just to get started, why don't I ask you, Daniel, maybe to tell us a little bit about ValidSoft.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. So ValidSoft is a company that specializes in cybersecurity solutions. We develop our own voice biometric technology. and providing both active and passive voice biometrics into many large enterprises, financial institutions, telecoms companies. Our goal is to really deliver highly accurate voice biometrics in a kind of cross-channel way to effectively make people's lives better, easier, and more secure.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us. And Paul, why don't you tell us a little bit about Araya and ArmorVox?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. I'm really really pleased to be here with you guys. Araya started over a decade ago to become a global leader in voice biometric technology. Our technology has been deployed now with more than 10 million users licensed around the world. It's used in financial services, in government agencies. It's used in education and retail and all sorts of industries. We thought that the requirement for a leading voice biometric technology was three basic requirements that weren't being met when we started our technology company. And that was to make it really easy for users who are using the system to either enroll their voice or verify their identity in the language that they wanted to use. The second thing is we wanted to make it really easy for organizations to deploy. Whilst voice biometrics has been around for decades, it's always been a really tough technology to implement, and we wanted to make it easy and simple to implement. And the third thing we wanted to do is just make sure that it actually really worked at the security level required by organizations to trust it. So we set out with those objectives, we've achieved those objectives, and we're really pleased to see the emergence now of a fast growth market in voice biometrics.
Well, thanks for joining, Paul. And you can tell by the accent you're down under.
Yeah, that's right. I'm coming to you today early in Sydney time.
That's right. Well, thanks for joining us so early. So, Paul, why don't I stick with you, and maybe you can give the audience just a high-level overview. What are voice biometrics? How do they work?
Yeah, thanks for that. And it's a question I've been asked for so long that I feel I repeat myself ad nauseum. But voice biometrics is just like your fingerprint, just like your iris, just like your face. It's unique to an individual. It can be used to verify your identity. First of all, you create a voice print by depositing a sample of your voice into a vault. And then when you want to verify your identity, you use another sample of your voice to compare it to that initial sample. It's as simple as that. One of the advantages of voice biometrics over other biometric technologies like finger and face is every time you speak, it's unique. So it's not as though I'm stuck using one thumbprint or one fingerprint. I can be saying a whole host of different words in different orders and still verify myself uniquely each time. But each time I speak, it's a different set of utterances. So it's nobody can ever steal my voice because they can't steal what I'm going to say next.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to add to that, voice biometrics, interestingly, is a multidimensional biometric as well. So it's measuring both behavioral elements of how you speak, but also physical. It's tying your physiology, your physical makeup, and the distortion that you create on sound to your biometric as well. Most biometrics are only single dimension, which makes it even more secure and more versatile.
And that was going to be my next question. I'm sure you get it all the time. Is it secure, and how secure is it? Daniel, you want to jump on that one first?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, voice biometrics is extremely secure. I mean, you know, more legacy forms of authentication, such as PINs, passwords, etc., are they're flawed. They rely on either people knowing information, which is, as we know, being compromised over and over again, or it relies on, you know, the integrity of devices or the integrity of telecoms networks, etc. Where biometrics, particularly voice biometrics, is about it's asserting the identity of a specific individual or speaker. So it's about identifying that specific person, not do they have something or do they know something. So with biometrics, and particularly with the way deep learning has evolved and the way we apply our technology now, we can get to extremely highly accurate levels of identity assurance of specific speakers, or in fact looking for anonymous speakers, you know, known fraudsters in watch lists, etc. So you know, voice biometrics is extremely secure, particularly when you're also on high definition channels, so such as apps and smart speakers and things like that.
Yeah, maybe I could add a point there, Daniel, as well. I agree with everything you say. But when I talk to the security leaders in financial services, especially, it's about a multi-layered approach. We see that voice biometrics, if all you've got is voice biometric, then that's enough for most scenarios. But today we've got device identity. So you know what device a person it is. Is it trusted? Is it not trusted because we know it's a fraudster's device, or it's unknown? So we've got a couple of choices when somebody is dealing with us from their device. Sending another PIN number or asking somebody to use face recognition off that device doesn't improve security because we know they've got the device. So voice becomes a second factor, an alternative factor to the device itself. So we use the information about the device, information about my voice, which is separate to the device, and then you can add additional elements such as, let's say you want to confirm a specific transaction, you can ask me to say a specific series of digits that relate to that transaction, and that becomes an additional factor in the process. So the right one-time passcode with the right voice on the right device starts to build up a multitude of factors, providing security teams with the confidence that this transaction can be handled securely and with the sort of non-reputable evidence required that regulatory requirements dictate.
Interesting. So tell me, I mean, voice biometrics has been around for a while, but I'm hearing about it all the time now. We're getting requests from our customers, and almost every prospect, especially in the financial services industry, is asking about voice biometrics. What's changed? Why is it taking off now? Dan, you want to jump on that one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a combination of things. I mean, firstly, we know from, Gartner research that, roughly about 40%, currently about 40% of people prefer to use speech as the interface that they interact with, enterprises with. And that's looking to increase to about 70% by 2023. But taking one step further, I mean, the way people interact with financial services, with their enterprises has actually changed. It used to be they would use the contact center, and the contact center is still very prevalent, but now they have other ways to do it, whether it's voice commerce through apps, whether it's smart speakers, whether it's, IVAs for self-service, things like that. And voice is the only natural way of being able to interact with all of these different engagement channels in a consistent way. So what that means is, how do you apply security across all of these different ways in a consistent and secure manner? And that's when voice biometrics really comes into play. It's the only thing that enables a consumer to traverse all of these different channels. You to be able to apply the same level of security or alter the security, maybe apply continuous voice authentication if they're doing voice commerce. So you're continuously authenticating them all of the time. So I think it's kind of a combination of behavioral changes, enterprises offering more engagement channels to their consumers and more versatility, and then the advent of self-service, artificial intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence understands what somebody's trying to do. Then you need to be able to ensure it's the right person before you do some process automation on that. So I think it's a combination of factors, actually.
Interesting. Paul, any thoughts about that?
As you can see from the grey hair, I've been predicting the imminent explosion of voice biometric technology for the last 20 or so years, thinking that this technology really solves a big problem, and surely it's going to be the year of voice biometrics. Well, I've stopped saying that because it is. In fact, it was a year or two ago. We've seen such amazing growth in the use cases and in sorts of organizations. It used to be a technology that was the preserve of very large organizations that had multi-million-dollar problems that could spend many millions of dollars putting a complicated system in. Today, voice biometrics can be deployed by organizations from small to medium to large. Cloud has had a bit to do with it. I think the thing that's had the most to do with it is people getting used to being able to say, "Hey Siri," I can't say the other one because it'll butt into my conversation, but being able to start to talk to things and get confidence in speaking to things other than another human being. And I shouldn't underestimate also the effect that regulatory compliance has had on organizations to change traditional methods. The requirement to actually protect people's privacy, not have me provide my name, address, date of birth, social security number, and all of my other private information to an agent who may or may not even live or be in the same country, let alone the same legal jurisdiction. So having an agent be provided with, really is this guy Paul. He's allowed to get access to this account, but you don't know anything about his personal information. And that's driving some of the regulatory compliance issues are driving people to find ways to provide convenience, provide security, but also provide consumer privacy protection.
Great, good answers. Go ahead.
It was a really interesting point about the regulatory compliance, because even if you think about things like in-car payments, things like that, where you may use your voice to do that, in Europe, PSD2 requires secure customer authentication. So how do you do that? If you're in a car and you're making a payment, you use your voice. So I think it's a really good point.
We're running low on time here. Time is just flying by. Let me jump into some of the most frequently asked questions that we get all the time. Where are voice prints stored, and who's in control of the customer's personal information, PII? Paul, you want to jump on that one?
Yeah, look, I'll try and bring my questions down so I can get through my answers down a little bit. Where are they stored? The answer is where the client who is dealing with the consumer wants them to be stored. If they've got a cloud service, then they put the voice prints and the related PII in the vault, in their secure cloud environment where they've got the other customer data. If a trusted service provider is providing the infrastructure and the technology, and they are trusted by the organization that's responsible for it, then the voice prints can be stored there. The last thing that we advocate is for the voice prints to be flying around into some unknown place with limited security. We think they should be locked up securely behind the client's firewall and be protected like they protect the rest of their client's information.
And Daniel, so can a system be tricked? Can it be hacked? I mean, is there a way of fooling the voice biometrics?
There are a number of fraud vectors commonly associated to voice biometrics. So you have things like replay attacks, where someone may record the user speaking and try to replay those, or synthetically modification attacks, so where the audio is modified by a computer or generated by a computer, more commonly called kind of deep fakes now. There are a lot of different ways that that can be prevented in voice biometrics. So you can apply some kind of liveness, so maybe a random element to the phrase, or use passive voice biometrics, so the user is continuously speaking. But we can also do things, Valosoft's technology looks at anomalies in this speech stream. So does this look like it's been recorded and replayed? Does it look like it's been, synthetically produced or modified by a machine? So there are ways that the fraudsters can potentially try to subvert the system, but we do have measures in place that detect those and prevent them. And as Paul said earlier, this is always about layering. It's always about applying the right detection capabilities or the right layering at the right time in the right context associated to the level of risk of the transaction. And there's also other forms of potential compromise with encryption, but as Paul made reference to, the storage of voice biometric models is extremely secure, whether it's through cryptographic means, firewalls, etc. So, we're very well versed in how to protect the services and information.
Paul, I gotta get this question out there because we get it all the time. Can you tell us a little bit about the difference between passive and active voice biometrics and how they're used?
Yeah, so this is going to take me about 3.5 hours to get through the whole question. but breaking it down into its simplest means is if you get to an IVR or you're using your browser and you get asked to say a specific phrase, we never recommend saying something like "my voice is my secure password," but it could be say your phone number, or say your account number, or say the digits that are displayed on the screen. Then that's a text-dependent active process. I've actively taken part in providing a key to open my account. Whereas passive is more in the background. So whilst I am talking with a call center agent, my voice is being sampled and the agent is being provided with a confirmation that it really is me. And we're a great believer in using all of these techniques to give a really smooth and efficient and effective verification process that meets both security and convenience. And asking a specific question like, what's your phone number? It comes out of the right part of my brain so that it comes out of my mouth really quickly, and it provides a really high level of security really quickly, allowing a lot of self-service in the IVA and also allowing the agent to start the conversation already knowing who it is. But a lot of people don't want to talk to the IVA, so providing a passive verification with the agent provides an additional layer of security. It allows the agent to start a conversation and relatively quickly get the confirmation of who the person is. So both active and passive are important elements of a successful solution.
And how does that work with enrolling a voice print, Daniel? I mean, I understand you can use active or passive enrollment for a voice print. Maybe you can drill into that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So generally for active enrollments, it can be, a series of random digits or fixed phrase. So you're actively prompting the user to repeat that phrase or those digits, normally about, approximately 3 times. So the user is, and active and passive are primarily use case driven, not security driven. So, if you've got like you're logging into an app, it makes more sense to repeat a phrase and you enroll with that same phrase. For passive, historically it's been applied, kind of live agent conversations, those types of things in contact centers. So you're just naturally talking to the agent, and as part of that natural conversation, your voice is being taken, it's being analyzed, and your voice model is being created. Passive is now also being applied to things like, IVA style interactions or smart speakers or in-car scenarios, so more short utterances, where the enrollment looks a little bit different, but it's still kind of a natural learning process, a natural speech engagement, whereas active is more a prompted approach.
So I've heard often that it's not the technology necessarily that makes a project successful. It's about getting people to use it, getting them to enroll their voice prints. Paul, may I start with you? What are some of the best practices to create a successful project, to get a lot of people to enroll their voice prints and to get a lot of value out of it? Is it doing passive enrollment, or are there other techniques?
Actually, it is the greatest barrier to a successful voice biometric deployment is how do you get people to enroll their voice? And our solution, after many, many years of doing far too many deployments that didn't go as well as they should have, has given us the lessons of history. And that is that not everybody is the same. If you've got somebody that is a traditional contact center user that rings the contact center, interacts with the IVR, goes to the agent, then that's the best way to enroll that person. But the person that's always actively using their app or their browser to interact with you and only calls the contact center from time to time, then enroll them in their channel of preference. They use their password and whatever else to get into the app, present them with the invitation to enroll their voice there and then. And then you've got other use cases where you've got new customers onboarding. Well, that's a great time to enroll their voice print as part of their establishing their account details. So there's a lot of other examples, but not one size fits all. It's entirely possible to enroll people from historical recordings, but you need to be concerned about the security aspects of, was that recording said it was me, was it really me? So you need to make sure that your historical recordings have some sort of security framework around them. So whether it's historical recordings, digital apps, or in a contact center or in an IVR, it depends on the user, and having all of those weapons provides them the best method of getting people enrolled.
Yeah, and one thing I'd just add to that, because excellent points, was just, you got to always keep in mind that your customer so only begins to get their return on investment once they've enrolled, people. So you need to find the best methods for enrolling them. And as Paul said, if the person calls into the contact center a lot, then that's the best method for them. But you have some repeat callers that only call in once or twice a year. So that's not necessarily the best way to roll out the system for that particular client. So it's about understanding your client's needs, their interactions with their customers, to help them get those enrollments up and help them achieve ROI, return on investment in the technology, and help benefit from it, whether it's from fraud reduction or customer experience, etc.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's interesting.
The point you just made then, Daniel, was a great one about the fraud. Creating a voice biometric system with the initial focus, you only have to enroll your known fraudsters to start getting benefit from a voice biometric system, because you don't need all of your regular customers to be enrolled to get fraud benefits from a biometric system. So that can start delivering benefits from day one.
Let's see, we're almost out of time here. I just want to toss this question to both of you. Can you tell us a little bit about how your voice biometric engine integrates into contact center platforms like Five9? And Daniel, you want to give us a minute here on that?
Yeah, of course. So as we all know, contact center technology is quite complex. So we have to have quite a versatile platform. So, specifically speaking to Validsoft's technology, I mean, we offer a number of different ways it can be integrated. So SIP, SIPREC, WebSockets, RESTful APIs. So it's basically about versatility, and that's for two reasons. One is integrating into the contact center to get access to those live audio streams with the customers and also the agents these days. We're seeing a lot of call for authentication of remote agents as well, which presents its own potential fraud exposure. So that's part of it. And the versatility is also about giving them the omni-channel way, connecting multiple engagement channels into the system. So.
Thanks, Daniel. Paul, you want to talk a little bit about your integration?
I think it's we'd be repeating the same answer, but the issue is whether it's public cloud, whether it's your own private cloud, whether it's on-prem. The issue of being able to connect to the audio streams becomes a real important part of the puzzle. Having open APIs and RESTful APIs solves a lot of the problems that used to be much more complicated in the past.
Okay. In the last 20 seconds or so that we have here, Paul, what are the three biggest benefits of using voice biometrics?
Oh, look, the most important thing is about user convenience. Security, I'm worried about people stealing my identity, so I want to solve that problem. So give me the user convenience and the security and privacy.
Anything to add, Daniel?
No, I think Paul nailed it on the head there. It's about, user convenience, security, and also about innovation and automation, I think, as well.
Well, it looks like we're out of time.
Efficiency.
Thank you. It looks like we're about out of time. That was a quick session, but thank you for both participating. And thank you, everyone in the audience, for joining us for this session. Look forward to seeing you on later.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Daniel.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you, Richard. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Paul. I think we're going to open it up to the audience for some questions now. We've got a bunch of them coming through. Let's see, I'll take them from the top. First one is, how does the accuracy of voice biometrics compare to others, such as face recognition, iris, or fingerprint? Paul, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Look, my fingerprint reader and face recognition I have on my device, don't take them off me. They're convenient. They work for me for that situation. But voice plays a different part. Voice is device independent. It means the voice is collected on whatever device I'm using, but it's posted behind the firewall for an out of band or off device verification. Lots of people talk about the absolute security levels in different scenarios. Voice biometrics is really secure. You can bank on it, as many banks do. But so is fingerprint and so is face. And for all of those different biometric modalities, there's a place and a time.
Okay. Daniel, anything to add to that one?
No, I think you answered it well. I mean, voice is a multidimensional biometric. So, and I think we mentioned that earlier. It looks at both your physical and behavioral attributes. It is an extremely secure biometric modality, and is able to be used across many different, customer engagement channels, which is a key strength.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we got another one here. Can you describe the voice authentication process in more detail? Does it depend on the words that are spoken? And how is a voice print encoded? Maybe I'll give that one to you to start with, Daniel.
Yeah, certainly. So there are a couple of different ways you can create your voice print. So using active voice biometrics, you kind of use a series of digits or a fixed phrase, or conversational voice biometrics, or commonly called passive, which is kind of free speech. Voice biometrics doesn't rely on the words you're saying. It's actually the sounds you're making. That's what we're measuring. We're measuring, one of the things we're measuring is the distortion your physical makeup creates on sound. So it is a language agnostic technology. Sometimes it's combined with understanding, are you saying the right digits, or are you answering the question in the right way? And that's the combination of voice biometrics and speech to text, or ASR. But it is a language independent. We're interested in the sounds you're making.
Great. Sorry, I had a little trouble with my audio there that dropped out. Hopefully you can still hear me. Let me look for another question here. This is a good one. How does your technology work with foreign languages that are spoken? Can you enroll a voice print in multiple languages, Paul?
Yeah, so the answer as Daniel just said, voice biometrics is language agnostic. You can enroll in your preferred language using your preferred accents, and the voice biometric system will verify your identity when you come back to verify yourself. If you enroll in one language and try to verify in another language, it may not be as reliable. It might reject you more than it otherwise would because of the different way you speak. But if the more important thing is, if we want to get a one-time passcode off you, so tell you to say some specific digits in a specific order with the right voice from the right device, that's sort of the gold standard of a non-repudiable digital signature. So you do need to have the language for recognizing what was said.
Thanks, Paul. Looks like we're almost out of time. Let me toss one more question in here. Can you use voice biometrics to validate our agents as well as our customers? That's a great question. Daniel, you want to take that one real quick?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And in fact, that's a really emerging fraud vector, particularly with agents that are remote and handling PCI data, is to use voice biometrics to not only authenticate the customer, but also the agent on the call. So it's a really great use case, and yeah, it's an emerging one too.
I would expect that's a great use case as agents are working from home or they're working remotely as well. It looks like we're about out of time for questions. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Daniel, for joining us and providing all this great information. And thank you very much to VentureBeat for organizing this. Thanks, Dan. And for the audience for attending. So we hope you enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the sessions.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much to Paul, Daniel, and Richard. I personally enjoyed that a lot. So next up, we'll dive into big trends in conversational AI and intelligent AI assistants. So this session is going to explore the move from chatbots to truly intelligent assistants with a wide range of capabilities. More human-like speech with advancements in natural language understanding, NLU, no-code, low-code platforms, greater, faster personalization powered by more data and compute power, purpose-built, ROI-driven AI assistants, and more. How could there possibly be more? That's a lot. You're in for a treat right now. Please welcome Barak Turovsky of Google AI, Christian Kitchell of Bank of America, Jonathan Rosenberg of Five9, and they will be in a conversation with Sarah Pearson, who is working at the intersection of AI and national security. This looks amazing. Please enjoy.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to VentureBeat's Transform 2021. My name is Sarah Pearson, and I will be the guest moderator for our discussion on conversational AI. Before we begin, let me introduce some of the leaders in this space, and in no particular order, First up, Barak Tarofsky. Barak is heading NLP products within Google AI. Barak's professional experience spans blue chip companies like Microsoft, PayPal, and SAP, as well as some startup experience. Over to Christian Kitchell. Currently, Christian is an executive for AI solutions and the head of Erica, which is Bank of America's virtual assistant. Christian's background is in leading and building and advising early stage technology startups. And last but certainly not least, over to Jonathan Rosenberg. Jonathan is currently the CTO and head of AI for Five9. Jonathan has spent 25 plus years in the telecommunication industry at companies like Cisco, Microsoft, and Skype. So conversational AI, or those technologies that enable us to have human-like interactions with machines, they continue to simplify and improve our lives. Whether we're leveraging digital assistants embedded in banking apps to pull things like routing numbers or place transfers, or we're using virtual assistants like Google Assistant to figure out how to make sourdough when we're trying to make sourdough bread. They're everywhere and they only continue to grow. So there's no doubt that the maturity of conversational AI technologies are playing a significant role in our lives, whether it's in the consumer space or the enterprise. To dive a bit deeper into NLP technologies that enable conversational AI, I'm going to turn it over to Brock, and he's going to share a bit of his NLP product for.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I wanted to provide a little bit context on why those language understanding in general is a relatively complex topic, because it sounds very natural for us human beings. Every second grader can understand relatively complex concepts, but it's not true for machines. Truth of the matter is that machines are still pretty dumb, and it takes a lot of techniques to basically teach machines a lot of things that humans are taking for granted. So, for example, conversational AI is so complex because inherently the languages are hard. The way we talk has a lot of open-endedness and ambiguity. For example, language could be ambiguous. I'm learning Go could be Go programming language, or could be a game. It could be very variable. You could say different things in different manner. You could say I work for Google. You could say Google employs me. It's also evolving. This term, TVTTTB, it's for real, a slang in Italian that means I like you very much. And that's like a real term. And it's also highly contextual. That's probably the most important thing, is that they were out might have multiple meanings. That's why what's kind of natural for humans, because we in many cases understand context, is very different from our machines. One of the reasons, because machines have limited context. They in many cases analyze only one sentence at a time. So one technique that Google recently introduced in open source called BERT, and BERT is a relatively fancy name for basically using transformers, bidirectional transformers to learn the language. And the idea here is that we on purpose hide pretty significant, like 20% of the words. And the beauty of it is that BERT models can consider the full context of a word by looking at the word that come before and after it. That's why contextual meaning is so important. It's pre-trained using plain text from web, using the same and other textual sources, the same techniques that Google uses to crawl the web to basically provide all the question and answers. And as I mentioned, we use a process to train that is a little bit like what we call mad libs, right? It's like we hide about 20% of the input words, and we train the model to guess those missing words, right? It's kind of a game. When we train the BERT in this way, it can actually predict the missing words and text, but it's actually not that useful on its own, just by predicting it. However, it turns out that when you train a model in this way in a very large set of data, billions of words of text, then this model learns an enormous amount of language understanding in general and world knowledge. So this approach is very effective understanding language, especially highly contextual, highly ambiguous types of language, because it can learn what's called general concept and apply them much more generally than just mentioning facts, because facts are very narrow. And for example, let's take a task where it's like a question and answering network, right? Let's say we care about being able to answer questions from a specific paragraph, right? And the paragraph is on the right. We take the question and a paragraph that might contain the answer, and we want to generate kind of the span of text containing the answer, right? We might have a few hundred thousands to a million examples that have been created by humans, and we can crawl it, and we can train a neural network to do that. This is the way that question answering systems have been trained for many years. And for example, in this particular case, the question is, what are some mammals that build their nest on the ground? We have the context from training, and the BERT actually guesses or finds the answer. That the answers could be voles, raccoons, and skunks. Now, because both question answering system and BERT are both neural networks, we can actually initialize our question answering system with BERT. Then we can train this on our question answering neural system, just as we did before. But since BERT has this deep language understanding and world knowledge, which very important world knowledge, not only deep understanding what you ask, we can answer new type of questions that we've never seen before in much better shape, in much better ways than we do previously. Again, in this example, BERT already learned the association between grass and the ground, because that was asked, as well as mammals and voles. So it can learn to answer the question like this, even if it hasn't seen those words in the question answering training data. Because you basically, like human, now have this human knowledge, this world knowledge. And again, just to give an example how it works, let's say in Google search, BERT helps the system understand subtle language nuances. In this particular example, the question is that every human would understand. The question is about whether somebody else can pick a prescription, or whether you can pick a prescription for someone else, right? But prior to this change, none of the results that Google would provide would be particularly useful, because Google would miss the subtle context, right? Google would show general results about how to fill a prescription, not all directly relevant to the actual query. With BERT, Google now able to understand the meaning of someone else in relation to the rest of the sentence and provide a relevant result. Hopefully it was useful context how complex this topic is and how we are trying to address it. Back to you, Rachel.
Perfect. Thanks, Barak. So to kick off the conversation, I'd love to bring conversational AI to something we've all faced and endured for the last year and a half, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. A question for each of you would be, what challenges did you face, either personally or professionally, that conversational AI technologies assisted with or could have assisted with if they had been built? Let's kick it off over to Barak and then Christian and Jonathan.
Yeah, it was obviously a very interesting time for all of us. There was a range of things. Obviously, when people started switching, working from home, all the video conferencing technology, including understanding it, captioning, translating, became much more important than before. I would also say anything related to virtual or voice assistants, especially related to customer support. Call centers become much more important because there was an explosion of calls, etc. And obviously, it's much harder to do, especially given all the challenges of, call centers, etc. So that's just to name a few.
Christian, anything from a Bank of America perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is actually a pretty good case study from our perspective. When COVID took hold and the lockdowns started coming into effect, we were effectively at ground zero as it related to helping our clients deal with a lot of the, I'd say, unprecedented challenges that were taking place from a financial perspective. And from an Erica perspective, between March and May of last year, we were actually able to mobilize the teams and train and tune Erica to understand over 60,000 COVID-related terms and questions that could help clients, when they needed us most. So effectively, by virtue of being able to do that, we were able to help about 600,000 clients apply for Paycheck Protection Program loans on the small business side. And on the consumer side, we were able to help them defer payments or obligations on mortgages, credit cards, things of that nature, as well as stay up to date on the current status from a government perspective as it related to economic impact payments. So when those checks were going to be expected and actually actions they could take to most effectively and efficiently get that cash into their accounts as quickly as possible. So again, really good manifestation. And to the earlier point as well, we had an unbelievable amount of volume coming into our call centers. So by virtue of being able to handle those, let's say, more straightforward tasks with Erica, we freed up a lot of the time for our specialists to focus on more complex client needs. So again, in the aggregate, I think it was a really, really good example of how the nimble and flexible nature of a conversational AI can actually be mobilized very quickly and brought to bear again to help clients when they need you most.
Jonathan, it couldn't be set up any better for you coming from Five9. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, exactly. So Five9, for those of you who don't know, is a cloud contact center as a service provider. So we were right on the front lines of this COVID transition. And I'll give you a great use case for conversational AI. One of our customers, COVID Clinic, had set up a contact center to take questions from people who wanted to know largely about COVID testing especially in rural areas, they were having agents answer calls about where to go to get tested and how to get the test and when can they come. And as you can imagine, this COVID clinic could not staff agents to handle the call volume fast enough. It was just impossible. So they came to us and we set up an IVA, a voice-based conversational AI that was able to answer queries for, scheduling calls for callbacks and consultations and finding the nearest places that they should go to. And here's an example where, because conversational AI was really good at recognizing street names and cities, the kind of stuff that's hard to collect with prior generation technologies, an IVA that's AI trained, it can really understand these things. So we deployed that in like 10 days for them. It's like record speed for this kind of technology, and it was able to immediately handle huge volumes of calls and get people tested, which is really critical. And at least I hope and like to think that here's an example where conversation AI technology might have actually saved some people's lives by getting them a test set up more quickly, connecting to them to someplace where they could get a test and not get someone else infected. So pretty important use case for AI here during the pandemic.
And I don't think that's a stretch either, right? It's compelling. Let me double click a bit, Jonathan, into your side. Everything that you're seeing at Five9, and then as the needs and as consumers we evolve over the last 12, 18 months, what do you see is coming next? What are you guys thinking about from a roadmap perspective?
Yeah, so there's lots of stuff to do. One, I think, is really to bring the technology like these voice bots and chatbots and IVAs and just make them more accessible. They're still pretty hard sometimes to roll out and train, and so we're investing a lot in helping make that simpler and easier to do. But another thing I think is really important is another application for conversational AI, which is actually helping make a conversation between a customer and a live contact center agent better. What we saw during pandemic is, people are frazzled, they're unhappy, they're frustrated, and you know what? They want to speak to a person, right? It's not a simple query. Like, they didn't want to talk to the bot. They want a person. And so AI can still help in those cases. And we've been looking at what's called agent assist technologies, where the bot is actually sort of listening in on the conversation between the human and the agent, and it's acting like an assistant for the agent, giving them information, giving them guidance. So, for example, like in this kind of use case where a customer calls COVID clinic perhaps and asks where's the nearest clinic, and they speak their address, if this was spoken between the customer and the live agent, the bot can still understand that address and tell the agent, for example, what are some of the local testing centers that customer might go to. That's just an example. We didn't actually roll this out for COVID clinic, but that's the kind of things this technology can do. So I think what we're going to see is, as people now are going to contact centers as the front door for accessing the businesses, right? That's what sort of pandemic has made happen. People are going to still want that empathy and that emotion and that human experience by connecting with a person, and AI can still help make those things faster, quicker, more efficient, and allow the agents to focus on empathy and human interaction rather than like typing stuff in and clickety clack while you're sitting there waiting on hold. Everybody hates that. So I think we can make that better too.
Best of both worlds. With regards to failing, right? Conversational AI, I think we all just related to what you shared, Jonathan, as humans. Maybe Christian, over to you. Where have you seen conversational AI fail? Where is it falling short today?
I don't know if I'd say it's failing, but I'd say it's a big opportunity. And I would bring it back to Barak's earlier statements, right? I think context, right? Balancing multiple conversations in a singular experiential flow, and then context as it relates to, let's say, multiple entities being brought, again, in a multi-step process. So really simple example, right? It would be, okay, I want to send Barak $50. Okay, no problem. I take you through that flow. And then all of a sudden you jump in and you say, actually, how much is in that account right now? And it says $30. Okay, well, actually, I need to transfer another $30 over. Let's do that. And actually, let's send Barak $70. Those kind of pivots and conversational balances, I think, are the direction where a lot of us are heading. And we understand that there is a lot of opportunity there to make sure you can actually facilitate those multi-step connections and execute in a natural way, in a way that a client is normally going to think and process information. So I would say that that's a big one for us, is again driving that contextual understanding and awareness in a multivariate flow.
Yeah, plus one to that. Yes, plus one to that. I generally believe, like, if you look at voice becomes very rapidly the new mainstream way to interact with machines, in addition to keyboard, in addition to mouse, in addition to mobile tap. But if you think about how people interacted with machines, it was very unnatural. Even when you type today in search, you type very specific query. And I actually had a great example of my kids, 7 and 9. They start at Google. They would say something relatively, or Alexa, they would start something relatively open-ended, and Google would say, sorry, I don't understand. Now they're like, Google plays this song by this author. If you think about conversational AI, basically brings it better to much more natural roots, but it's very difficult because the way we interact with people, it's very open-ended, a lot of context that for machines it's very hard to understand. So plus one to what Christian said, sometimes we don't even fully understand. It's like, what should I eat tonight could mean multiple things. It could mean you want to cook and you need a recipe. You might need to go out and need recommendation for a restaurant. You might want to order a takeout, which is a different use case. So there's a lot of open-endedness, but that's how people naturally communicate. And hopefully we'll get closer and closer to that approach with machines as well.
I do think there's something to be said with the fact that the younger generations are being raised in a voice-first environment, right? That we did not talk to our remotes or our phones when we get in a car to go somewhere, whereas that is what they know. So I think that'll also help from a product maturity perspective. You know, one of the things I want to hit is just the balance between privacy and convenience. It's front of mind for many consumers as they interact with these products. How can PMs, product managers, best strike the balance of ensuring that it's a product that is secure while delivering the convenience and the simplicity we all desire? Jonathan, any thoughts from your side first?
Yeah, I mean it's a super challenging problem because the very nature of AI and machine learning is to collect these massive amounts of data to train the system, and so there's some sort of inherent requirement to collect and utilize data. But I think if we go look at it from the case of like particular applications, implementations, and product features, I think the best guidance is put yourself in the shoes of the user and like really think hard about like what would feel wrong or what would your expectations be about how the system is handling the data and the information you provided, and would you be upset if you found out later on that your data was handled this way and that way and whatever. Sort of empathy itself, I find, is the best way that a product manager can really think about how to understand whether they've crossed a line or need to take some steps to address privacy. And that's of course above and beyond the obvious things like, yeah, you're going to have to meet like GDPR and other related privacy regulations, sort of goes without saying. But I think really thinking about it from the lens of the consumer, I think you can often find you can help make better decisions.
Do you agree with that, Christian, coming from the banking side?
I do, yeah. And again, as you would expect, we have very rigorous processes, controls, frameworks in place. We have an AI council internally, and obviously we're very much engaged from a regulatory perspective in everything that is developing from an AI perspective. So if I broke it into two things, I would say you have the interaction models themselves, right? And because we deliver an AI that is largely behind, let's say, the moat, you can only access Erica if you're authenticated in the Bank of America applications, and we have chosen, based on some feedback that we had gotten from clients, not to have things like a wake word. We tell clients that you're only going to engage with Erica when you choose to do so. Now, again, that will evolve over time. I think we all know that. And we've actually had a lot of clients who have said it'd be really nice if I could just say, hey, Erica. But for us right now, I would say that, we're taking a little bit slower path as it relates to accessing the AI itself. Then as you start peeling the onion or going down stack into the data itself, again, I do think we have some benefits in the sense that we're a financial institution. So folks, I think, expect you to know more about their behaviors, their spending habits, things of that nature. But there certainly is a lot of rigor and a lot of scrutiny that goes in to say, okay, if I'm, going to be delivering personalized insights, guidance, and then actually moving up the continuum even into planning and advice, you have to be really, really careful about how you use that data, where you're pulling that data from, and how it's applied, again, to deliver the right client experience and deliver value, but not, go too far, to Jonathan's point, in feeling, quote, creepy.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to get into lightning round here. One last question for each of you, and that is, how are you using conversational AI day in and day out? What is your go-to? Is it a routine? Is it Google Answers? How are you using it? Jonathan, starting with you.
I'll take a lighthearted take on this. I watch TV. I like watching 80s shows, and I always wonder, the actor in there, are they still alive or dead? I don't know why I want to know. So I ask my Amazon Alexa, is so-and-so alive or dead? It's pretty good at answering that question.
Barack, over to you.
Yes, my use cases are heavily influenced by my kids, who are 7 and 9, very big soccer fans, and they come on who is the best player, when he was born, etc. And like, hey Google, and everywhere, in the car, at home on TV, they have their own Google device. So everywhere they constantly ask those questions. And to me, it's great. To your point, the next generation will look at voice assistant as part of their life, which is exciting.
Absolutely. Christian.
So I love Google Assistant. I would say around the house, I do defer back to Amazon Alexa for a lot of things interfacing with AV and smart TVs, that sort of thing. And I actually think Verizon has a pretty good conversational AI. And I've used that in several occasions as well. Obviously outside of Erica for just staying on top of my finances.
Of course, get the Erica plug. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for making the time. That wraps up our discussion today. And thank you everyone for joining.
Thanks very much. Pleasure to be here.
All right. Hello, everybody. We hope you enjoyed a great conversation on big trends and conversational AI. Before we dive into some Q&A, I'd love to introduce Ram. He's joining us from the Five9 team, where he's the Senior Director for Product for Agent Assist. So Ram, thanks for joining this conversation. Over to questions, and I see a couple. Perfect. I see a few flowing in here on Slido, so be sure to get your questions in. The first one I'm actually going to send right over to Ram based on Five9's products and services, but it's what is the ideal mix of assistant AI and human assistance? Why do people choose AI versus human assistance, vice versa? And is there a difference based on the demographic? Ram, what has your experience been?
Sure. I mean, Five9's point of view is that we are not trying to replace human agents with virtual agents. But we do think that virtual agents, whether it's voice or chat, it's supposed to augment what a real human agent does. We don't have a recommended mix of how many virtual agents one should have, but we really think that virtual agents can probably alleviate a human agent's tasks by automating some of the routinely asked questions or frequently asked questions, or things where as a customer or consumer, you really don't need to interact with a human. Let's say, for example, you want to just get an order status, or you want to update your address, or stop shipment on a certain thing, things like that, where you just have one single request or something where you don't really need to speak to a human agent to get your things done, and you should be on your way. Those are kind of the use cases where I think a virtual agent can be very effective. And you really want to talk to a human agent when you want to have a complex interaction, or you have a more complex problem to solve, where a human intervention is much more effective. So that's the way we kind of see the mix between a human agent and a virtual agent.
Thanks, Ram. And I'm sure it varies on. I think it varies on the use case as well. You're absolutely right. Right. Another question over to Barak. Based on your experience at Google, here's a question on: do you see a path towards improving all these assistant AIs by sharing common data while respecting privacy and security concerns?
Yes, it's obviously a very good question. I think that the first and foremost, it's very important to make sure the privacy and security of users is well respected. If there are situations when the data is aggregated in a way that does not, obviously adhere to all privacy laws and does not reveal any personally identified information, there might be a path to share some of those. And like Google is very good in sourcing some of their models and technologies, but obviously each case needs to be looked at specifically, especially in the case of data data that is basically about voice data, etc. Those obviously much more privacy cautious situations.
Do you think that there are specific use cases that are primed for virtual assistants to replace humans?
Ram is probably a good first good person to answer that because he's working on that, but I also can add some. So what do you think, Ram?
You mean, do you think virtual agents will replace human agents? Is that?
Yeah, what
that's correct.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the use case. Like I said, our point of view is that I think right now we look at conversational AI as a way to kind of augment and improve human efficiencies, not to replace. There are there are tasks that humans have to do, a human agent have to do in the call, which can be automated using AI depending upon the nature of conversation. So our Five9's agent assist kind of does that. And virtual assistant, like I said, again, depending on the use case, there are a number of times where there are certain types of calls that can be easily answered by a virtual agent or a bot, either it's on chat or on voice. When doing so, you're basically reducing the burden on a human agent taking calls, and also you're giving better service user experience for the consumers because they have to wait in the queue to get a simple question answered. So really, those are the instances where I think a virtual agent can be helpful and augmenting a human agent. And we certainly don't think a virtual agent would understand the emotional intervention that is often required in certain cases where only a human can do that. So that's our point of view, and I think that trend will continue to be there. And I think I see a trend where more complex, more places where a human emotional intelligence is required. That's when I think a customer would have to wait in line to speak to a human agent. In other cases, I think we can offload those tasks to a virtual agent.
Yeah, plus one, I believe in general AI, including conversational AI, it's enhancing technology, as everything in technology, it's enhancing human skills, not replacing.
That's right. That's right.
In the last 30 seconds, we're going to answer quickly here. So if either of you could wave a magic wand to solve one specific challenge within conversational AI, what would that one thing be? Brock, we'll start with you.
Yes, I would say explainability and diversity. That's very important. Especially Google published their AI principles, and it's very important to have diverse set of training data, diverse set of answers, and also in many cases, AI or deep neural networks are black box, so much more explainability. That would be a big one for us.
Yeah, I think we are out of time, so I like that answer too. That's great.
All right. Thanks everyone for joining our Q&A. Have a nice day.
All right. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. What an amazing panel. Special thanks to Barak, Christian, Jonathan, and Sarah for that panel. It was amazing. Now we're going to go into another break. You have another 15 minutes to do what you will, whether it be beverages or a little snack. But also don't forget, go down there, do some networking, check out the partner events, check out all the content down there. Make sure that you visit everything, the expo, VP Boss. Make sure you're taking advantage of everything absolutely in this next 15 minutes, as well as making sure that you're looking after yourself, of course. We'll see you back here at 1:25 p.m. PT or whatever local time it says in your agenda. See you soon.
Your fragmented data is causing problems. customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machine's autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Self-service is awesome when it works. But when it doesn't work, customers often have to start over with a live agent, which wastes valuable time. But there's good news for businesses today. Artificial intelligence has significantly advanced the synthesizing and understanding of human speech. Using modern compute availability, artificial intelligence algorithms examine call data and generate models that have massively improved the ability to understand human speech and generate realistic voices. These technologies have made it considerably easier to deploy high-quality voice-based self-service applications. By using AI, Five9 Intelligent Virtual Agent can resolve a broad set of customer tasks. If self-service fails to resolve an issue, the customer's information and context is passed directly to an agent with an action plan. So the agent and customer can pick up where they left off with the virtual agent without wasting time. Virtual Agent improves the customer experience and lets agents spend more time helping customers with challenging issues. Talk to us today to learn how Five9 Intelligent Virtual Agent, part of Five9 Genius AI, can improve operational costs while delivering a more human experience.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack. Seize the opportunity. Go farther and faster with data stacks.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice little short break there. Next up, we are very excited to welcome Orchid Bertelsen, Head of Digital Strategy and Innovation at Nestle USA, in a fireside chat with Greg Cross, who is the co-founder and Chief Business Officer of Soul Machines. Take it away, Orchid and Greg.
Well, thanks, Stuart. And hi to everybody. So Orchid and I are super excited to be here with you today. At Soul Machines, we bring digital people to life. We autonomously animate digital people using a digital brain. So in the same way that Orchid and I are going to be animated by our own brain during this session, and you are going to feel and respond and think about what we have to say, being animated by your brain. So that's what we mean by autonomous animation. So, we as a company have been working with some amazing companies and some amazing brands. And one of the pieces of work we're most incredibly proud of is the work that we've done with Orchid and Nestle. So, Orchid, why don't I hand over to you and you tell everybody a little bit about Ruth and how your journey started in terms of working with digital people and deploying your first digital person.
Yes, of course. It's funny. It's not as if we set out saying, all right, what are we going to do with digital humans? And I think for a lot of us, emerging technology, we can get very, very enamored by it. But the way that we evaluate innovation in emerging technology is really centering on a consumer problem or a consumer tension. So the journey was a long one to get to our Toll House cookie coach, our digital human, Ruth. And it really started with an insight from our customer service team.
that a lot of our consumers were calling in and asking us for troubleshooting their chocolate chip cookie recipe. And many of you may not know, but Toll House, and its founder, Ruth Wakefield, actually invented the chocolate chip cookie. And so for a lot of consumers, we were seen as the category authority. We of course have credibility in the space. And when they're baking through, our signature recipe, which is on back of every single pack of chocolate chip morsels, our phone number was right there. So as you're in the middle of baking your cookie and you run into an issue, maybe you have baking powder instead of baking soda, you would actually pick up the phone and call us. And believe me, we were as surprised as anybody as we were digging through this information and this data. And the challenge for us as an organization is that the consumer experience was a bit all over the place. If you happen to be connected with a human operator who's very good at baking, you would have an amazing experience. But if you were on the phone with someone who maybe doesn't bake as often, then maybe you would have a really poor experience. So when we set out on the journey, it was really in order to answer the question of how do we provide a consistent and excellent experience for every consumer when they reach out to us when they have questions about their chocolate chip cookies. And so we underwent, the strategy, of course, around voice technology and the role of it, and what Toll House's approach to voice technology was going to be. And as we were identifying solutions, first we went to voice skills, which kind of was all the rage at the time, and this project started about 2 years ago. But the reality is that the voice journey is a bit, full of friction, from discovery to download to engagement and re-engagement. That process was a bit challenging. And we knew that when it came to baking, people really preferred a multimodal experience of being able to speak, of course, because their hands are covered in flour, but also having that visual reinforcement of, how the cookie dough should look. And so, we kind of took a pause with the project because the solutions out there weren't quite right. But at the beginning of last year, was introduced to Soul Machines and to Greg's team. And we're like, hey, there's something here. Because when it comes to baking and when it comes to stress and challenges with baking, what we wanted was not only an excellent technological solution, we also wanted an empathetic one. And so when we really spoke to Greg and team about digital humans and about the potential of creating something that really sparked joy in the process, that's when we really decided to partner together.
Cool. And so where did people find Ruth, and how did you, what was the experience of creating Ruth and actually bringing her to life like Orchid?
Yeah, sure. I mean, when it comes to conversational AI and especially digital humans, it's very, very much an art and a science. And I think it would be difficult if you asked me to choose which one I preferred. But when it came to the art direction of taking a brand, which is historically just cookies, and trying to create a human embodiment of that, what does that look like? What would she look like? What would she sound like? That was a process, Greg, that, we really enjoyed with your team of just, being very thoughtful about what our brand personified could be. And then, on the voice technology side, that was, we obviously have our voice tech stack of different elements and, happy to speak to the technology itself. But at the end of the day, it was really about, finding a realistic voice. And so that was a really fun and thoughtful exercise, that we did together, which is that there are all of these default voices out there. And when it comes to Uncanny Valley, that hasn't exactly been solved yet, right? And so consumers were looking for a realistic voice. And so we were able to do that through our technology partners. So, I'm happy to say today, people find Ruth, our cookie coach, differentiated. I think a lot of people have asked me, well, how do you measure success? What is your KPI? What is your metric? Is it average handle time? Is it deflection? What does that look like? And at the end of the day, it's really about sparking joy, which sounds simplistic, but from a business perspective, it makes sense. Because, we are in a highly commoditized category with a lot of chocolate chips out there. And so how do we differentiate? And so the thought was really we can differentiate on experience. And if you're standing at the cookie aisle or even, in your grocery app and you're staring at all these packages of chocolate chips, it's hard to determine whether or not you're making the right decision. And so when you go with Toll House, you are supported every step of the way. And so a baker would feel confident that they made the right decision the first time with Toll House. And when they are in that situation again, they're going to reach for Toll House again when driving repurchase. So consumers, the feedback has been great. Of course, we're learning every day and we're optimizing the experience based on more phrases or more questions that she can answer. But we have really positive initial results.
Yeah. So we spend, when we work together, our teams spend a lot of time talking about this idea of empathetic customer experience and really, really personalizing that customer experience. You talked about it a little bit earlier on about, making that connection multimodal. Baking is often a family event or a collaborative event. So, this is a way for you to create, that really, really strong emotional brand connection in a way that, if you think about it in terms of the sorts of digital channels that have been available previously, you haven't been able to, a big organization like Nestle and a big American brand like Toll House is really, that creating that personal connection is just not possible at the type of scale that we can, because of course Ruth is digital. She's a video stream from the cloud, so you can have lots of digital Ruths helping people with baking at once. It's 24/7. Ruth is always going to be up to date with the latest recipes and the latest learnings and the latest knowledge. So she's kind of like this, super brand representative. Is that how it's actually working for you? For Toll House and for your customers?
Yes, very much so. I mean, even at the start of the project, we talked about what Ruth would look like as version 15, right? Because, we've got to launch version 1 and iterate and, optimize our way to version 15. And so we had lots of, sparks of inspiration. And one of them was from the film Her, when Joaquin Phoenix, and I hope I'm not spoiling this for anybody, but Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with Scarlett Johansson, his voice assistant in his head. And he asked her, he's like, are you having, this type of, relationship with anyone else? And she's like, yeah, actually tens of thousands of others. And I bring that up because to your point about scalable personalization, that's what we're able to do with Ruth. She remembers when you've come back. I think version 15, I'm happy to describe that, is that, she would remember your name. She would remember the last recipe you baked. It's like seeing an old friend again. And so to your point, in large organizations, especially personalization, and we know that people are looking for personalization, right? They're giving us their data in order to have a more personalized experience. We know that they're willing to pay more for that, right? For a brand that offers that experience. And so for us, in order to do that in a scalable and meaningful way is extremely difficult. But I strongly feel that we've done that with Ruth. Are we completed and have we, absolutely crushed it? Like, not yet. I mean, she's a work in progress, but we're really proud of, what we've launched and also, where we're taking her.
Yeah. So you touched on a couple of, I think, really, really important threads to draw out there. We talked about personalization. So, the fact that Ruth can have a memory and she can remember you, and she's integrated into, some of your back end systems around the way in which you manage customer connection. So there's personalization and data. And, one of the things I know we've spent a little bit of time talking about is this, and rather ironically, in this cookieless world, this cookieless marketing world. Not, the world should never be without cookies to eat. But in this cookieless marketing world, where we start to think more careful about, people are going to, when you use people's data, they're going to expect value in return for it. So do you see this as being something that's a really, really important part of this type of marketing experience or brand experience?
Now, from a marketing perspective, absolutely, right? Because people's attentions are being pulled in a million different directions. I actually just had this conversation with my team this morning, which is this philosophical question of just because we can, should we? And that is a question that I personally think everybody should be asking that, but especially marketers when it comes to consumer data. So when do you cross the line of personalized and value add and being, potentially invasive, right? And so, with Ruth, we very much want to add value. We want consumers to come back and, time and again of their own volition, not because we've tracked them in some way or, put an Apple AirTag on their shirt or something like that. And so, very much we believe that we've done that with Ruth. And just to share, why we think this is resonating with consumers, the average session length for a session with our cookie coach is about 13 minutes. Now, as a brand marketer, you'd be hard pressed to find any experience where a consumer is, willingly and actively engaging with you for that period of time.
Yeah, that's an amazing number, a 13-minute engagement, and that comes back to the connection and the value that people feel from it. So I mean, you're quite right. I mean, that's just extraordinary in the sort of the attention deficit world that we live in today. All of this is powered, all of this stack is powered by different types of artificial intelligence, whether it's the humanized artificial intelligence and the autonomous animation and digital brain technology that Soul Machines is providing, the underlying conversational AI or NLP technology, the increasingly better and better synthetic voice technology. So all of these things are, improving at an incredibly, exponential rate. We're seeing advances and improvements. What are some of the ways you can imagine Ruth evolving? Not necessarily committing to it, but what are some of the things that you can imagine at this point in time? So.
Yeah, sure. There's a couple of different directions. I mean, if we were to talk about version 15, right? And I think that we've already touched on one of them, which is this idea of a synthetic memory. That's speaking to her, and you would have, this feeling as if you were speaking to an old friend. I think there's a lot of opportunity in that space of, having emotional support and engaging in a fun conversation with someone versus the utility of it, right? And the happy medium is, of course, somewhere in the middle. So, that is absolutely a direction that we see, Ruth. I think another one is more of a comment on customer service, in general. Right? I think historically in large organizations, customer service has been viewed as a cost center. It is the cost of doing business. And yet in this consumer obsession world, and I know that's a buzzword that a lot of organizations are saying, the reality is that customer service is one of your few channels where you're directly communicating with your consumer time and again. Now, where we're seeing customer service evolve is from a cost center to a revenue generator. So, imagine a world where, if you're using Ruth and the cookie coach, that means that you're going through your Toll House morsels, right? You're baking through those ingredients. And so what if at the end of the experience, she says, would you like for me to add more to your cart? Which ones would you prefer? And so that effectively, very specific example, but really starts to, transform what customer service can be and its role for organizations.
There's just so many different directions this goes as we move into the future. I mean, digital people can speak, multiple languages. We have, and I know we've started to show you and some of our other clients, the fact that the next generation of digital people, start to have hands, and we're able to automate other parts of their body so that they can direct attention. They become, they're able to interact and integrate with content that you have on the screen. So it becomes, not just a personal interaction with a digital person, but a truly multimodal interaction between, you if you're me if I'm the consumer, digital Ruth if that your digital Ruth today, Orchid, and any content that might be on the screen, might be a shopping basket, might be here's the baking equipment that you're going to need today. So these are all become parts of the experience, and then of course we sort of ultimately, we start to imagine about, digital people existing in digital worlds, and in the 2D internet that we have today becoming 3D. Is that another exciting direction that because big brands always talk. We've talked about, and I'm sure you've done innovation around AR and VR at the moment. But this becomes interactive, truly interactive 3D digital worlds. And, it might be a ways away, but, we all know it's coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Greg, that's why I'm smiling. I mean, it's always so fun to imagine the future and look around corners with you. And I think that is, what a lot of us in innovation and in emerging technology are seeing is that consumers, and there are different industries that I think are leading the forefront when it comes to the blending or mixed reality, right? Or even, leveraging AI. Like, there's some of my favorite fashion brands that all of a sudden you can see the sneakers on your feet before you even go anywhere. And so this idea that you're going to have, digital humans being brand ambassadors, existing in worlds that are purely digital. I think that's really, that's very exciting. And I think that we certainly have, once you see kind of all the disparate pieces of what's happening out there in various industries, I think it's very clear that that's kind of where the world is going.
Yeah. So I'm going to come back to today a little bit because, some really great questions starting to pop up here. So, one of the questions, that always comes up with digital people is, it comes from the movie industry, is this whole concept of, the uncanny valley. And, and it's kind of this, it's something we all talk about, but it's not, specifically measurable. And, at Soul Machines, we like to think about this as, how emotionally engaged people get with Ruth. They know Ruth is digital because I think it's pretty important to brands that you establish a platform of authenticity and integrity up front. So, how do you guys think about, the uncanny valley and how your customers relate to, a digital person that looks pretty amazing, but still not quite perfect?
Yeah, of course. I mean, candidly, crossing uncanny valley or closing it was a big concern. We wanted the experience to feel seamless. We didn't want people to be turned off by it for, an unmeasurable reason. And so going into it, we did do some research on, obviously the power and strength of the idea itself, but also, what, do we go with a photorealistic digital human, or do we go something with, as like the next generation Clippy or something like that? And the reality is that the research results showed that when it came to Uncanny Valley, people were more concerned about the voice. It was more important that the voice was human-like versus, the physical or the visual aspect of it. And I think that's really understandable because it's not really only about evaluating the technology and looking at the digital human itself, but also considering the context of the world that we live in. Gaming and esports is on the rise. You see people using, memojis, bitmojis. And so this idea of a digital being that looks human-like, people are more familiar and comfortable with that than we've ever been. And so that was really how we considered Uncanny Valley. It was not only, the digital human, the Soul Machines, cookie coach itself, but really about the context of the world that it lives in.
Yeah. So, I guess leading on for that and tying into it, there's some questions coming in around this whole area of emotional engagement. One of the really, really important things about Ruth and the technology that you're able to use with Ruth, that we provide around the digital person and the autonomous animation platform. Ruth is being animated in real time. She's been designed to look a specific way. She's been designed to sound a specific way. You touched on that now. But she's also been designed with a specific personality so that she can support the values of your brand. But she's also still, because she's engaging based on what she sees via the webcam, hears via the microphone. So, can you talk a little bit about, we touched on what does Ruth look like and what Ruth sounds like, but what how did you think about the behaviors and the way in which you wanted Ruth to emotionally engage with the brand?
Yes, of course. I mean, I think for a lot of those, who have a lot of experience in brand marketing, We've all had those PowerPoints that we work together with our agencies on that talk about the brand voice, and you list out a celebrity, whether it's Amy Poehler or Tina Fey. They were very popular when I was agency side of aspirational celebrities that you wanted your brand to, feel or sound like. So with Ruth, I mean, we had a lot of those foundational brand, documents, right? About this is what this is what we want consumers to feel when they engage with our brand. Now, historically, it was about engaging with our brand when they're consuming it, right? Like it was a little on the nose, if you will. But now it was about, all right, if your brand were a person and you could create that person, even simple things like, would she say yes, yup, or confirmed, right? Really about thinking about the language she uses and how people feel when they engage with her. Do they feel supported? Do they feel like they're talking to a friend, or are they talking to an expert? And so, and previously when I talked about the art and the science part, this is very much the art part, because you couldn't say, all right, well, let's dial up her warmness by 3%. Like that's just not how it works. And so that was a very fun and creative part of the process, was to say, all right, well, we've talked about this and we've talked about how the emotions that our brand evokes, but in 2 dimensions, right? On paper, in a PowerPoint. And now we have the opportunity to design something that is truly 3-dimensional. And so what does that look and sound like? And, what feelings does that evoke?
Yeah. So, I mean, it sounds like a lot of this thinking is the way in which we think about, employing and training, real people in the real world, if they're going to be brand representatives for Nestle or Toll House as a brand. You're looking for certain attributes, certain personality types, certain skills, certain capabilities, certain experience. So, while it's in some respects quite a similar process in terms of the analog people world and the digital people world. So really. So, sorry, Orchid, you wanted to jump in on that?
No, just agreeing with you. No, just agreeing with you.
Okay, we're getting caught out a little bit by the lag here. So, look, we're at about 5 minutes to go. There's more and more questions coming on, and so we're going to kind of jump over to some of the Q&A stuff at this point in time. Some of my are probably a little bit broader. Some I will throw at Orchid. There's quite a few comments coming in about, in this COVID world, in this new world in which we're living today, people are feeling, more disconnected, where, some people are still scared to reconnect to the world. A lot more of our habits are digital, so we buy online more, we buy more stuff online, we're engaging with brands online more, and of course, there's pluses and minuses. You look at that, but so one of the things we see enormous applications for enormous growth in the use of digital people in the workforce, because of the way in which they can scale and democratize brand experiences, or even in areas like healthcare and education. So we saw in the COVID era, we saw tremendous pressure go on to our healthcare systems, literally all over the world. I mean, they were responding to a crisis and they were making it up and having to figure it out as they go. And, digital people, some of the work we did, for example, with the World Health Organization, we were able to provide a scalable resource for them to deal with the deluge of myths and fakes that got published. So, this is a way in which we could reimagine it. And many schools and many education systems, a lot of us were homeschooling our kids during this time. Some of us, I guess, still could be, depending on the school districts we're in today. So, we saw education which shift massively into digital platforms, and there are lots of amazing opportunities in these areas to look at education. Because one of the cool things about digital people, and Orchid, you might have a comment here, is in many different applications, people prefer to speak to digital people rather than real people. Because when we speak to real people, we're always scared of being judged or asking what someone might think is a really dumb question, and if we don't understand, we ask it again, and then we're probably going to stop asking. Is that something that you guys have seen in any of your research as well?
Yeah, I mean, for us, definitely. I mean, what you said is just right? And you take this and you apply it to like other aspects of brand marketing. Like when you go into a focus group, with a bunch of humans, a lot of them, sometimes the answers aren't entirely truthful, to your point about this being judged or showing some kind of vulnerability. So when you speak to a digital human, it's very clear what it is. We've gotten a lot of questions about, hey, Ruth, what's your favorite song? Or they want to know more about her, or they want to tell her things because they know that she's just going to, politely smile and nod. Certainly there's an aspect of that.
Yeah, so you even today you're seeing people who love baking. Ruth becomes like a companion, if you like. Somebody that they want to be friends with. Is it going that far yet?
I'm not sure. I mean, sometimes when I got lonely during COVID, I would just kind of open my browser and just, have Ruth there. It's kind of like working in an open workspace. But I I don't know if that's replicated across the board. We've certainly gotten a lot of verbatims about that, about looking to her for some just passive companionship. I don't know if it's happening at scale yet, but certainly is happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something that we've noticed across a range of different industry categories. Banking and financial services. I mean, a lot of people worry about their money, particularly and so even having somebody who they can just talk to. I mean, we've certainly seen that in other categories as a result of this, as a result of the changes that we've all experienced in this world over the last. Over the last 12 months. So this is it's, as you've said, this is a journey that we're all on. Like most innovation journeys, we're in this fourth industrial revolution now. We're not talking about it as much as we used to, because obviously there are other things that we need to focus on at the moment, but we're in this journey now. So I think Orchid, from what we've talked about and the questions that we've received and answered today, you're pretty optimistic and pretty excited about where this goes in the future.
Oh yeah, for sure. And to your point, we're in early innings, but things change literally every day and every hour. And so this is something that we're excited about. Again, it's about the technology itself for us. It's about creating differentiated experiences that support our brand values and allow consumers to engage with us in a different way.
Cool. Well, we're right on time. And so, as always, it's been absolutely fantastic catching up again, Orchid. Thanks so much for your time. Thanks, everybody, for listening to us.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was amazing. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that was a truly delicious session. In fact, let's go even further. With Greg's amazing interview skills and Orchid's incredible answers, I would say they are a batch made in heaven. Yeah, I'm going to stop doing the cookie puns. I'm not really that good at cookie puns. I really just need to do better. First of all, we must thank Soul Machines for bringing us that amazing and delicious conversation. Thank you so much, Soul Machines. And our next session will focus on call center automation. Panelists Marco Casalena, who is the SVP at Salesforce, Adri Perkayasva, which is Group Head of AI and Digital Risk Analysis at BNP Paribas Group, Callan Shabella, SVP and GM at Five9, and they will all be interviewed by our very own Kyle Wiggers of VentureBeat. They're going to discuss how AI assistants can coexist and help humans do their job better. And I'll go and do some better cookie pun research. Please take it away, everybody.
Hello and welcome, Transform attendees, to the panel on call-centered automation, how AI assistants can coexist and help humans do their jobs better. The reason we're talking about automation in the call center today is because enterprises have had to face a lot of challenges during the pandemic, including dealing with remote workers and contending with higher call volumes than they're probably used to. Automation, as it turns out, can help in many of these cases by handling triaging, analytics, handoffs, among other things. Challenges do remain when it comes to automation in the call center, but the potential is enormous, and our panelists are going to speak to that today. I will be moderating. My name is Kyle Wiggers. I write about call center automation, of course. Among other AI and machine learning technologies, runs the gamut, really. Marco, if you would go ahead next and tell us about yourself.
Hi, I'm Marco Castellana. I am the general manager of Einstein here at Salesforce, Einstein being the AI system that's built into Salesforce.
And next we have Audrey.
Hi, Adri Purkayastha. I'm Group Head of AI and Digital Risk Analytics at BNP Paribas, focused on enterprise AI transformation and risk management.
And last but not least, Callan.
Hi, everyone. Callan Chabella. I'm the Enterprise EVP of Product at Five9, which is a leading hosted contact center player and automation player.
Excellent. An esteemed group here to talk about automation in the call center and what that entails. So I think a good place to start is defining automation. Automation is such a broad and nebulous term. It's almost like AI, right? What does it mean? And what does it mean applied to the call center? What sort of technologies does automation entail here? And in some cases, it might not even be AI. So I would love to hear from each of you what comes to mind when you think automation, and maybe some of the ways it's being applied in the real world. We can segue into some use cases and maybe customer stories that illustrate some of the concepts you all will be talking about momentarily. So maybe we can start with Marco and proceed as we did with the introductions a moment ago.
Great. Well, from our perspective at Salesforce, automation in the call center really spans the gamut, from augmenting the human, from helping them do things like route cases or helping them reply, to actually automating the response completely with something like a bot or a virtual agent. So we take a fairly expansive definition of automation in the call center.
And for me, automation and augmentation are two sides of the similar coin. So I see most of the use cases have been towards automation, but the other purview we might have is augmentation of agent assist, training of agents, and also maximization of customer delight. And that's a key thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're talking about a spectrum here. On one end of the spectrum, we've got, full automation technology, so completely automating one side of the conversation entirely, whether that be, voice traffic or chat traffic or social traffic, the classic sort of virtual agent space. And then you've got almost a continuous spectrum from enhancing a conversation through sort of feedback to the agent in real time, as well as obviously agent assist technology. So, integrating with the knowledge base and, showing information to an agent to make them more capable, I guess, during the conversation that they're having. And again, being able to do that across pretty much any channel. So it is really a spectrum. And whereas, probably a couple of years ago, that was very defined, buckets or categories, I think they are very much blurring these days.
Absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned that, because some of our listeners might be wondering, how is this different from the IVR systems I've encountered, right? Some of them might have come across basic speech recognition from the customer perspective, sort of phone tree that responds to what they're saying and routes them, through a dialogue. But obviously, as all of our panelists spoke to just now, automation is much broader than that. And I would love to hear about some, again, real-world examples, some customer case studies that help to make this more concrete. So perhaps beginning with Marco again, I'll vary it up as the panel goes on. Don't worry, everyone. We can talk about some examples maybe that happened during the pandemic or before, where automation truly transformed maybe even back office tasks or the customer experience, made the experience more engaging for someone who might have a problem and felt the need to call into a call center and get that problem resolved as quickly as possible, ideally.
Yeah, for us over here at Einstein, 2020 was a crazy year. Well, it was a crazy year for all of us, I had to think, but it was definitely a crazy year for us because we saw the types of customers that we had really changing. And so what we started to see is a lot more really old line companies start to come online with artificial intelligence and automation, and also governments. We saw a lot more governments than we ever had in the past. And so when you think about the full automation side of the spectrum, we have like the state of New Mexico here in the US and DVLA in the UK putting up chatbots, and they were really successfully able to deflect a lot of the queries that they had. Frankly, they just didn't have enough people on staff to be able to handle that in the wake of what was changing with the pandemic. But then also with some of these old line companies like Maersk, the shipping company, you know, they've been around for over 100 years. And some of these AI capabilities, they might seem a little bit mundane, like what we call case classification, basically learns to read these service cases and routes them to the right people and stuff like that. It seems mundane, but wow, it really works. And so Maersk put that up, and they're using it to basically auto route hundreds of thousands of cases every day. So, you know, from the mundane to the fully automated, there's a pretty wide spectrum there, and we're seeing a lot of the bigger businesses and governments now start to pick it up.
I'll jump
So
in
for
here
us,
if you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for us, it's very similar. The focus on not only automating customer conversation, but increasing the customer lifetime value, customer delight, and essentially enabling the customer journey and the pathway where you have the agents, the machine agents supporting the humans, the call center operators, whereby the focus has been on performance improvement, the gap of performance, whereby the volume and the quality of support that agents give to the humans has to be increased. So it has very much been on introspection and what we can learn from this blurb on the activities that we hadn't seen a few years back.
Mm. The case study that comes to mind for us in the, well, one of them is, COVID related is actually COVID Clinic, which is essentially testing centers and, a business that effectively didn't exist pre-COVID because it wasn't the need. They got to the point during the year where just the sheer number of contact center agents that they had to hire just became impossible. So they were adding, so many per day that they just couldn't staff it with actual people. So they reverted to a virtual agent technology, a cloud-based virtual agent technology in this case, to handle that type of inquiry. And I think it's really a testament to what you can do with the technology today. You can not only build and respond to these use cases, but you could do it at a speed that if you go back a few years, it really wasn't possible. And so it allows you to be responsive. And so obviously that's going to go through a phase of spiking up and then hopefully we all hope fading out over time. But that was a really interesting use case for this past year. Another one that I think was really interesting too, because we're talking a bit here about sort of automation of conversations. But if you look at a customer like one of ours, like TrueConnect, the way that they use AI technology is not so much to automate the call, but to just reduce that sort of wrap up time and post call processing within their contact center. So in this case, they make use of an automated summarization or diarization technique, where as the agent is having a conversation, in this case it's the voice conversation with a caller, that they're actually seeing a summary of what the conversation is being presented on the screen. And not only can they obviously do that and then just click submit at the end, but they can also annotate it and change it and so on. So just being able to do something like that, you could reduce the post-call handle time or post-interaction handle time by 30 seconds or a minute or whatever. And when you scale that across, many hundreds of agents, it adds up to a pretty compelling ROI very quickly.
Absolutely. It sounds like there's been a lot of innovation behind the scenes recently, not just in the past year, that have enabled all of these products to serve these purposes, these needs that enterprises have. So I would love to hear from each panelist what technologies in particular you think have really come along in the past 5 to 10 years that have made these call center automation products and solutions possible? Is it advances in natural language processing? Is it better speech recognition? I'm sure we've all had IVR experiences within the past few decades that have just been terrible, and we wish we'd never picked up the phone and in fact and just dealt with the website or knowledge base somewhere else instead. But maybe starting with Colin and then moving on from there. What particular technologies, and feel free to dive as deep as you like. Here at VentureBeat, we love to peel back the curtains on these sorts of things and get into the nitty-gritty. Mm-hmm. What technologies do you think have been really instrumental in delivering some of these call center automation experiences?
I think if we're talking about spoken channels, I'll split spoken channels out from some of sort of social channels, because I think social channels is an entirely interesting space in its own right. And the tech, not only is it the technologies have changed in the last 5 years, but the actual channel existing has changed in the last 5 years. But if you look at just say on the voice calls and things like that, prior to Five9, I was the CEO at Inference, which was a sort of a pioneer in this space of building these very large, sophisticated mixed initiative grammars using AI techniques. And the reason that company existed at all was that you would actually go through a process of building very detailed speech recognition grammars to try and understand particular domains. I'd say since the advent of things like streaming APIs from people like Watson and Google and Amazon, which we all see around us every day now through devices like Siri or Amazon Echoes or Google Homes, we now can just use those same API sets. So this notion of sort of grammarless-based speech recognition, where it just sort of works straight out of the cloud, is now a reality, and that's probably had the single biggest change that we've seen in the last few years. As it relates to channels themselves, what we see, particularly outside of North America, because we operate all over the world, as everyone else on this panel does as well, is that in other markets, voice is absolutely not the dominant channel. So, for example, throughout Africa, for us, things like WhatsApp as a channel for chat, as a channel for text, as a channel for passing data back and forth is like the dominant channel. And so just the fact that you can have an insurance bot or something like that in South Africa, where you're actually uploading photos through the bot itself, and then having that react to you, just that as an idea really didn't exist a few years ago. And so that's just a couple of examples where I think we've seen a lot of changes.
Absolutely. Audrey, do you have a perspective on this?
Yeah, so I totally agree. And the really interesting change has been the way we approach the speed and the provenance of the learning. In the ASR and transcription has obviously become better, and the cloud services are essentially supporting the velocity of implementing such solutions. On the other end, the ideas around knowledge base integration, whereby you are looking into knowledge graphs and extracting the information which is pertinent to support the agents, that has really given the value. When somebody calls in the call center, they usually have a problem and a challenge. So the agents, for them to be able to extract those information automatically, and then if it's a human operator to surface it, it has really changed. And on the voice side, I feel the other the other aspects that I'm seeing is a little bit investment on voice tonality, on essentially behavioral aspects, where you're not only looking into word recognition or essentially transcription, but you're also trying to understand the semantic, if you might say, the qualitative parts of a conversation. And then the other one is the continuous learning, whereby if you have a system that learns, whereby optimizes towards not only KPIs which are particularly popular in the contact center, but also looks into increasing the customer's delight. It can be CLV, it can be other ideas. So that's particular and interesting point.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned continuous learning because Marco and I had a conversation for this panel, ahead of this panel, about the issue of data drift that some enterprises face. Well, it's a universal problem, really, and it goes far beyond automation in the call center. But retraining is something that can fix that, right? Data drift is when a predictive model is working with old data, and then something changes, like a pandemic happens, and the model kind of goes askew, and it's no longer making accurate predictions for a given use case. So I'm hoping Marco maybe can speak to that, and also provide your perspective on understanding technologies that have been really transformative in the call center space in recent years.
Yeah, I mean, to your earlier question, of course, there have been some really fundamental advances in natural language processing, things like transformer models. You see it in Gmail, does that kind of autocomplete for you. We have a feature like that for the call center called Reply Recommendations that does basically the same thing. And that's really cool. But to your more recent question, I'm going to say something. It's a little bit longer. I'm trying to think of a shorter way to say it. Inherently labeled data sets. The fact is that we are a cloud provider here at Salesforce, as is Five9, where Callan works, and our customers have been entrusting a lot of data to Salesforce all this time, and that is very much the food that AI needs to work. And it's not even just the data itself; it's also what we call the labels. When I talked about earlier, like Maersk being able to turn on case classification and do this auto routing, the reason that works is because all along, prior to turning this thing on, they had been doing this manually. There were people in there that were reading these things and routing them. And by doing that, they were labeling these cases. They were providing the label that the AI needs to relate the data to the outcome. And that's how case classification works. When there's data drift, and we did see a lot of data drift when COVID happened, because people were asking about different things. They were talking about different things. Our system was able to adapt to that because of the fact that people were just, for example, case classification. If cases were getting misrouted because of COVID, that only lasted a month or two because people were fixing it. Like, oops, this was supposed to go to this other department, right? And when they did that, they automatically relabeled those cases so that on the next retrain cycle, the AI would pick it up and route it correctly. So data drift is a problem, and it can be addressed by continuous labeling, continuous relearning.
Sure. So, I mean, I think that the thing that we see, as perhaps one of the biggest blockers, if you like, of sort of successful deployments is just we're almost like the industry is almost a victim of its own success at the moment, where people have an expectation around like what AI actually means in the contact center, and perhaps that is based not in reality. So one of the biggest challenges we have, which Marco was talking about before, is getting data. Right, so all these things are built using data. Without the data, you're not actually able to train the model. One of the nice things about operating in a contact center environment is data is arriving all the time, but you need to make sure that that data is high quality, and you need to make sure that the business that's implementing the system understands that it's going to take a period of time to accumulate that data and then go through the process of actually using it to train the model. So we talk about sort of a 30, 60, 90-day window. Where we're expecting sort of an NLP maturity model. So we expect the performance of the system to increase as we collect more information. And you just need to be, when you're talking to customers or people that are looking to implement this for the first time, that make sure that they have an expectation that there is that maturity curve, and that is part of and a normal part of the actual development process. In terms of where I think this is going to go in the coming years, it's very interesting. It's going to be very hard to predict, but if we just look at some of these emerging technologies as it relates to conversational enhancement. I think that's going to become an increasingly big part of the industry. So actually, rather than working with say a contact center agent after the call and saying, well, you didn't greet the customer in the right way, or you were speaking too quickly or too slowly or whatever, being able to provide that real-time feedback during an actual conversation, I think is going to be an interesting space to watch. And then the other area that's really of interest to myself personally, coming out of sort of a big carrier environment, is this concept of personal virtual agents and always-on network persistent software agents that represent even down to the consumer level. So you call me on my phone, you're expecting me to answer, you're expecting to go to my voicemail, but rather than actually have that, you actually talk to a virtual agent that is representing me in the network, always on, understands my calendar, understands my address book, understands all of these things. That's an interesting space as well.
Absolutely. Hate to be that person, but we're running a bit tight on time. Maybe we can simply focus on what the future might hold for automation in the call center, perhaps starting with Marco, if you would like to speak to that for a few moments.
Well, I mean, I will say that, as Kellen just mentioned, it is increasing human augmentation. Definitely, as you're on the call, these things will kind of pop up. And of course, one of the challenges for both us and for businesses and governments that are implementing this is not overwhelming your human agents with stuff thrown at them all the time, So that's pretty key. But more and more and better automation so that the types of customer service problems that go to humans will be the harder nuts to crack over time.
Audrey, if you have anything to add, feel free.
Yeah. So I agree with Marco and Callan. Say the one of the key focus should be on how you have very commonality across the various agents that you've got humans that is in the call center, whereby you are training your agents to be the best agent that there is. And AI could be used for that, whereby you have different KPIs and metrics. So the outcome-based AI, where the outcomes are defined, not only the traditional metrics, but metrics which are pertinent to, again, improving and improving the performance, the knowledge gap of the contact center. So that's a key direction I see on the future years.
Absolutely. And with that, I think we'll wrap up the panel here. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. It was a wonderful discussion, wide-ranging, as I expected it would be. Stick around for the Q&A afterward, when you'll have an opportunity to ask questions to the panelists, and we'll do our best to respond in a timely manner and get to everyone's questions. Once again, thanks for joining us, and have a great rest of your Transform conference. The first one is about implementation and deployment, and just technological issues that might crop up during adoption of call center automation technologies. So this anonymous questioner says, AI in call centers is great, but sometimes it might not work. How do you determine when it's time to route someone to a real person? So maybe we can start with Marco, who might have some perspective on this, and everyone else can jump in afterward.
Yeah, there are a few ways, some of them simple, some of them more complex. One of them is you can make an escape intent, an intent being the distillation of an utterance. And so you think about when you call your favorite airline's IVR, what do you say? Customer service, customer service. You hear that, shunt them to an agent, right? But there are more complex ways that you can do it, doing things like tonal analysis. So if you see that the customer is becoming frustrated in some fashion with the IVR, using the tone of their voice or the way that they're speaking, you can choose then also to escalate it to a contact center agent.
I'll jump in there if I can as well. I think, and I spoke at this at an earlier session today. When you're doing these projects, people think about the success metrics, and it's important that you do define, when do we count success? But equally as important is when do we count a fail? And in addition to using some of those techniques that Marco talked about, there will be the classic sort of zero out type approaches. There will be the certain number of no matches against a particular intent that you're looking for. So you really just don't understand what they're saying, or you can't hear them, or something like that. You really need to make sure that you handle all of those use cases in your design. It's not just simply designing for the happy path.
Yeah, so I will add exactly the same points. In addition to that, I would say that try to build experimental data, not just opportunistic data that is essentially looking to be success criteria, but as Callan said, the historic failures. And you have to probably create data for that experiments where you learn from your failures and then train a meta model that looks for failures.
Yeah, absolutely. So the second question here, also from an anonymous questioner, asks, what might call center agents do when they're not required to address these monotonous tasks that are now automated by, in many cases, AI technologies? The questioner basically makes the point that retraining in some cases could be challenging. So what would you all say, panelists, that enterprises should do? What sort of approach should they take when deploying automation technologies to, helping their workforce transition to more meaningful jobs or meaningful tasks that they have less time to address before, or in some cases might not have been doing before? Let's start with Callan this time, perhaps.
Yeah, this is an interesting case, right? Or interesting question. So, if you think about, going back, I don't know, decades, right? There was this concept of like in offices before computers, there was like a typing pool, and you'd go there and you'd get letters typed and memos typed and things like that. And then personal computers came out and people did all their own typing. And those people didn't become unemployed. They did other jobs within those organizations. And generally what they did is a much higher value job within those organizations, right? And essentially that's the same sort of industrial revolution we're seeing here for conversations. So I make sure that organizations have a really good look and actually know what it is that their agents are handling on the phone or over chat or whatever each day. And generally what you see is sort of like this inverted pyramid, right? Or actually a pyramid, where down at the bottom you see a lot of high volume, low value, repetitive work. And at the top you see a smaller number, we hope, of very high value interactions requiring empathy and a deep understanding of how your organization works. Imagine like doing a complex refund or something like that if you're in retail. That's where you want those humans, in your organization to work, and that represents a higher value activity for them and for your callers and for your business. So I would be surprised that there's not things that they are already doing in that space.
Yeah, if anyone has a brief addendum to that answer, we have about 25 seconds left here.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with what Callan said. And, we have whole new fields that are coming into existence now, things like conversation design, which didn't exist before, but now as these virtual agent systems and bots start to come online, designing that conversation is something that, call center agents might be well suited to do.
Absolutely.
Final
we're going to end it. Yeah, thank you so much for contributing. And everyone have a great rest of your Transform conference. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. Okay. So we are going to thank you, first of all, to Marco, Adri, Callan, and Kyle. And also thanks to Five9 for bringing us that session. So we are going to take a 15-minute break. When we come back, I'm going to tell you all about the Executive Forum and Transform Wave. So go take another little stretch, do what you need to do. Of course, don't forget to do some networking and check everything out on the portal, including the partner areas. We'll see you back here at 2:40 p.m. Pacific time, or whatever it says in your local agenda. See you soon.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using
Well, welcome back from the break. Hope you did some good things, checked out the networking and everything else we have to offer, and got some drinks, rehydrated. Now, for those people who have the invite, we have the executive forum for you. This time it is biggest trends and topics in finance AI, conversational intelligence, and what is cognitive banking. That is moderated by Zor Gorolov, CEO and co-founder at Casisto. So if you've been invited or pre-registered for that, check your calendar for the link. Logged-in VIPs will also see that session underneath the main stage. After that, we're going to have, of course, Transform Wave. Transform Wave is our one-to-one working and speed dating for finance executives this time. So for attendees, again, looking to connect, just visit the Wave networking session by clicking the link below the main stage. That will set you up with rapid fire face-to-face meetings to end the day. So rapid fire, they made my words come out too fast. And of course, don't forget, we'll be announcing the winners of today's networking contest right after Transform Wave. Of course, remember, we're picking 3 people who've been networking today at random. You're going to get a $100 Amazon gift card. And of course, since the giveaways don't end, it was really good to see on the Twitter wall so many tweets coming through using hashtag VPTransform. Don't forget, you can use that hashtag anywhere that you use hashtags. We're going to pick a winner at the end of the week, the person that creates the most engagement, to give away yet another $100 Amazon gift card. So right now, please go ahead, jump into the executive forum if you have the invite. If you don't have the invite for either session, please make use of the portal. Go talk to people, meet people. It's an amazing world right in here. So we'll see you later.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Well, hello. For those of you that have been in the Executive Forum, I hope you got a lot of value from that. Certainly looked like a very interesting topic. And of course, a great moderator, Zor Gorolov, CEO and co-founder of Kazisto. Thank you, Zor. Of course, if you've been invited to Transform Wave, now is your time to get in there. It's the one-to-one networking speed dating for finance executives. So remember, visit the Wave networking session by clicking the link below the main stage. That's going to set you up, and it's a great way to end your day. For everyone else, I hope you took the time to get as much value out of our portal as possible. So please, continue to do that. We will be back here at 3:55 p.m. Pacific. Of course, don't forget, you can look in your agenda for the local time. That's when we're going to announce the winners of today's networking contest. Remember, 3 people are getting $100 Amazon gift cards. So be back here at 3:55 p.m. Pacific time. We'll announce those winners and we'll close day 3. See you soon.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scale
Well, welcome back, and it's time to close out day 3. But before we get there, we got some unfinished business. That's right. We are going to announce right now the winners of our networking contest for today. 3 of you are about to walk away with a $100 Amazon gift card. And there's nothing I like more than giving money away to good people. Makes me feel a little bit like Oprah. So let's announce the 3 winners today. If your names are any of these, please jump up and down, maybe clap, do a little dance. So, ready? First one, Mr. Bruce Schneider. Bruce, you're our first winner. Our second winner is Javier Contreras. Javier, well done. And our last winner is Xiao Allen. Well done, all three of you. We'll be in touch and we'll make sure you get your gifts. I really do hope you're doing happy little dances right now. So that's the end of day 3. But before we get to close it out, we have to make sure that we thank all of the people that make all of this possible. First of all, thanks to Five9 for sponsoring today's summit. We had some amazing content and we really appreciate it. And thank you to, of course, all of our Transform sponsors, to Abe.ai, to Accenture, to Appen, Beyond Minds, Capgemini, Capital One, DataStax, Five9, Intel, Kazisto, Labelbox, Skillsoft, Snowflake, Soul Machines, Tamer, Telium, and Unity. Of course, we have to have amazing partners as well. Our partners also help get us over the finishing line and make sure that we've got incredible content for you. So thank you to 3PC, to AnyClip, Data Natives, Data Science Salon Virtual, Evergreen Creative, Unite.ai, Women in Big Data, Women in Data Science, and Women in Voice. So thank you to all of the people that make this possible. Of course, most of all, thank you to all of you for attending. I mean, this is the reason we do this. You're the reason. We just want to make sure that you get the best quality content, and all of this would be for naught unless we had you here. So thank you so much. We are so looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. This was amazing day 3, but tomorrow we're going to have the Big Bites in AI Breakfast series, BIPOC in AI panel, and AI at the Edge, IoT and Computer Vision Summit. It really is going to be incredible. And we've got more great speakers and content in store for you. You just don't want to miss it. If you thought today was good, wait for tomorrow for 24 hours and we'll blow you away. So we're looking forward to it. We'll see you then. Take care, everybody.